How you doing? This is John, and welcome to John's Long Box. This is my closeout stream for my Hero Tales Fund My Comic campaign. It's closing tomorrow around noon. I don't remember the exact minute that it's going to be closing, but we did pretty good. I can't complain, so let's give this campaign a proper send-off. So I'll just filibuster for a little while till people show up, see if anybody wants to come in. I will do this. I will put a link in here. This is for anybody who wants to pop in and talk with me. I got something on some piece of food or something like that on my screen. I will also show this. I'll put this in the comment section so people could this is the link to the campaign that I'm talking about. Oh, okay, we got somebody in the chat. Emily Kruger. How you doing, Emily? Good to see you. How's everything? So we got a couple of people filing in. So this is my closeout stream. It's Friday. What is today's date? The 23rd, and it's the night. Tomorrow at noon, my campaign for Hero Tales will close. I might as well bring it up. This is the Pat Broderick cover. This is the only way you'll get the only place to get the Heroic Tales Pat Broderick variant cover is on Fund My Comic. Ice cream sandwich. So the regular cover is by Renzo Rodriguez. The Renzo Rodriguez cover is the A cover. That's available on Fund My Comic. It's also available right now on Kickstarter. I'll show the Kickstarter campaign too. And it will be available on Indiegogo, which will be starting up in about 2 weeks. So, but you can only get this cover on Fund My Comic. Okay, so on Kickstarter, they're going to have a different cover. I'll show that in a little bit. And then on Indiegogo, we'll have a third cover. So there you go. And I'm $1 away from the next stretch goal. $1. Oh, geez, $1. It's driving me crazy. We got Ariel Gellinen saying, hello, greetings to all. Greetings to all. I eat a bite of my ice cream sandwich in your honor. If I ever do a D&D type stream, what do you mean? Like actually playing Dungeons & Dragons? I don't want to play. Like I'll play if we were in person, but I don't know if I would want, playing live. I don't know. I don't particularly like that. It's to me, you got to like be in each other's faces and stuff. All Dirty Foddy says everybody like and share and back my comic. Eric Grant says hello everybody. Gordon Goodbrother, oh, it's so good to see everybody. Ernest, how you doing? Let's get that stretch goal. $1. And when I say $1, I mean if you go on Kickstarter or you go on, I'm combining it all. So if you take both formats, I'm at $6,999. It's it's better than I expected, so I'm happy talking about it. There you go. Oh, talking about D&D, yeah, okay. Send them a link. Go to contact me on Twitter and remind me. I'm always looking for good guests. I'll talk about comic books. I'll talk about Dungeons & Dragons with pretty much anybody. That's just the way I am. I like to talk, and like my wife reminds me, I have a big mouth. Just get my coffee. We have somebody over here. We have the anti-Buddha Fabrizio Aiello.
The anti-Buddha.
Yeah. Remember, if he's like the Buddha, except with bad advice.
It's funny because growing up in my house, my attic was filled with Buddhas. My dad collected them. And I remember one day going upstairs and it was just it was weird, like these little mini Buddhas, big Buddhas. And I'd never asked until many, many years later because you don't really want to know some things about your parents. So he just collected them and he didn't think anything of it. Just like, I don't know, it's a cool little fat guy.
I went to Seattle when I was dating this girl, Amanda, back when I was in college. We went to go visit friends first and only time in Seattle, and I had my head shaved bald at the time, and I had a little goatee. I was that hipster guy, and she bought me a little fat little Buddha because she said it looked like me. Still have it, little. It's like porcelain.
Yeah.
Buddha.
Well, congrats. This is fun.
Yeah, I can't believe it. $6,999, $1 away from the next stretch goal. Oh, by the way, who are you? And you got a comic too. Let's introduce you.
Sure. My name is Fabrizio Aiello. I am the creator of Horace H. Hoover, New York City's greatest space-time occult detective vacuum. It's currently available at HoraceHoover.com, so check it out. It's like occult, mystery, detective kind of stuff. A 5-issue miniseries.
Yeah, and how can you get it?
HoraceHoover.com. I have a store up, so there's digital and print bundles and other tidbits, commissions and whatnot. So
I love this series. I've been making no bones about how much I love Horace H. Hoover. I read it, and had I known that this was the guy that made it, I never would have reached out to him and invited him on my channel. But I love the comic so much. That was a fun day to get that bundle of comics. Wolf and Batsy, Horace H. Hoover, and T-Bird and Throttle. Oh, man, that was such a good bundle of comics. That was a good day for comic books.
Thank you. I mean, honestly, you market my book probably more than I do. So thank you.
And I got to thank Shadowpunk, who markets my comic more than me.
Yeah.
You got fans.
Okay. Hey, Ara, how's it going?
I know this guy, great books, love his work. I'm just finishing an ice cream. This is my dinner in between streams.
Oh man, my ice cream sandwich. I have this thing I do. I call it the optimal ice cream sandwich because I don't know about you. Sometimes it's too hard. Sometimes it's too soft. So if I get two of them out, I eat one, and by the time I'm finished with the second one is the optimal, like melted. So that's
funny because I went to get my ice cream sandwich. I put it on my counter. And then I went and made my coffee because it has to soften a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm with you. But I never thought, now I got to eat two at a time.
It's the proper way. So
It's the only way. It's the only way to be sure. You drinking coffee?
I am. In my Christmas mug because I can't wait for Christmas.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize this is my volunteers mug. Back when I was a school teacher, I volunteered and I got a mug. They didn't give me a raise or anything. And I stopped volunteering. I was actually teaching Dungeons & Dragons to kids after school. So we would play Dungeons & Dragons after school. And I just did it for free. And another teacher was teaching kids how to dance, do some stupid dance. And she was like, yeah, we're volunteering. And then I went into the principal's office at the end of the year. You go in and you get your last paycheck and the principal gives you your rating. And she had her screen on. And I saw that other woman who said that she got paid. So I just walked in. It was the last day of school, and she's like, "Oh, you volunteered." She's giving me a mug, and I said, "Yeah, well, I'm not doing it next year because I could see right there that she got paid." You know?
Man.
So it just happened to be her cousin too. Go figure.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the kids that learned D&D probably ended up playing, for the next 20 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and it was funny because one of the parents came and sat in the classroom. She was an older Hispanic woman, and she sat there knitting in a rocking chair, and she was just listening. And I know why, because the kid went home like, "Mom, we pretend to be this, we pretend to." It sounds weird, you know what I mean? Especially when you have no idea what you. So she wanted to come in and see what the kid. I was like, "Yeah, come on in." If I told her no, you can't come in, it would have been, the worst thing. Like, come on in, sit down with us. And it was funny because we're playing and I forget what we're doing. We're fighting some monsters. She's like, "Did you get it?" Like she was getting into it. It's like, "Yeah, rolled a 15. Is that a hit? That's a hit."
Natural 20, yeah.
So she's like, "That was fun." Yeah. So, she's doing the right things. Watching when you're a grade school teacher, you got to have an open door policy with the parents. Otherwise, what's going on. And I'd rather have a dungeon crawl flag than a,
Yeah, for sure.
Whatever flag. I'll leave. You kids can finish that in your own way. Hey, Edwin, how you doing? So, geez, this collar is driving me crazy. Supposedly only 3 more weeks. I was supposed to go today to the doctor, but they canceled it again. So
they canceled on you. Wow.
Yeah, I want to know.
Yeah.
I tell my boss, when can I go back to work? I can't go back to work wearing a collar. And then they'll tell me, you know, best case scenario, 3 more weeks. Worst case scenario, I get surgery, and then who knows? And then who knows?
Man, that's tough. I mean, you're not in pain or anything, right?
No,
You're
not
just
pain. It's just this cushion. Like it just rubs against. Well, you're Italian like me. I shave, and like 8 minutes later, I need to shave
yeah.
again. So it's like you could strike matches and start fires on my face, and it's rubbing against this cushion, and it's just driving me crazy. So that's other than that, I'm fine.
I do have one little thing. I don't know if you've ever seen these come around like New York, but I just found an Oddities and Curiosities Expo in Pittsburgh on
Oh,
Sunday.
wow!
Yeah, I'm like, this is fantastic. I'm like, I gotta check it
You
out.
need to become a superhero or a villain this weekend.
Well, the funny thing is, if you go and try and find out information about it, there's nothing. It's
No,
just
sure.
there's an yeah, there like I feel like it's an op, and we're gonna like who would ever show up to an Oddities and Curiosities Expo is like getting it's entrapment or something. Like
Yeah.
you guys are the oddities for showing up to this thing. You have no idea what it is.
Come on in, come on in, come in, and then you're gonna go into a room. It's gonna be dark. You can turn. It's just gonna be a cage, and then other people. Speaking of oddities, how you doing, Marcus?
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
Marcus, do you know Fabrizio?
I don't. I know of Fabrizio. I have a few of his comic books.
Oh, good.
I have to turn down the baseball game because, as big a comic book fan as I am a baseball fan,
Oh,
I don't talk about it because you guys are baseball fans.
yeah, well, we're nerds. We don't like sports.
I split my nerdiness.
So what? So you're going to a Curiosity and Oddities convention, or
yeah, it's an expo. It's on Sunday. I've been in the market, and it sounds odd, but I've wanted a human hand. Um,
This sounds odd.
No, if you read
I
Hard
wanted parts of a cadaver.
I've been looking for like a real skeleton for many years, and they're very hard to get. And I found a hand, a real human hand. It was an eBay auction.
Fortunately, somebody was using it at the day.
So I'm really hoping that they have stuff like that. And I may be, if I do come back on Monday, we'll see what happens. The proud owner of 3 human hands.
All from the same person because it's that kind of oddity show. I remember there was when I was in Albuquerque, there was a movie theater called the Lobo next to the university, and they would have like the Lobo budget buddy and the Logo double budget buddy, and it was great. You know, it was like we were all poor college kids, and you take a date to the Lobo, and it was like $5. You got a ticket and popcorn and a soda. You know, also keep in mind this was 1994, and it was great. And then they would have like a midnight movie, and a double budget buddy was like $10. You know, and $10 it was a date. You know what I mean? But every once in a while they would have oddities and curiosity shows in because this was an old movie theater. It had the velvet curtains, you know what I mean, and like velvet seats and everything. It was like an old movie house, not like a modern day movie. So like it had a stage and everything. So they you know, when they did the Rocky Horror Picture Show, it was like a stage with the movie. It was such a good place to see movies. But in the lobby, they had like those circular alcoves. Is that the word?
Mm-hmm.
And they would set up stuff. So they had like voodoo shrunken heads, and, you know, and we're all looking at that. And then I'm like, oh wow, this is cool. And then is this real or is this like arts and craft? It's the guy's like, no, this is. I'm like, so this is like a real dead person's head that's been like, you know, like 200 years later, we're like laughing at it, and I got kind of freaked out by it, you know, like I don't know, let the dead rest, you know, and it would have been perfect if it opened up its eyes right then and there, you know.
Yeah.
Here's something ironic. My partner and I created Captain Courage and got published, and it's in comics.org and everything through Diamond. Fantastic Worlds #2. Sam Glanzman's in the comic. It's published by Steve Busty, and we always wondered what happened to #2, what happened to #3. Well, apparently, and I just looked it up again, but I looked it up a few years ago. He is the owner and curator of the Museum of the Weird in Austin, Texas.
Oh,
So how funny is that?
That's cool.
Now, I don't know Steve anymore. This was 1996, but he ended up in there. I have to send my son over to the Museum of the Weird, see if he remembers me.
Museum of the Weird.
Man.
So where did you see this advertised?
No, I just was looking.
no,
We had lost
Fabrizio.
track of him. So this
He
guy
said
was
he's going
pushing-
Sunday to this show. Where did you see it advertised?
Yeah,
What,
somebody in
sorry.
work, somebody posted it. Pittsburgh Curiosities.
Because it sounds like you're going to meet the Goon. If you ever read that comic,
I have.
Marcus, you ever read the Goon?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that sounds like something like him and Eddie, Freddie will be there.
Yeah, it's the only thing is Pittsburgh Oddities and Curiosities Expo 2024. It's on Saturday and Sunday at the convention center, so it's got to be big. I mean, it has this. Yes, yeah, I will for sure. And you might see things pop up. Like I like odd little things to draw too, because if I want to throw something in a horror comic or whatever it is, it's nice to have a real model of something. So anything that catches my eye, I'm probably going to grab.
Oh, that's cool. I think
I have a question for Fabrizio. You're in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Fabrizio, yeah, that's what I thought. That's like seems like a haven of cartoonists to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'm not involved in it.
That's cool.
I mean, there's a whole bunch.
Oh, awesome.
Remember a whole bunch like Ron Friends and
Yeah.
Tom Scioli and Jim Rugg and
Piscor, yeah.
Score and they were always talking. Jim Shooter,
Yeah, I guess so. I never really thought about it that way. I'm not a native.
me-
the card's not up on the site yet.
seems like that.
Yeah, Ben Soto, you just put us over. So this.
Awesome.
So here's the next
Ben.
card.
Thank you, Ben.
So here's the next card. That'll be all the cards are made. Here's her back. So here's her card. This I can't even read. This is Dame. This is Monique Weathers. She's one of the three sexy chicks that the boss Moxie hangs out with. And don't worry, guys. I took the banged up cards that were on top of the box to label as mine. So
I'll buy. You can send me the banged up cards. I don't care that much about cards. Honestly,
well,
not
looks
that
great.
That's a bad thing. I want the
box
comics.
came with the card stuck to it on top.
But if you want to have perfect cards, John, I'll take the other card. It doesn't matter that much.
Just so people know, I also got this weird thing
thank you.
hanging out over here.
Yeah, the cards look great. I love getting cards.
I don't have room for everything. I sold I had 40 boxes of comics, not as much as John did, but I sold them years ago. And when I go to the conventions and I hang out with other artists like Andy Smith and stuff, that's when I miss my comics, not that actually having them in my house. So I don't really have the room anymore for a lot of this stuff. So now I have the
I hear people reducing and like I collect board games just as much as I collect
my son does
comics,
that.
but I actually started giving away board games because like if they've been sitting on this shelf for 7 years and I haven't played them yet, like I think it's safe to say they ain't going to be played.
I mean, I'd rather have them, but I can't move them. If I was in a forever home, then then you're building something for them.
Speaking of cards, I got Horace over here.
Horace Hoover. Awesome.
Yeah, I got a big stack of cards, and I hate to say it too, Marcus, but I take all the swag. I got a box.
Yeah, that's what's gonna. I mean, but I like getting them. I don't want to say, the stretch goal, but to me, it's getting Chase Hoover. It's getting Heroic Tales. It's getting Kordrak the Reckoning. It's getting the comic to read and flip through again. Something I can learn from. I want to learn from each comic I get, artist as well. So that's another. That's who I back to. If I haven't backed, it's basically something I can learn from.
And
even at my advanced age, I still want to learn.
Benjamin broke the $7,000.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's a great.
And again, guys, this is my first time campaign. I'm just a guy that talks about comic books. And then I got guys like Fabrizio Aiello, this guy over here who's looking for a human hand to draw a page in my comic. How's that happen?
Yeah, and you have what 250 backers or something like that, close to it between the two.
Let's add this to the stage right. I'm gonna this.
He knocked himself out.
Yeah, I think the 250 for a first book, like first campaign, is fantastic.
I think he did.
I refreshed the wrong screen.
We were just saying that you did really well for a first campaign.
Yeah,
I think that I'm very interested to see what happens on Indiegogo. Um, I kind of knew Kickstarter. Kickstarter is kind of slow,
Yeah.
certain comics, but Indiegogo and FMC are similar, and I wonder if they're similar backers, like the similar mindset is on Indiegogo and FMC,
Well,
and I
I'm
wonder how
surprised.
that will go. I think you'll do better than Kickstarter.
I'm surprised that I first off, I'm surprised that I did this well in a happy way. You know what I mean? Like I'm a first time guy. I'm not a big wig, and when I launched, I had just over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you everybody. Like the marketers that I spoke with, they say that you only get like 10%
That's what they
of
say.
YouTube.
Not even.
So I exceeded those expectations. But to answer Fabricio's question, I got 207 backers on Fund My Comic, and then I'm going to bring up Kickstarter, which is right here, and I got 44 more on. Oh, it's not showing. 44 more on Kickstarter. Now,
I back both.
you know what I mean. So I add them both together. It's 44 plus 207. It's over
251. Yeah,
251.
that's great.
Yeah, and $1,100 on Kickstarter and almost 6,000 on my comic. I'm happy. You know what I mean? And just to tell you guys a little bit, if you're thinking about making your own comic, I'm about breaking even now.
Well, I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of it is because I was a rookie. I made rookie mistakes. I hired some people and paid people that I shouldn't have. I streamlined the team down to the Avengers, and I did extravagant things like I got these pint glasses. This was like a lot of money. You know what I mean? I bought these coins, from Norse Foundry, which I still love, but I'm doing them, and then I panicked and bought these because I didn't think these coins were going to be on the way. These were expensive, but I was people coins.
It's really the backer number because you're selling it at a different price than some of the other. Let's say you charge, it was a double the size, and you charge $20 or $25 like a lot of the crowd, or even a $20 floppy like a lot of crowd. Your number would be higher because of that.
Yeah.
So really, you want the back. You really want the back. Like Graham Nolan always talks about his backer numbers.
Right.
About them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I got 250 something back. 250.
That's not bad.
Not bad. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
Guys with channels twice my size don't have that. You know what I mean? So I'm not complaining. Believe me, I'm not complaining. Could I have charged $20? Yeah, I could have.
I think
would I have this many backers? So I don't know. I did what I think is fair. 2 complete stories. You're not gonna have to wait.
Yeah, I think
5 months.
I think a lot about it. I think 10 is fair. I think you could have went to 15. I think 20 is a lot for a floppy, like a floppy. You know what I mean? The $20 plus a graphic novel. But most of these graphic novel size, 72 pages, 100 pages, are all 25. Like I don't want to spend more than 25 for a book.
Right. And it's going to be 22 pages for the patriarch, 8 pages for the bad guy story in Unheroic Tales. That's 30 pages right there. 3 pages of ads, so that's 33, and a letters page.
Well, that's a lot.
You know what I mean? And I was just talking to Renzo today. We actually were talking for a while. He's just finishing up some stuff for Aaron Sparrow. He started up to, I think he's up to page 7 on issue 2, and then he said, "Would you get mad if I finish this?" I said, "Why would I get mad? Do whatever you got to do." You know what I mean? Aaron needs it. Aaron, finish Aaron's. We're way ahead of schedule. So I was just trying to get a jump on issue 2. So now he's coming back. He said he'll be done next week with Aaron, and we're going to continue full steam ahead.
He's fast.
Awesome.
He's fast.
So by the time I start fulfilling this comic, I think we'll be 50% done with the art of issue number 2.
He's fast.
And he's insane. He works so much,
I mean, I know a little bit about the other people, like professionals, that what their pace is, and he is fast.
And I can't believe how much has since I started this comic. I broke my neck. Daniel's father had open heart surgery. You know what I mean? There's been a lot of serious setbacks, but
But and
operators to
that's the
prepare.
thing about the crowdfunding that's kind of saddening. That like when you go and do it, and you're held by all these customers, and they don't know what happens to you. What happens? People get divorced. People get hurt. Things happen in their lives, and it delays all this stuff.
Right.
Um, I don't know, like Fabrizio. I don't know how you do the books for $8. But
I mean, I mean, I don't know. It takes me a long time. I wanted to test out some prices. You don't really know until you get
I
it
mean,
out there and see if people, are cool with it or not. Obviously, they were much cheaper, but they were newsprint, so I tried to. I didn't want to go too high because it's different paper, et cetera, et cetera.
I did half a comic book for $1. I sold it for $1 in the '90s.
Wow.
With 16 pages. Well, more with the cover. Two 8-page stories. Yeah. Black
Ernest
and
said
white.
it's a good price, and because I like the different covers, I back both. I also back. Oh, thank you,
Cool.
thank you so much.
Yeah, that's another thing. You're doing the variant covers, but at that price, we can get the variant covers.
Well, that's
Like I could get all 3 of your variant covers for just as much as I spend on a 72 page. If I decide,
if you could buy all 3 of my covers on different platforms,
that's
and
right.
it's
That's
the
fine.
same as some other guys are charging for one comic.
That's right.
So that's I was risking because I don't want to mention names, but somebody was like, dude, you can't sell that comic for $10. You need to what you're doing, and you got varied covers, and because Pat Broderick and Michael T. Gilbert and Mike Gustovich, these aren't up and coming struggling guys. I paid a premium from them to do covers. You know what I mean? So I took a big risk, and I think I'm showing everybody. I'm not out here to screw anybody. I'm $10. If I could have gone cheaper, I could, but I couldn't. I just couldn't go any cheaper. But or inexpensive. I was told not to say cheap. But next, I did learn. Next issue 2 is going to have 2 covers because it's going to be a flip book. So one side is going to have the patriarch. You flip it over, it's going to have Mary Sue, and both of them are going to be Renzo. Then the variant is going to have Jose Garcia doing the patriarch cover, and then when you flip it over, it's going to have Josh Howard doing Mary Sue, and that's it. Those are the only 2 versions of the comic.
Yeah, I was going to say you can't. It's hard to get those big names because
I wanted to
get more and more expensive.
Right. Well, I didn't mind paying them because these are some of my dream artists. You know what I mean? And I wanted to capture a Bronze Age look to my comic. That's the aesthetic that I'm going for. And I already know some of the criticisms are going to be like, well, like it's supposed to be 1986. You go into the spinner rack. It's 7-Eleven. Spider-Man 148 is there. Marvel Team Up 52 is there, and Heroic Tales #1 is there. So that's the aesthetic that I'm going for. Also, I'm taking off. You know what I mean? Like the stakes will get higher and higher every issue. Like if you start with Thanos blowing up the world in issue #1, where do I go from there, guys? So
Yeah, I mean, I like getting eased into a character. I mean, you get excited about it. The funny thing is about crowdfunding and Twitter is like the Patriarch's already a character. I haven't nobody's held a comic, but it already feels like a character from you talking about it, from seeing different artwork. It's pretty. It's interesting.
And I got some fan art already, and if
I
I was
feel the same.
I would have loaded up fan art.
I felt like doing a drawing of the Patriarch almost right away. I mean, I went through that thing a couple of times, like, I messed up the buildings. I hate buildings. I want to draw space for the rest of my life, but
right.
but like I felt like drawing it by it like simple and elegant. It's like a costume, or like a Gil Kane costume with a cape.
Yeah,
I like that simple, like Green Lantern.
Not a lot of colors, like 2 or 4 colors top for a superhero costume.
Yeah.
Although that logo,
I really do like.
That's a computer logo, but I thought the logo I did came out okay. After a while, I got into a loop with it. But if you were doing it on a computer, like I would have left it blank and I would put the logo on because then it would look perfect. mine isn't perfect. I looked at Pat Broderick's logo and I said, "Oh well, I'll just do this."
I want to show this off too.
Yeah.
Extra stuff that I got. All right. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay.
Well, I could ask you a million questions. I mean,
Yeah, I think new characters are interesting. I know people always complain that, how many versions of Batman do we need? Do we need yet another redesign costume version of Batman? Well, I mean,
so.
how about these new characters that actually you don't know anything about?
Right. And I love when the movies like, they changed whatever for my representation. It's like, we'll make up a new character. Like, well, yeah, but nobody knows this guy. Like, well, nobody knew John Wick the day before John Wick opened.
Yeah.
Now everybody knows John Wick, But I wanted to show these. I got these stickers made. Everybody who backs is going to get a Patriarch sticker
cool.
and a Heroic Tale sticker. Because
Awesome.
I found a good, cheap place that makes stickers. Like, I didn't even tell anybody to get stickers, but you get stickers.
It's super hard. Like, I did a pastiche. It's Captain Courage. It was supposed to be, and Johnny Halo. Like, it was supposed to be a little bit of a tongue in cheek. Flash Gordon crossed with some Marvel-y character. Marvel drawn like John Buscema or something. I'm not that good, but that's what we came up with, and then we were told it was too retro. We did all sorts of stuff, and
retro.
We created all sorts of stuff. We were just going over it. We did Pure Adrenaline. You like this one, Pure Adrenaline. He puts on the suit. It's like, and it pops up like Bane. Before Bane, he pumps himself up and he gets really big. But you have to decide. The suit was going through a mafia. Are they going to be good or are they going to be bad? Because by the time you're done with the suit, you're going to die because it drains all your life energy. That was one we did, and we did Kitty Nova before this Kid Carter. I'm suing everybody. But it's not that, it's hard. You know? We had one where guys became vampires after they took special heroin.
Fabrizio, what is Fabrizio drinking?
I'm drinking coffee.
Remember those Palmolive commercials? Like, your hand is soaking in it. That's what Fabrizio wants that human hand for. He puts a human hand in hot boiling water and just lets it soak overnight, and the next day he just drinks it. That's
watching.
Where's my human hand? You're soaking in it.
Watching you and watching Fabrizio and other people do these comics. Like, we were trying to do this in the 90s, and the fact that now you can be, and then we had to work and we had to have family and we couldn't do as much. And then I draw sometimes and I draw other times. Watching you guys get to do it is a thrill, and it's an inspiration, to be honest with you.
Oh, so Fabrizio, I never really asked you. Marcus just gave me a good idea. Like, at what point did you say, "Hey, I'm going to make my own comic"? Because First Age Hoover is it's less than 2 years old.
That's
right?
unique.
Yeah, and I think I've mentioned this before, but right out of college, somebody asked me to do a comic book, and I threw something together with them. It wasn't very good, and I just let it sit for, 10 years, and somebody else asked me. And honestly, each time I felt like I'm still not ready, and then I do it again. I'm like, nah, I'm still not ready. And it was only at this time, I'm like, you know what? I feel like I can actually execute, so...
Yeah, I have to say, like, I must have told the story. People watching this, we got 33 people watching. They're probably sick of the story by now, and I know Marcus has heard it. But I moved. Queens was getting weird during COVID, and I like to talk to people. I'm one of these weirdos that will talk to you in the supermarket. I'll talk to you at the gas station. I'm one of these people that are like, don't look at him, he'll talk to us. So I was going nuts. So I started a YouTube channel, and next thing you know, I'm talking to people. Long story short, I'm interviewing people, and then I saw RJ from the Fourth Age, I saw it at first when your boy Zach, Diversity Comics, started making comics. I was like, he can't make comics. Who is he to make it? Like, at first I thought it was the weirdest thing, and I stopped not getting mad, but I actually got scared. This guy's like setting himself up for failure, and we all know how good he did with Jawbreakers. And then when I saw,
that's
RJ
kind of amazing.
I was like, RJ just did it, I can make a comic too. And it was funny because I got all nervous. I just, started the process. I was, talking to artists and everything. I already had script rates. I was redoing the script. And then I brought it to my wife's attention. You know what I mean? If you're married you bring up everything with your wife. You two guys are married. You know what I'm talking about. And she was like, "Oh, okay." Like it wasn't even like, "Oh, this is gonna be, don't do it." Or it was like, "Okay." It was
Yeah.
like she knew that it was something I wanted to do. And I said, "It's gonna be like a year process of like, I have to go on YouTube and promote this." She's like, "I know," but like she says, you're not out in the bar drinking. You know what I mean? It's not like you're.
I think I'm going to start drinking.
You can start drinking. There you
No,
go.
I don't drink much. No.
There's this weird like
Water.
switch that flipped in my head from like consumption to production. I don't know what it was or when it was, but I went from reading all these books, reading all these comics, doing these things to like, you know what? I feel like I've crammed my brain filled with stuff enough where that I can actually produce something worthwhile.
Yeah, I it's funny because I look at both.
I want to get the new ones. I got to
the old alternative ones on the newsprint, and now I look at the Gloomy Wood, which is your comic company, and I like them both for different reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them both. It's hard to pick which one I like better, but I think, like you said, the colors are a little bit more vibrant, but not that gaudy look that I just hate with these new, like. I'm getting excited. My words are coming out too. But you purposely said you limited your color palette. And I think that's why it works better with this paper. Because if you did this full-on computer, 9 billion different colors, I think Horace H. Hoover would look as bad as when they take an old Fantastic Four comic and put it in an omnibus. It just looks gaudy and old.
Yeah, I mean, I do some tweaking in Photoshop to like desaturate it a tiny bit, and I tweak it just a little bit after I put the colors in, because like you said, those recolors that I have, those like masterworks and stuff like that, it's hard to look at sometimes, and I'm like, okay, I don't want that to happen. So hopefully, I mean, I think I achieved what I was trying to do.
Would you think it's fair for me to say that your art style is this is not mean, but it's more like an old school kind of style than
That's
modern?
why I like it.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Okay, I'm trying to be sensitive. I didn't want you to get, but like when I look at your comics, I could see your comics coming out like contemporaries with like Creepy and John Buscema and you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's the goal. I mean,
don't think it like this. Like, I don't see your comics next to Jim Lee. I see your comics next to John Buscema.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, the original artwork that I have purchased in one of those drawers, it's John Buscema, it's Gil Kane. It's like those guys are my idols. So I'm nowhere near.
One of them is art. One of them is art supplies. The next one is fingernail from corpses. The next.
Hey, we're on the same wavelength. I mean,
Yeah.
All I know is I want to do comics since my mom bought me a comic. And I went to art school, and all I want to do is I study Will Eisner and Gene Colan and Joe Orlando and Harvey Kurtzman, Erwin Hayes, and all these people, and I did appreciate them, and a lot of kids didn't. And then I probably wasn't quite ready, but the style within the 2 years after losing school went from we're going to do 6 panels and Marvel 80s style, 90s to Image. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't, I don't draw like that. I kind of always had something, and I still do have something against the Image guys. Like, they changed the style just enough that you weren't going to get in just being by a really great artist. You would have come up with some goofy style, and then life happens,
Like right now, a lot of us
get a chance to make our own comics.
It seems like there's like an Image revival going on right now. And it makes me a little nervous, especially when I'm about to launch my comic. It's not Image. It's not Image. It's pre-Image.
CG, if I can use that term. That the current people that I guess we're all kind of their way, whether we're well loved or not. There's a lot of people of that age, about 10 years younger than I am, 13 years younger than I am, that are Image. I taught a kid how to draw when he between 10 and 13. I did classes. And that's what the kids wanted to draw. They wanted to draw like Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane and John Romita Jr. And I like John Romita Jr., but still, that's what they did. And this kid drew like that. And, like I have a motorcycle, flying motorcycle. I had the kid design it, to make it more anime because he was into the anime. Anime is just not now. and it changed the comics just enough that you were going to go to Marvel Comics with, what you used to go with, 5 pages of this. They're like, oh, that's not exciting enough. John Buscema wasn't exciting enough anymore.
Okay. I want to address what Logic says over here. Logic, he always has good comments, and Logic, you keep promising to come on. You got to come on. The link is in the chat. I have a theory about that. Comics characters are hit and miss. Once a character takes off, the desire to ride that thing till the wheels fall off. Writers, yes, it's kind of natural. Like, I understand that. Okay, everybody wants. If you're into comic books, you want to write Batman, you want to write Superman, you want to write Spider-Man. That's fine, and but what I don't want is to write Spider-Man and make it John Longbox's Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Like, I want my Spider-Man to be Spider-Man that everybody knows and love. And if I feel like I don't know if I have anything to offer to Batman or Spider-Man, but I do think I could do something with the Fantastic Four that nobody's done before, but it would be Jack Kirby, Jack Kirby, Stan Lee's Fantastic Four. But to take something and then I want to make it mine, I think that's lazy. I think it's wrong, and I think it's immature. Like, all of these people who want to, I don't know, put their, for lack of a better term, they want to lift their leg and put their scent on Spider-Man. I don't think that's blasphemy.
Like John Byrne always said when he took over a character, that he was going to play with all the toys in the box and put them back after
correct.
It was done.
Right. You twist their heads, you flip their arms around, but you don't break the toys.
So he'll do controversial things, but by the time he's done, they'll all be put back to something that somebody else could use.
I also, John was like, the whole start of Heroic Tales is the beginning of, like, it's a big world. And as a reader, my favorite thing is not knowing what the heck is next. Right. I know that I have no idea. Like, I outside of what you've told me personally, but, what 5 issues look like, to me, that's far more exciting than just taking a writer doing another turn with Batman or something like that.
It's funny because I get so uncomfortable talking about myself, and you know what I mean. Irish Catholics, we don't really take congratulations, but I like. Okay, we got another person when their camera clears, I'll bring them on. But I've been talking about how I play role playing games, so I have, like, I'm not even joking. I created this superhero world when I was in junior high school, and I've been playing with it, tweaking it, outright stealing from other comic books. I mean, like, if you see some of the characters that I made up, you're like, oh yeah, that's Submariner, or, you know what I mean? But now for my own comic, I got to clean up, change things, put it in my world. But there really is a lot. Like, I promise you, there's aliens, there's other dimensions, there's ancient terrors, there's magic, there's superheroes. Like, I wish I could make a monthly comic because it's killing me. Because I already got 10 scripts written, and I'm asking Renzo, what do you want to draw? So I'm changing the order because Renzo's like, I'd rather draw this one. I'd rather draw that one. So I'll tell you, the first 3 are set in stone because they have to be told in that order for the comic to make sense. Patriarch is already happening. Second issue is Patriarch, the introduction of Mary Sue. The third issue is the Patriarch with the introduction of the Batman character. And then the 4th issue is the Batman character, the Patriarch meeting for the first time. And the backup story, I'll give you a little spoiler over here. It was going to be something else, but Renzo said, no, you told me there's dinosaurs in that story. I want to draw dinosaurs. So the name of that story, and I'm not telling you the character, because the backup story, I'm introducing new characters. The name of that story is called Let's Save the Dinosaurs.
That's awesome.
So there we go. And Let's Save the Dinosaurs, we bring Ben Soto into.
Ben.
Hey.
How you doing, Ben?
How's it going?
Congratulations,
so Ben, introduce
John.
yourself and tell us what you're doing. We'll give everybody a couple minutes to talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Ben Soto. I am the publisher at Halloween Head Comics. And I've got a campaign going on right now myself. But really, I'm just here to say congratulations, John.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I had 2 talks with Ben in like 2 weeks. Yeah. You got a live campaign. I forgive me. I forget if it's on Indiegogo or Fund My Comic.
It's Fund My Comic. Yeah.
Okay. If you want to put the link in the private chat, and Fabrizio, if you want to put the private chat, I'll put it. Oh, your link, Marcus already put out. Let's help everybody. I'm not one of these communists that think that economy is and zero sum lost game. I think that there's room for people to buy all of our comics. for now. We'll see. We'll see what happens in November. But that's about as political as I want to get tonight. But you're making horror comics just in time for Halloween.
Yeah.
You're making a Trick or Treat 2, right?
Yeah, Tricks and Treats Volume 2.
Tricks and Treats Volume 2. It's an anthology of horror stories. You don't need to get the first volume to read. And I backed because I wanted that sweet mug that you showed. I'll send it over to Fabrizio for him to stick a corpse hand in it or something.
There you go.
Yeah, I can't wait for the anthology. I mean, it's so up my alley, you know.
Oh, you saw his book too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
cool.
backed it. Yeah.
Oh, my shoulder just popped. Oh, I'm dying, guys. I'm dying. I'm falling apart.
Yeah, I've been on art streams with Ben and his brother
yeah,
on
yeah.
Saturdays, and
Oh, I didn't know that. Good.
Yeah.
Good. We're all friends here.
Fabrizio's my buddy. He's my favorite Italian.
Oh, great.
oh no, there's some competition now.
Yeah. What do I win? Another great comic by Logic. Also, a lot of current writers and artists want instant success. Yes, we all do. I don't fault anybody for that. I want to make a comic book and retire from the construction industry tomorrow. But I understand the way things work. They don't want to take the time and develop. That's the problem. It's risky, but that's what time. You're right. So that's what bothered me about
Here it is.
That's what bothered me about the character, the Blue Marvel. And it's funny because I'm in talks to have the creator of the Blue Marvel come on my channels. So odds are, I don't mean this in case you're watching this, but
Who created the Blue Marvel?
Kevin
Grievix?
Yeah.
But he created a bunch of other stuff that's not the Blue Marvel.
But instantly the Blue Marvel was the best character. He was the coolest, he was the strongest. And I feel like there's like a meta to comics. You know what I mean? Like Superman is the best because he's the first, and he also, for lack of a better term, he has like this spiritual power that was developed by millions of fans over decades. Like you can't just make a character and declare the coolest character. You know, like the reason why Spider-Man, Batman, they stood the test of time. Like, and at one point, Doctor Strange had Doc Savage had that position, and Doctor Strange lost the spiritual psychic battle, and Superman took over. Like the Shadow was defeated by Batman in this meta literary world that exists in another dimension. Like, so you can't just declare, I'm going to make up a character tomorrow. All right, the Patriarch is the best character in the world. You know, I could say that.
I think you should say that.
Yeah, I'm going to put that right across the. I'm going to put a yellow banner
Be
right
on your
across.
cover. Yeah.
But you know,
That's an interesting idea, though. Like, it is a market, right? So, out of the 1,000 X-Men stories, we as fans have decided, the Dark Phoenix kind of floats to the top, and the other ones go to the bottom, and we kind of just either ignore or dismiss the other ones. So it really is up to the fans ultimately. It emerges from the stuff we sort of hold up.
And that's why I kind of resented when Marvel was telling us that Carol Danvers was the most popular superhero.
Right, she didn't earn it.
She didn't earn it. That's editor.
Well, I feel bad. Carol Danvers has been around since 1968. She earned something. She earned at least to be Ms. Marvel. That was pretty cool.
I even said it. The character itself has the gravitas to earn the name Captain Marvel. I don't have a problem with that. If Marvel is dead and stays dead, it looks like she's been around. She has the chops. She's been there since 1968.
I wish.
Tell me that she's the most popular. You got to earn that.
Sometimes I wish they'd just be honest. We're making a new Captain Marvel because we need to keep the name. So we're going to have Monica Rambeau do it. And when that Monica Rambeau decides, that shouldn't be. We want to bring on Captain Marvel's son. We'll call him Captain Marvel. I mean, that's fine. But
or Monica Rambeau. They kept taking her name away from her, right?
Oh, I know. And she looked so good in that comic.
Oh yeah, I
mean, they drew that. She was unbelievable looking.
She was Pam Grier. She was.
She was Pam Grier. That's right.
What I know I'm going to say this wrong, but Zaftik is
Zoptic, yeah.
Yeah, that's like an old Jewish.
Well, that's kind of in now. Again.
I love this. I turned into an old Brazilian over here. Zaftik is an old Jewish term for boom.
No, that's a real word.
Appeal. I'm turning into an old what Yiddish man. But if you read comics by Stan Jack, you know all these words.
Yeah.
But I poor Monica Rambeau. She changes her name to Photon, and then they take that away. Then Spectrum, but I still think she should stay Spectrum. It's the best name.
Spectrum's a good name. It's also a cable company, so that's good.
But I imagine the proper Doom.
Spectrum's the cable company.
Epic, yeah. When Doctor Doom finally makes it to the movie, if he's not overacting, he's not doing Doctor Doom service. It's almost like Vincent Price doing Dr. Phibes or something. He has to just be ridiculously over the top.
I love Vincent Price.
I love Vincent Price too, and I'm not happy Robert Downey Jr. is playing Doctor Doom. I like the actor. He's one of the few actors I actually like.
I'm not passing any judgment until I know more, but yeah, basically it seems
it's desperation.
Well, they're desperate.
Yep.
Although Deadpool Wolverine might make them a little less desperate, so we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Kevin also created the Underworld series of films. Yep, and I Frankenstein and separate character of his own stories. Blue Marvel. Yes. I'm exaggerating for comic. He's also good friends with one of my childhood friends. So
he's a comic guy too, Kevin Krivik. So
I like Underworld.
Me too. I mean, what's not to like? Ket Beckinsale in basically a painted-on latex outfit. It's up to the people like Harley Quinn and Miles. Yeah, Miles Morales. I feel like they keep pushing on us.
And then Harley Quinn was created for the Batman TV cartoon show, the Batman Adventures, and she was a solid character. I mean, don't tell Jimmy Palmiotti I don't like her that much either.
I told you my story of Argo. Hey, how you doing? Argo versus Comics. Stopping by. Congratulations on her hotels. This is one of my friends from the old comic book store, Dan Sen. I hope it's okay that I said your name, Dan. I didn't think, but we all went to the same comic book store as kids, and I always joke that like the comic book store became very important. Larry, who owned the comic book store, this is called the Incredible Pulp. As far as I know, he had one of the first in-store comic book appearances, and it was Dave Sim doing Cerberus. And Cerberus, like I think it was only on like issue 8. And I gotta get these pictures, but there's Dave Sim put pictures on his website, and you can see chubby little 14-year-old me. Like I don't even. He gave me a signed Dave Sim Cerberus comic. I don't even have it anymore. That shows you how much I cared. It was like, oh look, this little talking thing is discussing philosophy. You know what I mean? I could care less. So it's funny. And then he had a whole bunch of store appearances, and then Dave went off on Argo Comics, over here. And I want to. I'm sure Fabrizio would get this, but I want to have Larry, the owner of the comic book store, sitting at one end of my table and me at the other, and film it like my dinner with Andre. Get music. You just like make a 2-hour because he could just pontificate. You think I could talk? Forget about it. I'm talking about current Harley. Yeah, I'll tell you my story about. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Harley Quinn. I was like, she's all right. And then one day I had a birthday party, and we rented out a hotel room, and just had like 50 people come over. We were playing board games. And one of my friends brought a date over, and she comes walking in, just first meeting. I never met the girl, and she's got a Harley Quinn shirt on. And I'm just like, don't like Harley Quinn anymore. The normies are into her,
I remember the first Halloween, like after the one movie came out, I swear 80% of costumes were Harley Quinn. It was like Ghost and Harley Quinn.
Yeah. Every comic book convention after that movie.
Yeah.
Every girl was dressed, cosplaying as her. Oh. Every guy was dressed as Deadpool.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember my friend Jimmy and I, we were into punk rock, and we would just listen to music. And we would in his basement, smoking pot. Back then, we were pot smoking guys, and we're listening to the Butthole Surfers, and I was just like, I can't wait till we can walk into a bar, put money in the jukebox, and play the Butthole Surfers and drink it. But Jimmy's like, no, I don't want anybody to like this band with me. I don't want only us can like this.
I never did that.
And then now like everybody, because at the time like Butthole Surfers, the Melvins, Red Hot Chili Peppers, these were our bands, and now it's like, I hate the Chili Peppers. And now I'm like, Jimmy, you're absolutely right. Everybody's listening to my music, and they ruined it.
Well,
So-
Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes never got that big, so I'm good.
Melvins are still good.
Melvin's awesome. Melvin's awesome. Harley Quinn was a good character. She's loved, but Harley's been overused. Yes, and she's a woke SJ. Yes.
Well, now she is, yeah.
There's a couple of characters to me, like I hate to say it, but like if your favorite character is Deadpool, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's not
expect
my
your girlfriend to be into Harley Quinn, but like, you're into Deadpool. How many comics do you have? Well, I've seen no movies. Now, how many comics do you have? Well, I saw the movie. I played the video game. How many comics do you have?
I had a friend who worked at Marvel as a Romita Raider after college. And he's a children's book author now because he got out of comics because it was so bad to be in them. And when these guys were hitting big, McFarlane and Liefeld, and Liefield's pages used to come in, New Mutant pages, and the office would make fun of them like this is the biggest load of S you could possibly make. He worked on the New Mutants annual that's famous that was practically redrawn by the Romita Raiders because it wasn't really publishable. Now that page you're looking at, the cover, is going for what, like $70,000 or something like that, and I'm like, and now Deadpool's the biggest thing ever,
Yeah.
and it's unbelievable to me. I can't put my mind.
I made a mistake. This is Argoverse.
Oh, the
That's
Santa.
Argo Comics. Argoverse this is Ashley. He's going the Santa's nuclear winter Christmas special and the Argonauts the pulp comic. Sorry, this is Ashley, not Dan. So Dan, why aren't you here? Now I'm mad at you. My childhood friend's not even here. Amazing the great stuff that was lost to us kids. Yep. I know she used to be good, but she shouldn't be the face. I don't know. I like the character of Harley Quinn, but to me, Harley Quinn should be the girl that's always pining after Joker, and like she's not supposed to be a role model. She's a damaged girl that got hoodwinked by a serial killer. You know what I mean? That's what she is. She's a serial killer groupie. She's not a positive role model. That's what Wonder Woman's for.
So I have a question. So for all of our comics, this may be an obvious question, but if you could cosplay as one of the characters, Ben and John, from your comics, who would you want to cosplay as?
I'll go put on my Namor costume right now. I'll be right back.
No, from
No, not Namor. Everything but Namor.
from Heroic Tales, like your comics. Like who would you want to go as?
I know. I was just.
Oh, okay.
Well, right now I only got the Patriarch.
Yeah, well, you got. I mean,
Dress
I
up
got
as
Boss
Mary
Moxie,
Sue.
that would be kind of fun.
yeah, Boss Moxie or.
Dressed up as a 30 gangster, But right now all I got is the Patriarch. But next issue is a million. Well, not a million, but there's a lot of characters. But I like the Patriarch. I made him up kind of as a like FU SJWs. I'm going to make a tough man, positive. And as I started, like me and my friend Mike, we were moving my stuff back and forth. And we were like laughing. That'll get them. And by the end of the, we drove, we got the pickup truck, we drove to my apartment, we unloaded, filled up. By the time we were unloading at my house, it went from a spiteful character to like, I really like this character. Like this is a character, like to make a character out of spite doesn't have any lasting quality. To make a character because you love the character, I think has lasting quality. That's why I don't like The Boys. Because Garth Ennis made the comic because he hates superheroes. But he made Hitman because he loved the character of Hitman. And I love that comic. Hitman is one of my favorite comics. So who would you dress up? Are you going to be Horace H. Hoover?
I mean, I think I would be Slurp. He would be really fun.
Yeah.
I'll be Max.
Cool.
I think Slurp would be fun. What about you, Ben? I know who I would like. At least I haven't read it yet, but the one image that I'm thinking about for your book.
Well, I guess I don't really have any like real characters.
What about
dress up as that naked antler guy, Ben?
The antler guy? Yeah.
That would be wild at a Comic-Con.
That would terrify me.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Can you imagine you're walking down the street at night? You're like, hey, honey, let's go for a nice walk. It's not that bad.
That would like creep a lot of people out.
This
Yeah.
naked antler guy.
I have to get some water.
I'd be like, honey, it's nice knowing you, but I'm tripping.
It's cosplay. I swear.
Oh God, I'm off of that. Just think about that. Let's see these comments. Argoverse, Ashley. Now I feel bad. I feel silly that I mistook you. But Argo Comics and Argoverse. Old man over here. I could pretend to be Dan. Dan is huge. Dan is built like Lou Ferrigno. So Unhinged. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? We almost had a Clint Eastwood Namor. Someone's got to explain that comment to me.
What?
Say that and not explain that. And then we got Nuclear Winter Special. I do know, and I think Fabrizio probably knows more than anybody about my Santa Claus comic that I want to do. Don't tell anybody any ideas because it's. But I think I bounced the idea off of you, right?
Yeah,
Brian. Yeah, I think I'm going to work that into like a Heroic Tales like annual or something because it's got to be bigger than a regular comic if I do it right.
Yeah, I love Santa Claus. I am a Christmas weirdo. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a Halloween sliding into Christmas weirdo.
I saw your
you
mug.
gotta like Halloween, huh?
Yeah.
You got the Christmas mug out already. Huh?
Yeah, this is almost year round.
I'm mad that I did, but I love Halloween. I told you we're the weirdos that keep our Christmas tree up all year. Upstairs is a Christmas tree. And my wife decorates it for every holiday, so she'll put like little lighting jack-o'-lanterns and stuff. And it's funny because like when people come to the house the first time, they're like, and they're like, it's August. They got a Christmas, and they don't say anything, and I wait for them to react. But
Halloween.
If we got a big bay window, you could see our Christmas tree up. Or they must think we're the biggest freaks. And I don't have, but I have. Do you ever see MASH? They got the pole, and it says like Akron and Detroit and all these things. I made a pole right in front of my house, but it says Asgard, Narnia.
That's awesome.
Hogwarts, and I put all
That's great.
all the fake. I'm gonna add. I keep asking her, but I want to put where Reenie's Fiendish. What's the name of her continent? And put that on there.
Oh my gosh,
That's fun.
Since my birthday's 2 days before Halloween.
Oh really?
Halloween. 29. So we always had Halloween themed birthdays. We wore when we were little kids, wore costumes to the parties. Have the big centerpiece was always the big thing. My mother was artistic, so we had these great pumpkins that were cut up by her.
Do you guys dress up for Halloween?
I don't anymore.
Yeah, you have kids, but Ben, do you have children?
No, I don't.
So we got three childless weirdos over here.
My kids are adults. We're empty nesters.
Right. Yeah, that's you paid your debt to society. Your kids are off becoming productive.
You're good kids, so I can't say anything bad about them.
But
they don't.
You guys dress up?
They work hard.
No.
When my first year in this house, I'm like, I wanted to so bad, but I didn't because I was like, I don't know if the neighbors are going to think I'm a weirdo. So I didn't dress up. We had a line of kids out the door. I thought it was
kids come to the house.
I thought it was because of COVID. I didn't know, because COVID was still kind of happening. So I was like, I was like, oh my god, I had to send my wife out to get more candy because I didn't expect it. So the second year, I dressed up as Odin. I had this big winged helmet. And I had an eye patch on, and I got a spear and everything, and nobody came. I'm standing there with the bowl of candy, and I was like really crying. I'm like, oh, my wife was like, it's okay. So last year I dressed up as Odin again, but it was not as much as the first year.
Nobody comes to my house. Well, I live on the third floor now, so nobody comes. When I had a house, they came.
Yeah, I have a house.
But I don't have a house anymore, so.
Even in my houses, I remember one year we just moved into this one house, and it was maybe, I don't know, a week or two before Halloween. We didn't really have anything ready for Halloween. We didn't decorate at all, but some kids came to the door. I'm like, oh, this is a bit of a shock. And they're like, oh, we saw your skeleton in the window. We thought you were decorating. I'm like, oh, no, that's just my skeleton. That's always there. This wasn't for Halloween.
Those are the kids who came last year. That's funny. That's really funny.
Yeah, I put makeup on 1 year, but it scared the kids, so I never did it again.
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember
I did it for work 1 year. Same thing happened.
I put on a mask, I put gloves on, and I just sat on the porch, pretending to be a dummy. And then when kids came, after they got their candy, I would scare them. One girl threw her candy at me.
I was working for an art store, an art department store that have kids section and fine arts and crafts. and everybody was dressing up. So I was at the front desk that day, and I dressed up. I scared the crap out of all the kids. That white, black, circles, that white skeleton face. They were like, "You better clean that off."
Oh, Halloween's on a Thursday. I was just looking to see if it was like a Friday or Saturday. So Logic's got a question over here. Logic always has good comments. Question for the panel. Do you think people who go to Comic-Con now are more comic fans or just MCU and DCU fans? I think it's more casual film fan. Okay, so what do you guys think?
I think it depends on the age. Like, I think the older generation are the comic fans, and I think the younger generation came into it because of the movies.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right.
It depends on the con. If it's like San Diego Comic Con, that's a question. But if it's like I go to Heroes Con, or that's comics. I mean, because there's only comic people there isn't any celebrities at all.
I know my friend Jimmy, the same one that is mad that everybody listens to Chili Peppers and Butthole Surfers. He's a cameraman who works at San Diego Comic Con every year, and he says it's all movies in Hollywood. It's pop culture con. It's barely comics.
That went fast too.
And I stopped going to New York Comic Con because it was manga con, and the Marvel and DC they made themselves less of a presence. I'm trying to think when was the last time I even went, but my wife and I went like 6 years in a row, and we would make a Manhattan day out of it. Now you don't want to go to Manhattan. You don't want to go on the subway, first of all. And then the Comic-Con isn't really worth it. And I remember the final straw was my niece goes, "Hey, Uncle John, I'm going to Comic-Con. Are you going to Comic-Con?" I was like, "I'm thinking that. I don't know." And she goes, "I'm going to dress up like Harley Quinn." And I'm like, "I'm not going." I'm not. Well, you're not into comic books, and it's check me out. I'm in cosplay convention now.
The cons I hang out with Andy Smith and Bud Root.
Yeah, well, you said the Hero Con is mostly
comics. Heroes is all comics. There's no celebrities. It's all selling comics. I mean, there's people that sell the tchotchkes that they complain with too, but there's still a ton of comics. There's lines for people. They're all like, the only thing that bothers me about cons, and I see how you guys feel about this, is the artists charging for autographs. If I wanted Jim Starlin's autograph or Mike Grell's autograph, then I would want both those guys' autograph. $20. I'm like,
yeah, but is that their only income these days? They're not
Starlin and Mike Grell. I don't think so.
You know what I mean?
They're fairly well off.
I don't know. I have
not Joe DiMaggio.
Like a couple of guys. The first autograph is free, and then after that you charge.
I accept that. That Jimmy Palmiotti does. The first autograph's free. The next one's $5 because I know why this happened. Because when I went to comics and
they go on eBay.
Comic Cons in the '80s when I was a kid, people come with a stack of books like this.
I've seen that.
And Neil Adams was the first one to charge, but I'm like $20. So like Jimmy and Amanda Connor, that's really fair. And they always say buy a print for $20. The autograph's free because some of these guys like Steranko's really bad. You're gonna buy the print and he's gonna charge you for the autograph. But it's Jim Steranko. I mean, he's like 86 years old. But
Yeah.
I understand, but it's like it just rubbed me the wrong way. I understand all the logical things. It's like I could go to Yankee Stadium, and if I get close enough to Aaron Judge, he will sign my ball. I won't pay extra.
Yeah, but he's also making millions.
But they're not Aaron Judge.
Players probably do it better than some of the better comic book people, with the exception of
but I don't. We're talking to guys like Andy Kubik. These guys are still in. And I don't know. I thought it was a lot. I thought 20 was a lot. It just rubbed me the wrong way. I just know what you're saying. I don't disagree with you. But I
don't particularly care about autographs.
No, Billy. Well, I used to use it to say hello to the artist. It would break the ice.
I was
how you doing? I love your work. They sign. You ask them a question. You get in a conversation.
I went to Newbury Comics. Before my wife, I dated a girl who worked for Delta Airlines, right? And she would get us free flights. So one year for my birthday, she flew me up to Boston, and I was like, we got to go to Newbury Comics, and I was so disappointed. Newbury Comics, one of the more famous comic stores in Boston, it was nothing. It was like a little. It was all records, T-shirts, Funko.
I know guys who go to records. They make trips up there to buy records.
It was like, oh my God, this is a comic book store. This is a famous. I was really, really disappointed.
Yeah, I do think, to go back to the con stuff, I think a lot of people are there for the IP, like a shirt with Batman, a something like you said, the tchotchkes, and then there's like the older dudes going through the dollar bins. At least that's the kind of sense that I get. Some people, I swear, their eyes will not even register something if it's not like Spider-Man or Batman. They will just walk past. It's like their eyes don't see things unless they see, oh, it's a Superman T-shirt or this or that.
Right. Something recognizable.
I know, Fabrizio, I know you've set up a booth at a convention. Ben, have you set up a booth at a convention?
Yeah.
So what was your experience on the other side?
Like as far as what?
Setting up a booth and having fans, like,
Oh, I
how was
gotcha.
that like?
Oh, go ahead, Fabrizio. I'll let you go first.
I mean, it was good. I enjoy meeting and talking to people, so it's a lot of fun for me, and also meeting other people at the con. That's the most fun I have. So I have a good time. I don't sell a ton. It's Horace H. Hoover. It's a dude with a vacuum cleaner. I get it. I get it. But the people that do stop by, virtually everybody is older. There's no doubt. Some young kids are drawn to it, but they're drawn to the visuals, not the comics. They're rarely gonna actually pick up a comic. They just see the vacuum cleaner. Oh, that looks cool, and then they just kind of move on. So
I remember we used to have tables at cons in the 90s. In fact, that's why we did our comic, so we could still get free tables. And there is a feeling where people just look down at you. You walk by and you don't have Superman or Spider-Man, like, oh, who are you? And they just walk on. And like, I had a comic for $1. You could try it out for $1. Nope, I don't even want to spend $1 on you. Off they go. And it is, you have to get a little bit of a thick skin when you first go.
Yeah, you definitely need somebody at the table who's going to be very talkative and bring in the people, kind of be that ringmaster type person, like, hey, check out this book. Let me tell you about it. And a lot of us artists are not like that. It's just not in our nature. Luckily, though, I would set up with like my publisher, and the guy was really good at marketing and like bringing people in. So I was just sitting there with my fellow artists, and we'd have a good time.
You got to be your own hawker, You got to be Stan Lee.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that guy, Paul Thayer. He does
he's good at that. Project Nahosis.
Yeah, Project Nahosis. That guy is. I'm not even joking. We're gonna be working for that guy someday. You know what I mean? He is just like he's like the used car salesman of comic books. That guy could sell a comic book to a guy who can't read in another language.
To Eskimo.
He is good, and that's what he does. Like, he's been selling, and his main job is going to conventions and selling his comics at conventions. And then somebody brought up online and crowdfunding. He was like, "What?" You know what I mean? So he did it like backwards. Is the way we do it. So
that's it. Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, this guy, and he'll tell me like, yeah, right. So, and he's a construction worker from New York too. So I've seen that personality type. He's like, yeah, I'll go to the comic convention. I'll sell like $7,000. I'm like, what?
He's like, I'm skilled at catcalling, so now I just can pivot into.
That's good. And he's like, I stay at that booth all day long. Like he does the Todd McFarlane. He doesn't leave his booth. He's got a routine. This is a guy like I could learn from him.
That's really interesting because he's even amongst the older professionals. You could see some of the guys that are more approachable. Some of the guys are just doing commissions like this, and you just don't know whether they're going to go say hi to them or not. I spoke to Carl Potts. He's a nice guy. That's something you could get on.
Yeah,
really nice guy.
Yeah, I was waiting online to talk to him at the Comic-Con, and then, like, before I even got to him, he left. Or something.
And in our chat, I've hung out at cons with Smokey the Con Cat.
Okay, Smokey.
At Heroes and in South Carolina.
But like, what were we talking about? Like, I think a lot of comic book people by nature are introverted. It's a solo activity. Like if we got drawn into it almost because it was like I don't like people, and all right, I'll sit and I'll read this comic book, and it's something, whatever. Like it grew out of being an introvert. Me, I just like comics, but I always like talking to people and stuff. Like the story that I tell is equidistant from my house. There's a comic book store over there. There's a game store over there. Comic books are like, I walk into the comic book store like, hey, how you doing? Who wants to be my friend? No, it doesn't work. You know what I mean? I walk into the game store, people are like, hey, you want to play a game? Because board gaming anyway, you need other people. It's not a solo.
You have to be a people person.
So like the people that come to my house are friends that I made from board gaming. I don't have any new comic book friends coming to my house because it's not conducive to that. So I think a lot of these people at the booths, they probably like in a way are relieved. Oh, good, nobody came today.
Hey,
You know what I
buddy,
mean? But at the same time, I didn't make any money today.
Yeah.
Like you got to be introverted.
no,
I'm
Smokey
far
is
from an
not an
introvert.
introvert.
So you're introverted? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, he is not an introvert.
Oh, okay. There's plenty of solo games. Yes, today I played a solo game. I did it live.
My son is a collector. My younger son is a collector of games. I should get a list from him and show him show you what he's got.
I wanted a picture of Christopher Eccleston of Doctor Who, but $80. Yeah, I know. $80.
Oh, the pictures are expensive.
My wife was into that show Supernatural, and she went to a convention, and we went to Toronto because her brother lived it. So it was like we went to Toronto. I wanted to see Toronto, visited her brother, and then she went to a Supernatural convention. And while she was at the convention, I went to a Silver Snail comic store. But I gave her like $200 to get a picture with Jensen Ackles, and I'm like, photograph, but that's what you wanted. But like, I don't know. To me, I don't care who the movie star is. At $200,
I could see
That's a lot. Yeah.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
I could see Captain Kirk though, because he's almost gone. He's
Yeah, but he puts up a glass shield behind you, and he sits. You know what I mean?
no, he treated Ron Carney pretty badly, so we'll see.
He's got the Pope box around him.
Yeah. Chris loves to talk comics, but only Gen X talks it. Yeah, Millennium's in one.
Vaughn Coleman talks to Chris Claremont.
I would love to talk to Chris Claremont. I saw Chris Claremont at a convention when I went to that Boston, when I went to Newburgh, and I don't know why, but he looked pissed off, so I didn't approach him. I don't know if I misread the room or whatever. Hey, Hojo, when you come on in, Hojo, I sent you the link.
Yeah, they kicked me out. Vaughn Coleman talks to him all the time.
Yeah, Vaughn's he'll talk to anybody. That guy will talk to him.
So the last autograph, well, you know what? I got Ron's friends. Friends. It was $5. So I will give him $5. But I do have a story. The Beastmaster, Brian Singer. So this was many years ago. I went to the convention just to get a picture with him. So it was me and Stacy. We kind of run in. First of all, the dude's huge. I don't know how tall he is, but he's 6-something. He was still like super fit. So we go up, and he has like a felt marker sign, like he's crossed out, and it's like, $20 or whatever. So we go up, we get the picture, and he says to us, because it's all three of us, and he kind of whispers in our ear, and he's like, there's always one good-looking couple at these things, and you guys are it. And on the way back, I'm like, did the Beastmaster just hit on us? Like, did that just happen? He did end up on our Christmas card, though, so it was worth it.
Nice. The Beastmaster. That was a good movie. That was like one of those movies that was on HBO heavy rotation.
Yep.
Yeah, the Beastmaster.
Tanya Roberts. All right.
Tanya Roberts was such a good looking woman. Tanya Roberts. There was in the 80s. There was a whole bunch of those bad sword and sorcery movies.
I love those movies.
Yeah, because it all started with Conan, pretty much, right?
And like Kroll, and there was a bunch.
And I was in high school, and you could see girls bikini and those bikini type of things. Maybe, and it's the '80s, so maybe you'll see some stuff I shouldn't say on YouTube.
Okay, Hojo will come on. Hojo launched his comic today too, so we'll
Oh, nice.
I got to get going, but John, congratulations. Excited about Heroic Tales. It's fantastic. Thanks for having me on.
Let's give you we'll throw your link here before you leave. Horace H. Hoover, I'm not even joking. It's one of my favorite comics right now.
It's a great comic. I
really enjoy it. It's like I joked to Fabrizio, the target audience. Who's your target audience? John. John is the target. It's got everything. It's like occult investigator set in the 20s, 30s, New York City with like kind of Lovecraftian stuff. It's everything I want out of a comic. I love that limited color palette.
Thank you.
We were talking about that, how if you put limitations on stuff, it really paradoxically it forces creativity.
And I mean, honestly, I really can see Horace H. Hoover right next to Heroic Tales. It absolutely
he's in the comic, but he's not in the comic.
Yeah.
We'll let people figure that out. And Heroic Horace H. Hoover is in issue number 2, but he's also not in issue number 2.
Very excited about that. But again, congratulations. Thanks for having me on. Thanks everybody in chat, Ben and Marcus, and have a good night. I'll talk to you guys later.
See you later, man.
All right, so hope Hojo will pop in. Logic says he loves talking to Chris Claremont. I'm so mad I intimidated myself out of talking to him because he just looked furious, and I don't know. Maybe I just
maybe he was having a bad day.
Yeah, read what you like. I skipped over a comment. Okay, I wish I could get into collecting comics, but I have this notion that it's expensive. Well, it is expensive. Plus, I don't know what to buy that's worth my time. I just get overwhelmed on which comic to buy. Yes, I totally get that. And what Logic says over here, read what you like. You know what you do, Logic? Go to comic book stores, go through the dollar bins.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it
Go
doesn't
to
have
the
to be
dollar
expensive.
bins. You know, you could get some good stuff at the dollar bins. You could get a couple of consecutive issues to read a story.
Mhm.
And if you like that, you know, do you like Batman? Go to the dollar bins, find some Batman comics. You know?
Yeah, I picked up a 7-issue run of McFarlane's Spider-Man the other day in the dollar bin.
Yeah.
Wow.
You could get some really good comics at dollar bins.
Yeah, dollar bins. You can get some really neat stuff.
Yeah. Go to Ollie's. Ollie's. I was just at Ollie's the other day. That one opened up by me, and they got some 10 comics for $7.
Or what I used to do in some of the stuff I've read like recently, I used to go to the library and get a lot of trade paperbacks and hardcovers. That's how I read like that Sean Murphy Batman stuff. Oh, this is hot. I'm going to read it. Do I like it? That's how read a lot of Brian Bendis Avengers. I like the Avengers, you know.
I forget that you could get comics at the library because I'm an owner. You know, I have to own things. You know. Logic says, read what you. Okay, we already addressed that. Make yourself happy. Buy some Horace H. Hoover. Yeah, they're cheap. You know.
And I was just looking at the bundle of all three is only $22. I don't know what Fabrizio does with shipping, but each issue is only $8 compared to other crowd. And he's not even crowdfunding; it's off his store.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's going to crowdfund the next issue. I just want to.
Well, I hope so. I want him to make money.
Yeah, me too. He's in the same position as me, where it's not his full-time job. So.
Well, there's more of the crowdfunders, even the big names. Some of them have jobs.
Yeah.
And they get criticized for not being on time or whatever, or there's a delay. Fiendish 3. She's got a job. She works a lot of hours. I
just want to put this out there. Look at that.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Even if I never make another issue, which will happen, because
don't say that.
We're already, a quarter of the way through the art for issue number 2. I'm so happy about this. Look at that. That's the back cover. Everybody's getting the back cover of Heroic Tales.
It's very nice.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Here's Boss Moxie.
That's a great colorist, man. You got to.
Yeah, Daniel. I think he's got 3 more pages to send me, and we're done. Here are the girls. 2 of their cards have been unlocked. The poor Russian girl who's not really a bad guy. She's getting on, and if you see here, they got Wolf and Batsy toys, giving away little Easter eggs.
Nice.
And Wolf and Batsy's Brian Bow's character. Here's my coin.
Yeah, I have some Wolf and Batsy comics too.
So now, 4 cards have been unlocked, and there's still 3 left, even though there's only 2 spaces. I forgot when I made this, so and it's on every platform. So if I make enough on Indiegogo, I'll retroactively everybody's going to get the cards. They're already made, and I got to thank Brian Bow for that. Brian Bow made some really good cards for his Wolf and Batsy series. So I just asked him who made it, and he sent me to this. I can't remember her name, but she just talked me through it all, talked me through the process. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing, and it's funny because she asked me questions, and then she was like, "Oh, you really don't know what you're doing." Like,
well, that's what I'm afraid of. I got
all the cards here.
Nice.
And then I went out on Twitter, and I said, anybody want to do the backs of cards? This is a paid gig, and I got 900 billion bots. And then I waded through all the bots until I found a couple of people, and guy did the backs of my cards, and I was like, I want it to look retro. I sent them. It's supposed to look like it came out in the '80s for Villains Vigilantes.
Yeah.
I intended to crowdfund, but I'm afraid to do it by myself. I don't think I have time, especially the way I drive around. It's not like I'm done at 4:00, or you know what I'm saying. I have to get my writer into it. I'm working on him. He was more excited last time I talked to him. So,
let's see. We got Hojo over here, and Hojo, you got a comic. Put your link.
What's up?
Put your link in the private chat, and I'll put it in the public chat. But you just
man.
watched it tonight, didn't you?
Bro, 5 seconds in, you're making me do fucking work.
What's that?
5 seconds in, you're making me do work.
Oh,
no, I probably could find it. You don't have.
I got it, bro. No, I got it, bro. It's right here.
That's my job.
Let's see. We got some. Oh, okay.
I didn't want to be I didn't want to be a mod for the longest time.
It's a lot of responsibility.
A mod
I
life.
feel like it was responsibility. That's exactly right. And now I go on and posting links. I'm like, what am I doing?
So we got the Mythicals on Fund My Comic right now. You know what? Let's bring it up.
That's $5, right?
Do you mind if I bring up your
if you want, it's your stream, bro.
Yeah, but still, it's not like
true.
Yeah, but I want my buddies to do good too.
We all eat.
I'm hitting the wrong buttons.
But you got backed by Mark Millar. That's worth anything. Miller.
Yeah, it's funny because I had to practice saying Miller before he came on because I've been saying Millar my whole life.
My
He
entire
said
life,
he
right?
didn't mind
here.
if people call him Millar, by the way.
Oh, nice! You're up to $800 already.
Oh,
in
don't
1
tell me
hour.
that. I didn't want to look at the money.
This I feel so bad because I was the first backer for issue number 2, but I was here. I wanted to be the first backer for number 3. This is a comic I really like, guys.
Well, guess who beat you out? Do you know who it is?
Who's number 1?
Alex VRB. He's like everybody's first backer.
Oh, okay. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
So, look at that. You got some autopsy action over there.
Yeah.
Or is that Fabrizio Aiello doing the autopsy? No.
No.
Oh,
Somebody
wow.
pointed out that Val Kilmer was the waiter.
Look at this.
Bancroft.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on 1 second. This is gonna look retarded, so I have to cut my cam off. I don't want to say the R. Sorry, I didn't want to say the R word.
Look
I'm
at
not good with YouTube prohibition.
Is this the same artist?
No, he left for Superman. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, because
I'm gonna reveal something, and it's not my penis.
got some cheeky goodness over here. I wanted to talk about Fabrizio about this, but I'll look at this. So for those of you who don't know,
Oh, that's good. All right, I'll keep that in mind.
the Mythicals is occult investigators. It seems to be
Yeah, that's nice. I like that drawing. It's really nice.
and it's Nancy Moon joins a group of occult
Mysticals. Everybody
investigators.
says mysticals. I'm back. Boom. All right. Somebody. I guess I'll be the Matt Barr of the stream. That'd be funny.
But
All
look
right.
at this cover. I
Yeah,
didn't realize he had a
wow.
new artist.
Dan Kemp from Spawn colored that.
That's
That
nice.
is a great
I know
color.
you hate the '90s comics, John. I know you hate it.
No. I don't.
He colored Greg Capullo.
And here you got a
That's cool.
werewolf
I like
versus
that.
vampire. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
That's an awesome.
So they get a
cover.
reunion in this book. So I got the Kelly Jones Dracula book in this week. But check this out. See, my second issue 2's artist, like he's working on Superman, like for the McFarlane toys. It's called like Ghost of Krypton or something. So there's like a little bit of a delay with issue 2. I'm not gonna lie, but you gotta. It's the indie creator life, I got to play.
So what, is this
So
just
he
is
sent
this
me
just
this.
a card, or is this like she's looking like David Bowie in the comic?
It's just a print.
Okay, that is gorgeous. What were you saying about Action Comics?
It's nice.
He's doing the he sent me that. So
Cool.
he did
That's nice.
that was issue 2. That was a nice farewell.
That is cool.
So if you get the
Oh
Ghost
yeah,
of
I
Krypton,
love you. The demon character over
yeah, when
here.
we get to the 5K stretch goal, stretch mark, whatever. I don't give a shit.
Stretch mark. Yeah, we should call him
Stretch
stretch
So
mark.
when we get to the stretch marks,
I've got plenty
Yeah,
of
right,
those.
there you go.
so could you get issue number 1 and 2?
You can get them all. You can get whatever you need.
Cool.
I got it set up. Whatever you want. That's all.
And only on
Everything.
Fund My Comic? Are you going to be on other platforms?
Oh yeah. You have to.
Yeah.
At this level, I'm nobody.
Cool. I'm digging it. I can't wait for issue number 3. I mean,
that's great.
and
Like,
you delivered. You know everything. Kojo
yeah.
did it all right. He did it all right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on getting enough money to back everybody. Shh.
That's hard to do.
When we
It's
go
not
offline,
easy.
I'll back because I'm always afraid my credit card information will show. You know, if I back.
I hear you. I can't run a stream. I can barely be on one. So what's up, man? How'd the book close down go? Are you doing that now? I didn't want to come in.
We're doing it right. We're doing it right now. My comic ends tomorrow at noon.
Right on.
So I'm not going to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and do this. So I figured we'll do this now. And just forgive me. I'm back in your comic right now.
Oh, right on. That's cool, dude.
Shipping address. I might have to put my shipping address. Yeah, you guys can't see this, can you?
No.
I can. I see
Just
it.
I'm
your
putting in my
glasses.
phone number right
I have
now.
your- I have your
I'm
social-
sending it to the CIA.
I got
zooming
the
into your
social security
glasses.
number. I got the social security number right now.
Yeah. Look at my glasses, everybody.
I got your social security number right now.
Order
That's
myself a
crazy.
pizza
Do you
now.
ever look at do you have your campaign looked up to Google Analytics?
No,
You
is that
should do.
something you can do?
Oh, you should do that. I'll get you offline. It's a gift and a curse because you're looking at it. You're like, son of a bitch, and you can tell when somebody's like actively putting something in your. They'll say like contribution, but then they haven't clicked like enter, and you're like, why aren't they buying? So it's but it's cool.
Well, Fund My
Yeah.
Comic, like Ben bought my comic and instantly popped up. Ben Soto bought, so if anybody doesn't know that, like on Fund My Comic, I instantly know people who bought, but whatever. But Kickstarter, I don't know anything yet until I guess the campaign ends, and then that information, because I don't have any information on anything on Kickstarter, which I think is kind of smart.
Well, that's,
to me,
a lot of drop pledges at the end, they have a thing they're going to do like where it's late pledges. It's just they're in demand, or what Fund My Comic is, it's a storefront. You know what I mean? So they're trying to let creators get as much money as they can for so long. Because there was the most you could ever do on Kickstarter was 60 days. But now you could do 30 days and you can keep it open, I think, indefinitely. Or maybe there's Indiegogo cracked down on a lot of campaigns are like years late, I think.
Yeah.
So and they changed their whole interface at the end. I kind of didn't like it, and so we'll see. Like I said, I didn't want to use it, but I didn't like how they were doing the automatic tips.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I got.
If you back, you have to change it to 0.
Sucks balls.
You have to change it manually.
I don't care about being like backer
paying
number
and you go in.
1 or anything like that.
I think that's kind of like it's almost like trickery, because because a couple of guys I work with, they're construction workers. They just bought the comic because they work with me. They first off, they didn't like that they had to go to a website.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then like, what's this tip bullshit? So I'm like, put 0. I don't get. They thought that was money was going to me. So a couple of guys canceled, and reback. And then a couple of guys were like, forget about it. Here's $10. When the comic's printed, just
I did that a lot, bro. No, I mean not a lot. IRS.
I must have made like, I don't know, like 2.
Like for friends and family and shit. Like my uncle, my great uncle, my wife's uncle. He's like, I was like, here it is. He's like, that looks cool. And he was like, can I just give you cash? I was like, yeah.
There's a guy that
I'll mail it to you, and I'll say that's your money is good here.
There's a guy that I stand next to on the train every day, and we talk about comic books while waiting for the commuter train to get home. He just took $10 out of his pocket. And I'm like, dude, I can get transferred. He goes, so what? It's only $10. You know what I mean? So I got to make sure I find this guy and give him a copy of the comic.
You'd be surprised who doesn't know anything about it. So we're sitting at the hero. They have a Heroes mini con in between, right? So I'm hanging out with Andy and Dennis and Bud Root, right? Because that's what I do. Because I live in Charlotte.
No, I was gonna say in
Charlotte.
I know they live there. Yeah.
Convention. So I go there. I'm talking to Dennis, and he goes, "You know what just happened? They're talking to the head of who puts together Sheldon. Heroes Aren't Hard to Find, a legendary comic store here in Charlotte, and he does Heroes Con for the last 35 years. No idea about crowdfunding. Nothing. You're selling a comic for $25, really? And Dennis had to break it all down. And this is a guy in the business. This is his job, is to sell comics.
Your boy Zach, Richard Meyer, I mean, it's anecdotal, so treat it like that. But he went through in comic convention and was asking people, "How do you know about Comicsgate? Do you know about crowd?" And he said, "Nobody knows. Nobody. The average comic. My friends are into comics. We talk comics. They're hanging out with a guy who does YouTube for comics. They don't know Comicsgate. They don't know indie. Mm-hmm. They don't know the Iron Age. You know what I mean? They don't know any of this. So
I tell you who is paying attention. Todd McFarlane, Skybound. They know what's coming. Marvel's going to do it. DC is going to do it. It's their way of.
You think they're going to crowdfund?
Yes.
Wow.
They have no choice. They're going to license off something, art books or something. You've already seen it. Like David Finch did an art book, I think. It's coming because they know these comic shops are closing, and even though they would love to save them, it's easier to just sell it. Everybody wants to buy it online. It's like Amazon, man. They want to. They will turn that. As far as new projects coming out, like Global Comics, times they are changing, man.
Yeah.
Alex Ross did Fantastic Four books, and Marvel didn't publish it.
Yeah, look at Top Cow too. Top Cow Comics did crowdfunding for the Omnibus of Darkness and Witchblade.
You're damn right.
Wow, you just blew me away, Hojo.
Well, what was that G.I. Joe?
Mark Miller knows. Why do you think he has it? Why do you think he doesn't know about the? He knows about the indie stuff. He knows what's going on.
Yeah.
He knows where creativity happens, and he knows what the indie scene reminds me of is like the late Vertigo era. All the British people, his contemporaries, and the Alan Moores and all that stuff. The people out there are like, we read comics, but we were over here, and now we're just like, we don't have anything our own. We don't have anything our own because the new shit sucks. Because we can read all the same stuff they read. We all read the same stories, but now, like, I'm not going to compare anybody I know to Frank Miller, but those are the people that took over the late 70s, the Denny O'Neills, the Neil Adamses, the ones who actually grew up reading comics and loved it. It got too bloated, and it's kind of dying on the vine now, but you still need the mainstream. You cannot say, let's burn it all Disney. No, you can't. You cannot do this because they are the supermarket. They are the steaks. They are the fillets, even though it's overpriced and on steroids, and it doesn't taste as good as it was. But that's what people go there for. We're the candy bars and the new fresh.
Right. A rising tide floats all boats. Marvel and DC got to get that back together.
You cannot have one without the other.
Right. If Marvel and DC sells more comics, mythicals, trick or treats, and
you can't.
We'll all sell better because of it.
But in the end, you can't do. You're not going to be able to rely on crowdfunding as the sole source if you're an indie creator, right? You're going to have to get out there and do a convention here and there. Like I'm going to Baltimore, but as a fan, I'm not going to table that. I'm not ready for that yet.
Where do you live, Hojo?
I live a couple states. I live in a state down. It doesn't matter. I'm on the East Coast. I mean, if you get something for me, I live in Virginia. I have a PO box. I don't care.
Okay, Virginia. Well, I'm in New York.
Right.
I wasn't asking to dox you. I was just saying.
You should come down, man.
Marcus invited me to his house for Heroes Con. Yeah. I just so mad that I didn't take it. Yeah, because my childhood friends all go there. All these people that I've been having conversations with. I'm really hoping for next year.
Baltimore's a lovely
fun, and there's a big, CG presence at that Heroes Con. They talked about Tampa Con and doing this con. There's almost as many guys that go. The Frag is there, and Billy's there, Billy Tucci, and all these guys are great guys. They'll just hug you. Oh, I remember you. And
me and Billy Tucci share.
I even had a nice conversation with PTP separately, and Shane. Shane was a good guy. They're all good guys in person.
Yeah, I got no problems with any of the people you met. Billy is
and so and then you go after the con and hang out.
Shane's going to be in Baltimore.
He's the closest I'm ever going to be hanging out with Frank
Sinatra. I got a Superman Earth 1. I'm going to get him to sign it and maybe do a little bit on the inside.
And we talked for like 45 minutes, and now he's telling us all about the Glorious Rex 3 and stuff.
Yeah, Glorious Rex is the first book I ever received when I got to the space.
Really?
I like Glorious Rex. It's a good book.
I mean, the first one I backed was the Lucy, fucking Australia. What are you gonna do? I'm sorry, I'm dropping F-bombs.
It's funny. I don't curse, and then I was on Pizza Medi's channel, and I started cursing. And Pete was
Sorry.
like horrified. I'm like, I don't know why I'm doing this. I can't
Sorry.
stop.
I was in the army, man. It's hard. It's hard. I've had 2 or maybe.
I'm a construction worker. I probably curse just as much as you in real life.
My
Yeah.
wife tells me about cursing all the time.
What's that?
My wife yells at me about cursing all the time.
Yeah. She never used to bother me, but now she's rediscovered.
She didn't used to bother me either, but let's put it this way: it's a political season. There's a lot of cursing going on.
I'm like surprised you said that Marvel and DC, they're gonna start experimenting with crowdfunding.
I think once you look at once you look at the bottom line, and I know they know. I know somebody knows.
And it makes
It's only
sense.
a matter of time.
To them, they'll look at it like,
Right.
oh yeah, well, it's no risk. It's no
Or
risk.
look at this.
think that
Look at this.
G.I. Joe box,
Hold on
man.
a second. You know what? Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta find something.
Okay.
This Legacy of Kane thing.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my dinner.
backed
Ice cream
it.
sandwiches and goldfish. That's
I backed it on Kickstarter, and
Preston Acevedo did a cover for them.
I know. I had no idea, man. I talk to Preston sometimes.
Yeah.
I was like, "Are you serious?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm a big fan." I was like, "You son of a bitch," because like that's pretty much like I got real into that whole series like big time. Last time I saw it was like 850,000.
what's this?
Wow.
What?
It's the
You haven't
Legacy of
heard?
Kane?
John, you don't get out much, do you? I'm just kidding.
I'm sure we got a
It's
couple.
at 900. It's at $957,000.
Wow. That's insane.
Bro, I'm not kidding. Like this, like I'm like we follow each other. Me and the creator, the writer, or whatever. He is like I know he is just shitting his pants right now. I mean, I'm sure they got a lot of overhead, like with the masks and the swords they're making and all that stuff. But Crystal Dynamics is just like, we can make a game. We're gonna remaster. Like everybody's been like asking for the game remasters. I'm pretty sure this is gonna kickstart the heck out of that.
What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about.
The Soul Reaver.
All right, the year was 1999, John. When you were thinking Y2K was a myth, like every other rational person on Earth. This game it was actually a prequel, but a sequel game to like a throwaway game that most people didn't even know about. I didn't even know about, and it blew everybody away with like the cinematics, the cutscenes, and the voice acting. There's some heavy hitters in voice acting, by the way. And
I don't know anything about video games.
No, but that's what the thing. It was like a comic book. The whole time I'm telling my friend, I'm like, this is an effing comic book, dude. This would be something. And then when like Game of Thrones came out, I was like, if somebody could get the rights to that and do something like this, they would make $1 billion.
Yeah.
And now look, dude, he's about to make They're about to make $1 million. It's easy. There's like 20 days to go. 5,000 backers.
Wow.
What about that G.I. Joe box?
Yes, I was about to say that. The Skybound. That's what I was talking about.
It's
Skybound.
huge.
That's over $2 million. Todd McFarlane's made over $1 million. Probably over $1.5 million now. I don't feel like typing it anymore. That's because I'm.
Did Larry Hama get paid for that?
No,
No, God,
no,
you
he
really
just
don't get
complained
out.
about it. Skybound paid him to sign the special variant,
Yeah, I don't.
but he's not getting paid anything extra. It's not really up to Skybound. It's up to Hasbro.
A lot of people got a lot of problems with Larry Hama and what he says, but that doesn't matter.
Larry Hama says a lot of things that bother me, but he still deserves
Well,
something.
he created all those shows. You know, he created
Yeah.
the names. He created them all.
Yeah.
They all did. You know, like Denny O'Neil named the Transformers.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
He named with the main Transformer. He came up with the name because Jim Shooter. I talked to Jim Shooter for over 2.5 hours at Heroes Con. He was telling me that once they got G.I. Joe and the Micronauts ROM, they were just ready for all these Transformers books. And these places, they were all half Japanese companies, and they were bringing them to America, and they were leaving it up to the comic guys to name them and design them.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Decepticons was named by Denny O'Neil. The
Oh,
story of the
yeah,
Micronauts is an amazing story, how they got to be a comic.
Right.
Bill Mantlo, they had brought the toys into Jim Shooter, had them all over his desk. All the Baron cars, all the early ones. And then Mantlo separately had bought his kids had got him for a birthday. He had young kids, and they were playing with him. And he came up with all that stuff. Oh, well, this could be a great comic. And he runs into Shooter's office. You got to do this comic, The Micronauts. And he goes, "Hey, Bill, look at this on my desk." And then they got the license.
I've never read the Micronauts.
Oh, you should read the Micronauts.
Micronauts.
Oh, see, no, like Aldous, right? He told me like ROM was like I think I've read maybe one ROM issue and I don't even really remember. And is it worth it?
ROM is good.
Yeah. ROM is good.
I mean, usually when he recommends something, it's a good idea. But
Micronauts is very good. The first 12 issues, anyway.
Hey, John, I'm sharing that Kickstarter that we're talking about.
Oh, okay. What is this?
Wow, look at that.
Oh, the Spawn one. I got that. 1.4 million.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, this is the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver prequel.
Some people have been talking shit on the
novel.
interiors, but man, if you're a fan of the franchise, man, I don't care.
Who's doing this?
It's pretty great. Bitbot Studios. Shout out to them.
That is a cool sword.
I backed in the first 5 minutes, and I literally watched it go like in real time on my phone. Just the total. Just.
Oh, what is this? This is a book, a comic book, a game.
This is a comic. It's a prequel to the game.
It's a graphic novel.
Oh, okay.
It's a graphic novel. It's gonna be 140 pages.
So you could be on Kickstarter. You don't need in demand or anything or a store. You make that much money just a month,
album,
couple of weeks.
Here, and I'll drop this in there. I'll drop this in the link in the private chat.
Cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
I know nothing about this.
Isn't it amazing? So much stuff comes out. You just don't.
He was like, "Did you get the preview I sent you?" I looked at it. I was like, "Holy cow!" And like the pages. Oh man, it's just because I was a senior in high school in '99. You have no idea. I had already had the writing bug because I was dating this goth chick that was into like Vampire the Masquerade, and so I started writing stories and like backstories for her and her LARPer friends. I really wasn't into the LARPing, but I was just trying to get in her pants.
Yeah, there's the Press Acevedo right there.
It is the one on the right. Yeah. Complete fire.
Dr. Mask. What do people do with prints? I'm practically drowning in them. I got a short box filled with all of cards, bookmarks, magnets go on my fridge.
I might be out of the David Bowie print.
That's a good print.
It was Duck Bacon. Like he was in the chat too, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, this is you." And it was good for him.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad.
I don't know what to do with them.
Oh, cool. I know nothing about this.
Like I'm not in the toys. I almost bought they had the original. It was like a Spawn McFarlane. It was like $50, and I looked at my wife. I'm like, and she's like,
"Welcome to my life."
All right, I'm going to bring in somebody's been waiting patiently. Does anybody want to bow out? Because
I'll bounce out.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ben.
Thanks for having me on. See you
all right,
guys.
Ben. See you,
let's give Ben another.
Good to stream with you for like.
Yeah, I know, Hojo. We haven't officially met before, so.
Here's the link to his comic over there. I backed yesterday. And
thank you guys.
And thanks a lot. And see you soon. Come, make sure you come back.
Yeah, definitely will. All right, see you guys.
Bye bye. And how you doing, Luna?
Doing good. I was wanting to talk to him, but
you want to talk to Ben, and Ben bounced. There you go.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I forgot that StreamYard.
Well, he could skate. I'd go.
No. I forgot StreamYard has a limit. Like you can.
Well, you can do 10, but I like 4 because it just looks best. And I find when there's a panel of 10 people, we all talk over each other, and So for my channel, I want to see faces. And I think 4 people is the limit on a panel.
Okay. I'll know that for next time, but
it's okay.
But anyhow, I was wanting to tell you that I just not fun, but like backed your comic.
Oh, nice.
But
nice.
But
Thank you. I wish
my
I had a
boss,
special effect to hit, but I don't have one.
but my boss didn't send me my paycheck yet, so it was like, oh, what do I do? And I was like, you know what? Because you're such an awesome dude, I went in and backed it anyways.
Oh, don't get yourself evicted. I don't want any homeless people, because then
Don't
your
worry,
comic book will get.
I'm covered
stuck
there.
through.
I'm covered there.
Thank you. And you have your channel coming out pretty soon.
I just recorded my first my video. Hopefully, I just need to edit it, and then
You're actually gonna edit. You're going all fancy.
well, I'm going to edit the video, and then I'm going to stream like you guys are next Friday after
Okay.
that.
Give me a heads up. I'll help promote you, buddy.
Oh, thank you. You're such
We're all
a
friendly,
Oh, yeah.
despite what one person in this sphere thinks.
He probably doesn't
I
even
don't
remember.
listen to the popular opinion, anyways.
Good, because I'm not very popular. Rom Space Mite is there was a comment over here. Okay. I wanted to get both of these. I love Rom Space Knight. Absolutely brilliant comic. Totally agree, Logic. I'm happy every day that Feige can't ruin Rom Space Knight in the MCU.
Who is that?
Let's
I
add
love that guy.
yet. And then Rom Space Knight is more cerebral. I prefer it to each his own.
I'm a cerebral fellow, despite what you hear and see. I'm just looking at my phone. I don't want to be rude. I have to send
Luna, you're a youngin, but you never read Rom. But I assume Marcus, you read it, right?
I had all the issues of Rom. I loved Rom.
And Rom
I'm a
was
big Bobby Cinema fan. I loved Rom.
Rom, like the
Deep
Micronauts.
Ditko, Micronauts. I loved all that stuff.
They only just recently started reprinting them because of licensing problems, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do yourself a favor. Get those first 12 issues of Micronauts and Rom. It has a little bit of low points, but overall it's a really good series. Really good series. And 4 is fantastic. Oh, geez. Okay. I may be dumb, but I'm slow.
So the comic's called Rom.
Yeah,
Rom
Space Knight.
Space Knight.
You could probably find most of them in a dollar bin.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, what's up, Brian?
Yeah.
I mean, Rom went through the whole Marvel universe. He fought
Right.
the X-Men in issue 17, the Dire Wraith and all other comics. He really became a member of at that time of the Marvel universe.
And remember, the Dire Wraiths became like a major X-Men.
That's right.
For a while, it was the X-Men fighting aliens rather than other mutants. How you doing, Brian? How you doing? Thank you. And just so everybody knows that there's the link is in the chat. You could anybody could pop in. Can't wait to read your copy. Thank you. I'm getting so nervous. To the point I was reaching out. I already had people read my script. I had people edit my script, but now I got a little bit of attention on me, good or bad. So I've been reaching out to professionals now to like go over everything, because somebody is going to red pencil my comic to death.
I don't think that's going to happen.
But if you want to do that,
it's not big enough. It won't happen. Won't care by that time.
There you go. Six Gun Gorilla by Brian. And I'm hesitating to say your name. Criscow?
Criscow.
Like Crisco, but with Jesus. Glad the campaign went so well. Thank you, Hero Dark.
He should come on. He's from New York too, I think, Brian.
Right. The link is in the chat. I'm not gonna force people to come on, but anybody comes. I still own every issue of Rom Space Knight. Yes, they were classic comics. Better. The comic was better than a stupid toy tie-in should have been.
The thing about Rom is that Bill Mantlo knew how to write a story, and he got, and Jim Shooter helped him out with that. And it was drawn by Sal Buscema, which was guaranteed exciting and guaranteed you'll be able to read the comic. Like, it wasn't going to get confusing. And there's a value in that. That sometimes we miss, even in crowdfunding. The storytelling has got to be clear. Yeah. I think we've had that problem.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite Hulk artists.
Who is?
He's my kid. I loved him. Yeah, one of my favorites too.
Sal Buscema.
Yeah.
So you're a big Hulk fan, right?
Oh yeah.
I remember that.
I like Dr. Mess says anybody could come in as long as they back the comic. That's why I held Luna off. I wanted to
Moromi, like he's FMC profile not working.
Well, there's Moromi. Moromi's one of my buddies I used to hang out with at Heroes Con.
Hey, Moromi.
Yeah.
Derail Gaming. I know.
So, I'm gonna go up there in Baltimore. It's gonna be fun.
I was gonna put up a tweet the other day. Thank you, Barbara Streisand. If anybody gets why I was gonna put up that tweet, let me know. But The Barbara Streisand effect is real. Beta Ray Bill started in Rom the Space Knight. That's not true, is it? There was a Thor. Beta Ray Bill was fighting the direct. Beta Ray Bill debuted in Thor 337.
337. Get this. So I get subscriptions of Marvel Comics at that time. And I don't remember them being folded or spindled or get wet. I'm sure it happened. I don't remember it. I put it and we took it out and we were like, oh my God, what happened to Thor? It was the biggest thing. And my dad read all the books. My brother read all my comics.
You
We
talking
were
about
like,
that
oh my
Simonson
God,
cover?
what's going on?
That is a great Thor 337.
Yeah.
There you go, Luna.
Yeah.
That is you see if you can get the Walt Simonson collected of Thor. That is some of the best comics you'll ever read.
Yeah,
What's
him
his
and his I met him and his wife at a con this past summer, and he signed
They are the sweetest,
24,
aren't they?
25, and 26 of X Factor, which, like, if you put the cover, the Archangel, like when he gets turned into Archangel, but those 3 covers, he was like, if you put them together, it's one big piece. He's like, they weren't forward thinking like that. They kind of rejected it, so I still did it kind of anyway.
Shadowpunk, come on in. The water's fine.
Yeah, I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah,
Busy.
Yeah, Shadowpunk is making one of the best comics to come out in that.
I got his figures on my wall back here.
Yeah, I got his comic. Matter of fact, my wife. Well, I'm not allowed to lift boxes, but I was lifting comic boxes.
Yeah, you should probably not do that.
I just put
Come on, bro. Come on, brother.
Shadowpunk away. It's funny. If you have big collections, do you guys do the same thing? Like, who's my comic book neighbor? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Shadowpunk, you're next to Saving the World by Tonic Mole. That's going to be your neighbor. You get to hang out with the Tonic Moles, big booby characters. I don't think Shadowpunk's going to mind that. So I'm wondering who's going to be my comic book neighbor to Heroic Tales, because I gotta put one of each cover, bag it and board it in my collection. You know what I mean? Those are going to be my copies, and I'm like, who are they going to be next to? So probably going to be next to Heroic Tales by Bill Williams, obviously from the 90s, and Heroes Reborn. Oh my God, my comic's going to be near Heroes Reborn.
That was kind of like my comic fandom had like ebbed and flowed in the beginning of high school. That's when I kind of like got back into comics. Like Age of Apocalypse had just happened.
I like Age of Apocalypse.
Heroes Reborn and all that stuff, and I was like, what? All right, that's kind of cool. But like the first time I got into like started reading comics, where I was like, all right, I'm gonna get this, and I would go to the grocery store in the spinner rack. Like, it was when they were in the Outback, the X-Men were in the Outback, and like X Factor like was doing their thing. And then when they came back in Claremont, I don't really care much. I mean, it's maybe a hot take, I guess. I don't care much for the Claremont Jim Lee era. I'm
glad you said, because
it's pretty, man. I love the way he drew. Like, I'm a big Archangel fan. So I like I'm gonna pick up the new Marvel X Factor because he's actually leading the team. So it'd be kind of cool. It's a nice throwback.
By the time that run came, I was getting tired of Chris Claremont. I know that's a blasphemy to say, but I was pretty winding down on it.
I love Inferno, man. I do. That's like, that's when I liked Havoc. Like, when he came to X Factor, like, I was kind of cool.
I
with
liked Havoc.
The change. Like, I love Peter David. I'm a Peter David stan, I guess. Hope he's doing well. I heard he was on Hard Times.
Yeah. I like Peter David too, but I like when Peter David is doing less like pop culture references.
Like when Gary Frank was drawn.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
Yeah,
I was a big David fan, enough that I read some of his Star Trek novels, his Next Gen.
I love Star Trek, man.
I really liked it, but John is right when he does so many of his pop culture references. When the lead character becomes Peter David, like eventually the Hulk became Peter David, Aquaman became Peter David, Captain Marvel became Peter. They all eventually become.
Do you think that's what you do? Like, you project your.
I think that he does that.
Tom King does that in the beginning, though. Never mind.
So Hojo, which one of the mythicals are you? I'm predicting you're probably the werewolf.
I'm the cat.
You're the wise ass.
Right. You like cats. I remember that.
That is my cat. Like, when I was a kid.
People ask me who
cats.
Who am I, who's my why can't I think what's the term projection now? Who's my self-insert? Yeah, it's not the patriarch. Believe me, I wish I was the patriarch. I wish I was as cool as the patriarch. But the joke that I give people is in issue 3, there's going to be a detective called Augie Carmichael. That's going to be my. So where do you see this disgusting person?
So you're
Let's not talk about Tom King. I'm
I'm
still a little saucy that your boy Zach was raving about Mr. Miracle,
I've never listened to Zach, man.
and then I bought like 6
Well, his
issues
taste
to
is
read them,
odd,
and then by
right?
the time I go to sit down and read them, he's horrified by them.
I know
haven't
he's the
listened to Zach
progenitor, I
in a
guess, of
while.
all of this. Like, I just don't know who he is. Like that, I know who he is. Like, somebody called me your boy Hojo. It was like, you should say that, and I was like, I had no idea what that meant. And I dropped it after about like 4 months. So I was like, nah, we're just new. I don't.
I haven't listened to a Zach video in a bit.
I just don't know the guy and like all that. I've heard. I get my secondhand CG lore from other people who've been around.
I do too sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
John's an OG, so he knows.
I'm pretty loyal. Like I said a few times on my channel, like for whatever reason, the algorithm directed me to diversity in comics. Like
did me too.
like a month or so, like right at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
go ahead.
I was getting like disgusted by Marvel and DC and stuff. And the guy was just like saying everything that like I just couldn't articulate. He's say what you want sometimes, not lately, but Zach used to be very succinct and articulate about his stuff. Now it seems like he meanders too much. I think he's spending too much time by himself. That's my theory. I'll talk about that later. But I think when you spend too much time by yourself, you become weird. But like back then, he had a job. He was working with people, and I think he had a real job. So he was forced to like succinct. Now he's wandering in his garden. He's got nobody to bounce ideas off. And I think like YouTube's his only like social interaction. I don't know. I'm guessing, but he's meandering. But besides the point, I was like, oh my God, this guy's saying what I thought. And I started sending him, because at the time, when I met Zach, I was already done being the electrician at Marvel. So I was telling him about how it was when I was the electrician at Marvel Comics. And he was like making videos. Oh, one of my insiders is the electrician at Marvel. And I'm like, yeah. So like I said to people, like, I've been CG before you. I've been CG before. Name somebody. I was CG before them. So I don't want to hear any crap. I just wasn't making a comic, but it's supposed to be a customer movement, right? So
wasn't he the guy that made Jawbreakers?
Yeah.
I know him.
Yeah,
I just like know of him through other peripheral.
I still listen to him. Is when we talk. I still listen to him. I listened to him today. But
I still listen to some of the stuff, but since he started harping on all those other guys that I don't listen to anymore either,
right?
That it's got repetitive and
he's
and I just like he still has a ton of late comics.
I don't know. I don't have time for all
started focusing on stuff that I really wish you wouldn't focus on.
Right.
But like I said, I'm a loyal guy.
I didn't unsubscribe.
The thing that's getting me really mad is he has and I'm trying not to be negative, but I really don't like that he has an AI generated image for his new crowdfunded comic that he's going to be drawing. Like, dude, you couldn't sat down for 2 hours and made a thumbnail. You're going to be drawing a comic. You should have drawn a thumbnail. Instead, you got an AI generated image on your Indiegogo, and it just rubbed me the wrong way. This is the first Zach product I didn't back immediately, because I just that's not a good way to sell a comic book. That your drawing is to have an AI generated image.
He loves AI though. He's going to do a whole AI comic before anybody else does. He's like, in 3 years, I'll be able to do a whole comic, and I won't have to deal with any of you artists.
Right. Well, here's an AI generated human being. Sorry,
I would have left if
Hojo's not here. I'll bring Hojo back. Yang Yao doesn't exist. He's an AI generated person. I mean, could a human being be this handsome? Look at that guy. We're looking into the eyes of perfection right here. That was your cue to say something witty.
Oh, sorry, was having a little headphone trouble there.
All right. If you want me to go, I'll go. That's fine.
I don't want you to go. If you want to go, you can go. If you don't,
if you don't mind having 5, I know you like.
I don't mind having 5.
Okay, I'll stay.
You want me to go?
But if it gets to be too much, I've been here a long time. I don't want to.
I was just talking about how sometimes you have a panel too big, but it's not like we're all yelling.
And
and
I'm
screaming.
practicing not talking too much, so
Should I stay?
I
or
need to
should I
practice that
go?
myself.
I'm
So,
trying to practice talking more.
so Yang, let me ask you: do you have you don't have a current campaign, do you? I know you're going to start something.
I have a campaign that is starting next month. Empire of the Undying Sun. It's a campaign guide for the Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition.
I mean, I thought you were going to be British in like a rock band, like a electronic, play keyboards in a rock band, like Depeche Mode.
Yes,
Blimey,
he's a man
governor.
of many interests.
Paul Ravoche.
I heard the Clash in my head. But keep going. It's good to meet you finally. I see you on Twitter from time to time.
Yeah, me too. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting hard to avoid the drama. Yeah, I got hit with a drama bomb. I survived, and it actually helped me. It was like going around the sun.
That's the odd thing about the drama.
It's like going around the sun, and then the gravity launched me a little faster. So I can't really complain.
As Lord Rapper Jesus would say, "Don't be Rama Rama."
Oh, did I miss some drama today?
No, not today. A couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to look. See, let's not talk about talking. Logic Finance is mentioning a bunch of real fun comic book creators.
Who's that account, man? I think they were witty.
I'm sorry.
You know, how
Logic
bad is
Finance.
Gail Simone? I read that some of those Wonder Womans that she did with Aaron LaPresti online, and other than being completely depressing after about 6 months, they really weren't that bad.
Well, that sounds like they were that bad.
Well, Aaron's work is so nice, so good that
Yeah.
I'm looking at the art first, but what she put Wonder Woman through, I mean, it was too long. Like, it's too long to torture your character the way that Wonder Woman was tortured.
I just never read Wonder Woman.
It wasn't an awful comics,
I think I have like 2 Wonder Woman comics.
Before George Perez, I didn't have any Wonder Woman comics.
I don't think I have it.
Wonder Woman doesn't have to sell to be published by DC Comics, because the deal is with Wonder Woman, if it's not published continually on a monthly basis, it goes back to the Molten State.
Right.
Oh,
and so they've always
they're gonna keep that.
Even when they canceled Wonder Woman before Perez took it over, they had Trina Robbins do that 4-issue miniseries.
Yep.
So that wouldn't go back. They have a really unique deal. Wonder Woman's never sold that well, ever. So it's the way it is.
Serious?
It's kind of like answering a video that I just watched. Like it says it pretty much explains not explains, but it asks, why does Wonder Woman get sold so less when she's like one of the Trinity, DC's Trinity, and why does she gets it like pushed less than Harley Quinn and all these other female heroes out there? So I think that answers that question from that video.
Right. Well, like Marcus said, they don't want to lose her because she's a cash cow, even though the comics don't sell. I mean, merchandise, T-shirts, everything like that. But why they can't force people to like it for whatever reason? Caught into the collective unconsciousness.
And since 1972, she'd been a feminist icon when she was on the cover of Ms. Magazine #1 with Gloria Steinem, which my mom had that.
That was Denny O'Neil that made her like a feminist activist or something, like with his lame ass costume.
Yeah, they did. That was that white.
Even he was like, yeah, fuck that.
What I thought was funny was the very first issue of Denny O'Neil's Wonder Woman with no powers. She's got that white pantsuit.
Yeah, that's it.
She's tied up to a chair. And it says Wonder Woman, feminism, power feminism, and she's a hostage tied to a chair.
Giordano inked a lot of those. She looked good anyway.
That's the bondage back history.
Well, Wonder Woman's creators, they were into bondage. They had a
that's what I'm saying. That's a throwback.
Way early, like in the 40s.
Did you see that movie?
He had to have known.
New York.
What's the name of that movie? This biopic about William Marston and his girlfriend.
Yeah, he was a
weird trailer.
But so what is does Marvel even have a Trinity anymore?
Yeah, who would be the equivalent of the Marvel Trinity? Good question, Harjo.
Because like you could say that about the Avengers, but like Thor and Iron Man's not like a big. He was never heavy. He was never like part of a big. You would never say he was a holy trinity of the Marvel universe. It's Spider-Man, Wolverine, and
Captain America, maybe.
Captain America.
Hulk? Well, Captain America. I mean, Iron Man was a B character. They called them the big three: Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America for the Avengers.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That was
saying.
more of like a power
That's
thing.
not a trinity.
But selling wise, like it depends who. And
Right,
Wolverine,
I was
X-Men.
I was just throwing a Molotov cocktail into the
Well, for a
conversation.
long time, if you want to go by sales, it was X-Men, Avengers, and Punisher. Those were the three big Marvel
Well,
sellers.
you're not gonna be. Yeah.
Well,
And Spider-Man.
With,
It's
up
amazing
until
that we
recently, yeah.
and there was also Transformers and GI Joe, which were always up there if you want to count the toy toy licenses.
As Shooter said, Star Wars safe, then they were going to go under if they didn't get Star Wars. They sold so many. They sold millions and millions and millions.
Oh
of
yeah.
in all different formats,
Yeah,
all over the world.
Those Star Wars comics really, like, everybody had them.
Because you look at the what was it, the '70s Spider-Man TV show? Didn't age well.
No.
It aged out in about like 48 hours.
Oh, that's I remember.
I watched it on YouTube. I watched it at
the first run. I remember like staying home, making sure like my parents were. I'm like, nah, Spider-Man's on tonight.
But the guy who played Spider-Man though, like they remind me of like John Romita, like drawing him.
He was with the big hair. Oh.
Yeah, it was like that. He was a good Peter Parker. I'll give him that.
The Hulk was a hit though.
Oh yeah, but they didn't know what to do with it after a while. Like, all right, what are we gonna do now? I don't know. Let's have a meteor come down and I don't know. Let's make him fight like this wiry guy. But he's another Hulk. But he's like he doesn't get bigger. He just like stays. I got bad.
I remember the Linda Carter Wonder Woman. Used to watch that.
Okay, nobody's going to say anything wrong about the Linda Carter Wonder Woman.
No, I loved it.
Linda Carter. I don't care how silly it was.
I remember
Deborah Winger. I still remember the Deborah Winger episode.
I watched it on mute a lot.
Holy Christ! It was like childhood porn.
I love that. I love the George Reeves Superman, the Adventures of Superman TV show. That was. I don't know. He was just like the coolest guy.
You know, I had kids, and that stuff. Like, they didn't show the Wonder Woman, but they did show some of the George Reeves Superman. They would watch all that stuff, and they would
every day.
They don't have to have the greatest. They just have to be good stories, after all. At its heart.
Oh, okay. Well, Marcus, you have kids. Luna, as far as I'm concerned, you're a kid. Do you like the Adam West Batmans?
Adam West I've seen a few. I have, but I do. It's just not the Batman I like. It's not the reason why I like Batman, but I do like the Michael Keaton Batman. You know,
I remember when they announced the Michael Keaton Batman, I was working.
Flipped out.
Yeah.
Well, I remember convincing people that it was going to be serious, and they were like, "No, Michael Keaton's a comedian. Batman's goofy." You know what I mean? Like before the Tim Burton Batman had a bad reputation with the normies. They thought he was Bow, Biff, Pang, Zoom, and for years
he got Beetlejuice. After
the Tim Burton movie came out, like anytime any news source said anything about Batman, they were like, Biff, Pow, Batman movie. You know. Now that's kind of gone away, but for a long time. So if anything, I don't like the Tim Burton Batman movies, but I got to give credit when they changed Batman.
I gotta go. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I don't like them.
I gotta go. I was 8 years old when that came out. Shut your mouth. It was the most that and like after that the Ninja Turtles came out. Those are the greatest years of my life.
Batman 89
that first
is one of the
fantastic.
only movies that drive comic sales.
Like that trailer I watched, I was like that Vince McMahon meme.
Yeah. To Disney, to DC's credit, I remember going to the movies when not the first Batman movie, but the second Batman movie, going to the movies, and they had cardboard, not spinner racks, but cardboard racks selling comic books.
Yeah. DC did I have a couple of them.
They had movie tie-in comics. They had,
a big deal.
If I remember correctly,
they redesigned the Batmobile and the comics because it was kind of like a Trans Am type Camaro type deal, and that's when you it's when pop culture started to creep into the comics. It's kind of it happened with X-Men, you know, like they put those lame freaking costumes, and I heard that's what they're going to do with the new X-Men 97 or 99 or 2000, whatever
Yeah.
they're going to do. Freaking lame. You're going right in. I'm sorry, I love Grant Morrison's Animal Run, and I just don't like his X-Men. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't
love the
like
Animal
it.
Man run. I
I
think
don't
we
like
talked
it.
about issue
Yeah,
5.
we have. I don't.
Animal
Yeah,
Man one's crazy.
I don't like it. I don't like his X-Men run. I'm sorry.
No.
We're gonna
No,
move on. We'll
apologize.
skip over that. But that was the first time that it really kind of infected.
Batman
I wouldn't,
89.
I wouldn't say
Masterclass
infected
Spark.
comics, but kind of like forced comics to like change their plans. Because after that, comics had to change their plans because of Hollywood, because of Lois and Clark, and that's why they killed Superman. They're like, all right, you know what? I got you. Fine. You know, we've been okay. We'll kill him.
Dr. Mass says that somebody asked, Gail Simone can write good comics. I want to give
sure
credit.
she can.
Credit to Secret Six was awesome. Birds of Prey that she did was really good. And Leaving Megalopolis was the name of the series that I couldn't remember. It's her original own. It was excellent. I don't know what happened to her lately. I don't know, but
she's writing X-Men.
But I got to give credit where credit is due. And Woodrow is 36. He loves the Adam West Batman. Good. We can still be friends. And this is what Jack Nicholson is my least. Well, first off, full transparency, I hate the Joker. Second off, I hated Jack Nicholson as the Joker.
You're no fun.
I thought he was obvious and phoned it in. Like,
what are you? Okay, just keep going, John. Right there, masterclass in marketing. You know what? I had Converse with the little Batman symbols on them that year. I had shirts that had Batman. I had a little thing at the mall where they took a picture of him and the Michael Keaton cutout at the.
Yep.
Got all that. I have a hat. I have a button. I had all of that.
Pen. You know, I
had a pin. It was that bat symbol. People were getting shaved into their effing heads, man.
Yeah.
I censored myself.
It was a phenomenon. You know.
I mean, the better question is what happened with Marvel that they had 10 years to figure out, oh, maybe we should try that. Disney.
They were making a Captain America film with an Italian Red Skull. That's what they were doing.
No, we're talking about why didn't the MCU, they had 10 years of billion-dollar movies. Why weren't there cardboard comic book displays inside the movie theater? You know, why weren't they selling Marvel toys in the movie theaters? You know what I mean? Like a kid comes out just after that Avengers movie, a little kid's like, oh my God, Captain America figure right there. You know, Dad, buy this. The dad has to say, yes, you're right there. The kid's freaking nuts, you know?
Yeah, man.
Why? It's almost like it's almost like they're doing it on purpose. Because right now, Deadpool, the Friday,
I just saw it last Friday.
The Friday that the Deadpool movie came out, making $1 billion, that week they kill off Deadpool and replace him with a woman. You know, in the comics, it's almost like they're doing it on purpose because nobody. If you F up this bad, you go, oh, they messed up, but they've been effing up now for 15 years. This is on purpose.
Well, Liefeld was involved with that Deadpool stuff, so he must have been okay with him.
Name a better Joker. I hate the Joker. Cesar Romero is still the best Joker.
Yeah, he's great. I watch that from time to time. Will young Luna discover that Jeremy from the Quartering is actually his long-lost brother?
Right on comics
today.
Right. The comics, we all have those stories. The kid goes into the comics store and after seeing the Marvel movie, and they're like, oh, I want to get a Thor comic. And, here's Jane Foster. Thor's a girl, and she has cancer. You're like, I don't want this, you know.
And Jason Aaron, dude.
I'll get an Iron Man comic. Oh, Iron Man's a 12-year-old black girl who stole the armor. Okay, all right. I'll get some Pokemon cards and leave, and never come back.
And you know, when the retailer when they went to the retailer convention,
they shouted them down.
The retailers got up and said, "We can't sell this. What are you doing?" And the retailers were called bigots and racists.
Right. Yep.
For real, at the turn of the century, like I kind of quit reading Marvel except for maybe like the Hulk, and that was it. I like when Avengers Disassembled came out, I picked up the first couple issues and I was like, oh no, and Exiles. That was it.
Exiles was fun. I liked Exiles. That was a fun.
That was it. Like I just pretty much switched to DC because I felt like, I don't know, man. They just couldn't get out of this box. They just kept putting themselves. It was like they were taking a ball and it was like racquetball. They were just throwing it and kicking the same shit around and like, ooh, that was a good move. But you're still playing freaking racquetball.
There we go. I got one guy on my side over here. He'll take the painted mustache Romero Joker over Nicholas.
Yeah, and good for him for being a egotistical prick. I'm like, I'm not shaving my mustache off for this piece of shit show. The show's gonna get canceled after 2 seasons. I'm not shaving my mustache. Kiss my ass.
It was on twice a week.
You powder that shit.
Yeah, the Clone Saga really soured a lot of people on Spider-Man.
I never
It
man.
did.
You're gonna kick
I read
me.
the
I never really read Spider-Man that much.
I don't. Comic books opinion. I don't get mad.
The Clone Saga at the beginning wasn't too bad, but it sold.
And I thought it was cool. I love Ben
editorial
Riley. I love the Ben
out.
Riley character. I did like that.
They stretched it out over and over. They wanted to keep it going and keep it going and keep it going because it sold at first, and then that probably ruined Spider-Man. Yeah.
Same thing with Krakatoa. Like, okay, it was an interesting. Let's wrap this up. And they should, but they dragged it on for what, 4 or 5 years.
Actually, I did get into Spider-Man a little bit after the Clone Saga. He did this thing, it was like Identity Crisis, where he was like, Spider-Man really was a criminal, and he had to invent these 4 different personalities. These
I remember
like
that.
Prodigy, Dusk, and something else, and like
Stinger.
That's what it was, and it was like this cool. He was so naughty. He was like a leather jacket with these little Ricochet. That was it.
Yeah.
All those comics were bad, but they didn't have bad creators. They were written badly, but they didn't have really bad artists on it. It's not
no, like Slingers, and after that, they were like 4 people took up the mantle. I read that for a little bit, and I was like, yeah, okay, this is like.
They did the same thing with Superman, though. Like 4 different people took over, like the Superman, Superboy, Eradicator, and
I was like 11 years old, John. I got them all. My uncle used to run he delivered the newspapers and comics, everything to the newsstands and the spinner racks and the magazine racks and all the new like the gas stations, the convenience stores, the grocery stores. And so he would just grab me and be like, just get me this, and this. I had a pull list with he would just be like, okay. And so I had it all, like when like Superman 75, like the death of Superman, I literally got probably, I don't know, 15, 20 bagged and boarded copies of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just gave me a whole box because they overprinted, man.
My wife just came down and told me that Joaquin Phoenix is her favorite Joker. I guess for some reason she thought it was important for me to know that.
Divorce her, John.
I'm glad to know.
Divorce her. Divorce her. Divorce her.
Uh-oh.
I'm just kidding.
I did like that, but to me, that's not the comic book Joker.
It's stupid. It's just I watched the trailer and I looked at this. I'm not
going to see the new movie because I just hate Lady Gaga so much.
Lame. She's lame. The movie's lame. The entire freaking premise is lame. It's like Gotham. It just got lame.
Yeah. I never watched Smallville. I'm like, what am I watching this for?
I did like Smallville.
I watched Smallville.
I think
like 6 episodes, and I'm just like, come on.
It got good because because I was in high school, So.
But I'm still in the middle of watching Arrow. I watch it every time I go down to my dad.
I wish I'd have stopped after season 2. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I watch it.
I hate it.
Going to my
the Constantine season though. You're gonna like that.
I hated season 2 when they bring in. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, just gonna say I wish they had continued with Constantine. They got really good by the end of season 1.
Really? Right? CBS, you idiots.
Like, yeah, they actually got a guy who looked like the comic book character to play the comic book character.
Oh, and not only that, like at the end, the cliffhanger was like Sam. Oh my God, they got him right. They got the House of Mystery. You got to see Dr. Fate's helmet. Like, what's that? He was like, nothing. It was great. It was you could have brought, if you'd have tied that with and immediately done like the Swamp Thing.
Did you see the Swamp Thing show?
I have.
I mean, the TV series.
I saw the pilot. I liked it, but
it was
when it
the rumor that I heard about that show, and I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong.
It's expensive, I heard, but that's.
I heard that they took all the money and used it all on the first season, and it looks really good. They got good actors. It's really well done. And then like, okay, let's do season 2, and they're like, no, all that money we gave you was for like 3 seasons, and they're like, what?
What? What did you say?
Well, what do you mean? Like that was supposed to last you 3 seasons.
You smoked it all? Yeah. What do you mean? It's supposed to last you the whole week. What do you mean?
But it was really good. I mean, they took liberties. Abby, instead of being like a preschool teacher. She was a doctor. You know,
It's okay. I don't care.
God forbid a woman be a caring caregiver. You know?
It's okay.
But,
I like the first episode, the first 2 seasons of the Flash.
Yeah,
too.
the first
CW.
two, yeah.
I kept watching it because I like the actor a lot.
I stopped after like COVID happened and like they
Yeah,
couldn't-
yeah.
and then like DirecTV stopped carrying CW and I was like, it's probably for the best.
It was for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I
just
never
didn't
watched
like-
Arrow. My dad watched Arrow.
I wanted to see I was a Flash fan. Like I wanted to see like Cobalt Blue or something like that would have been cool.
It got woke. It got pretty woke.
And they used oh my
his
god.
wife was a girl boss.
And then Legends of Tomorrow, like I
Oh my
watched
gosh,
that.
don't get me
And
started.
then when they did, like they went one time, like they went and saw Obama in college, and like it was during when Trump.
Oh
first
yeah,
got
I saw
elected.
that.
And
The
she was
one
like,
thing that-
"We
one
miss
thing I have
you.
to
God,
say.
I wish we could take you back." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah, I saw that. The first season, 2 seasons of that show was so bad, like superhero wise. They tried to do like real
Yeah.
was so bad, and the budget was so
Atom.
limited
Oh.
that they just went nuts, and they were pretty self aware about it. So you knew they were laughing at the whole thing at the same time as they.
Yeah, you're gonna keep watching Arrow. Wait till you meet the Atom. The Atom.
Oh, I
As
saw
like
that. I
to
know
call
what
him, like
happened to the Atom. I watched
he's
those
like
shows.
he's like the White Claw of Iron Man's.
Oh yeah, I know. I like that guy though, Brandon Ruth.
Yeah, dude. Like when it is worth it
Yeah.
when they do the Crisis on Infinite Earth or whatever. It is kind of worth it.
That was good.
Yeah, I
Every
just
once
didn't
in a
like
while,
the
but
shows.
these shows that do superhero shows, the issue is that there
messed
are
up
22
Dr. Destiny.
episodes a year. They can't be a good episode at 22 episodes a year.
I know.
There's not enough budget. They had
I know.
Firestorm, and he was never Firestorm because it cost so much money.
Oh, don't get me started on Firestorm.
I'm like, oh my god, why are they walking around without?
Oh, I forgot how terrible Arrow was.
So why did they have Firestorm?
Oh,
But they were so silly.
I gotta
Legend
go.
of Tomorrow was so
Marcus. You just
silly
ruined
that
my night.
it was all right. I mean,
I hate what they did with Deathstorm too.
12 episodes a year, and it would have been decent.
It just got so bad. Oh god, it was so terrible.
Sorry, I brought that up.
Oh my god. And then like Constantine, it was like he had a or 2 throwaway lines about him being like bisexual, and you make
that's
an
it. They
entire
made it
plot
bisexual.
line.
Yeah, that whole plot line.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
that
season.
Ryan's probably like, okay, how much are you gonna pay me?
They did all their DEI in Legends of Tomorrow.
Oh my
Oh, yeah.
god,
It was so
Ava.
bad.
Ava,
I watched the first 2 episodes of Supergirl, and I loved it.
I didn't watch
The
it.
first
some
season of
reason-
Supergirl was pretty good. And then she became a
Krypton
girl
was
boss.
the
She was
shit.
awful. As soon as she went to the CW, that woman, she's a perfect looking Supergirl.
Yeah.
Casting was great. And she got worse and worse. I had to stop watching it
Yeah.
because she got mean. Supergirl was nasty and lecturing everybody every episode. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I know the type.
And then she beat up Superman one time. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Did you ever watch?
don't get me
Did you watch Krypton? It was on Sci-Fi.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my god, dude! To this day, like you can even look it up. Just look up a still, the best representation of Doomsday you've ever seen on screen.
Oh, I'll have to look at that.
Zack Snyder. What? Oh yeah. I mean, really? Okay. But
I
it
don't-
was compelling.
all
It
these
took
things I've
place
never
on
seen them. I
Krypton.
never watched them.
Oh, it was great. Brainiac was like the big bad,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it was just like this slow
So-
burn. It
But it
kind of
was
got
good.
a little.
I don't
DEI.
even know if you could like. It was good. The Krypton show.
Oh yeah, the first 2 seasons. I mean, they only made 2 seasons. The second season was a little like they made Zod. They brought him back, but he was like a big black dude.
Yeah, that's what turned me off.
But like other than that, like
Jimmy
the
also was
Brainy,
black in
well, like the Brainiac character. Oh, it was beautiful.
They made Jimmy Olsen the 6'4" black guy who's supposed to have a relationship with Supergirl, except they had
Oh,
no chemistry at all, none.
yeah.
And then they would make anti-Trump jokes, but the president of their Earth was Linda Carter, and they'd be making Trump jokes. There was one time when Supergirl, some guy was just trying to do his job, like a FBI guy or whatever, and Supergirl's like "F you" and knocked him out for no reason,
What?
just because he was a guy. It's so bad. And they killed their own show because it could have went on for longer. The first season wasn't bad at all, like
What about-
CBS.
What about Batwoman? Did you watch that?
I didn't watch.
Oh,
I
no,
refused.
no.
Oh
At some
God.
point, I had to stop.
Ugh.
I don't. Yeah, I like I've been I don't watch anything new. Like I'm definitely like an old fogey now. It's like, oh, a movie or a TV show's coming out about a comic book I like I just hang back
Oh,
and I wait to
you-
see
Well,
what
you're not-
people
I
react.
felt like with the CW
Are you
shows,
going
we
to
were
see
kind
the
of
Crow
drawn
tomorrow?
in.
I didn't see the original Crow. Sue me. I
Oh, I saw
I
the
never read
original
the Crow the
Crow.
comic. I never,
I watched it with the wife about a month ago. I don't know what she thought. It didn't blow her away.
everybody loved the Crow. Like I only read my
It was
first
a soundtrack,
Turtle
really.
comic a couple of months ago.
I know I'm in the unpopular opinion here, but I just didn't like Arrow season 2. Where I like Deathstroke. The things they did with Deathstroke.
But it wasn't really him, though, right?
It wasn't really him.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. You admit that it was the guy. It was the character. Manu Bennett or whatever he does. He is
Yeah,
great. Like
He's a good
he was
actor.
Yeah,
in
the actor was good.
the
You're
Blood
right.
in His
The
Hand.
actor
What was
good.
it? Was it Spartacus or whatever? He was in
Yeah, he
that.
was in Spartacus. He was
Yeah,
good.
yeah, he is great. But continue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you.
But what I hated is what they did with Black Canary, and they made her like have that love interest that was like, well, I'm straight now. Well, I was gay, but then I'm straight, and then my ex-girlfriend is now after me, trying to kill me because of that. Or
I was just gay for pay,
Well,
Like she was just there. She was like, I was just being gay. I was just eating fish sandwiches to get out of jail. You know what I mean?
the girls on Arrow are really hot though, so there's that.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
And
the
then I felt like the CW shows dragged you in for the first season. Every first season was pretty like Arrow first season was good.
I didn't buy
Flash
the
first
Felicity
season
stuff much.
in 2 seasons were good. And then they just okay, we have you in, now we're gonna woke you up. Boom. And then
I'm
the
gonna
Flash
woke
got
you up.
stupid. Like
That's-
Flash himself was so powerful, particularly in that Earth, that there is no season, there is no they used to have a big bad and then they have a villain every episode. But he would have to sit there. You don't really want to rob that bank, do you? And then somebody hit him over the head with a hammer because he's so fast. He could defeat everybody, and they weren't creative enough. So after a while, he was supposed to be a genius, and he's acting like a moron.
Yeah.
And then his wife lost
That's
him
what
around.
happens when you have a superhero that's too powerful.
Flash
That's
is
why
awful powerful.
I think it's a rookie mistake to make a superhero too powerful, which is why the
Well,
picture
that's why he
is
had to
a
fight the
normal
Speed Force.
weakness that can be exploited.
I did like the idea where he grows in power, but they played that too fast. No pun intended.
Right. Well, when he didn't, the problem is every time they had to have a speed character, and they were running out of ideas. And when they didn't have a speed character, it really fell apart.
Yeah.
And then they stopped having him in uniform half the time.
Oh, I wanted to show. Oh, I don't know if you saw this yet, Yang. I'm just gonna make my screen big for a second. Did I show you these cards?
No, I haven't seen them.
These are the stretch goal cards. I know because we always talk about role playing games, but these are the cards.
Oh, very cool.
And then I found somebody to do a retro look for the back. Because the whole premise is this comic came out in the 80s, so I got the Villains Vigilante logos on. Oh, this one's upside down. So we just opened up another stretch goal. So
Nice, bro.
four cards tonight. 4 out of 7 have been unlocked.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah. I don't know why all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I don't think I showed you. Hey Joe, how's the closeout going? Can't wait for my comment. Thank you, Pity Ma. The closeout, let's take a look. Let's see.
Nice, brother.
Yeah, I'm almost at 6,000 on Fund My Comic, and I got another 1,000
Nice.
on Kickstarter. I know it's crude to talk about the money, but
Nah, dude. No, it's not.
That's what you're supposed to do.
but
Yeah.
more importantly, I got 252 backers for
That's crazy.
for a nobody like me, that
That's
has a
right.
small channel. You know what I mean? This is my first campaign. I'd like to think they like me, but we all know it's because there's glorious art by Renzo. And to talk to Renzo is to love Renzo. The guy is the coolest, most charming guy you'll ever meet. We were talking today about scheduling. You know what I mean? He wants to know how he's going to get paid for the next couple of months. I was like, go ahead. If he's finishing with Arrow Sparrow, and then he's going to come back and finish my comic. So we just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. But look at
That's who edited my book.
I saw that.
Aaron's work. Aaron is a cool. Did you see him on my channel a couple weeks ago? Like a week ago?
Yeah. I popped in. I said a comment. I couldn't stay long.
Yeah, he. What a cool guy, man. I could have talked to him. We only stopped talking because I'm like, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. We started.
Yeah, bro. He'll tell you immediately. He pulls no punches.
Oh, he was a cool guy, man. We were laughing. Cool. What a cool guy. I really enjoyed him. I hope he comes back on the. I sent him an invite for tonight. It would be nice for him to pop in, but yeah. So I asked him if he would look at my comic. When I have all the files done, he's going to be the first person to look over it because, now that I got some heat on my campaign, I want to make sure that I live up to everybody's expectations, and I trust him. Fund My Comic is the only place to get this Pat Broderick cover, so I wanted to bring this up again. A lot of ants. I still haven't released who the bad guy is, the main bad guy. We also have Boss
Ooh, a tease.
And here's the back cover
right here.
A few people have messaged me and they said they heard me talking about this image, and that's why they said they don't even like superhero comics. A few people said they don't even like comics, but they like when I said that the patriarch, he's a husband, father, and because of the nature of supervillains and because of a story that I've yet to tell, they're homesteaders and they're homeschoolers. You know what I mean? They're off the grid.
Right.
I didn't put it in issue number 1, nor issue 2, but I think issue number 3, he's actually going to pay for something and he's going to take out the Spanish doubloons, and gold coins, because with his powers, he'll go to like shipwrecks and, you know what I mean? So he doesn't even pay cash. So I think it's funny. He's going to be like, how do you pay taxes? Taxes as he pays with gold coins. So they're like, I like the fact that he homeschools and he homesteads. Well, he's trying to stay away from villains because his identity is public.
Right.
I think it's issue 4. I'm going to show his origin, and you're going to see why he's keeping off the grid. And little spoiler alert: worst kept secret in the world, as I hit the wrong buttons, is has a little bit to do with the scars on his wife. Actually, it has a lot to do with the scars on his wife. So that's. I think that's a big reason to stay away from, keep your family away from the public eye. So, Pity Ma, I hope that answered your question. I'm doing the closeout. It kind of snuck up on me. A little funny story is I meant to do this for 2 months, but I hit 4 months, and then it went live, and then I was afraid to edit it because people already started buying my comics. So I'm like, if I edit this, am I going to cause the thing to crash? So I just left it, and I figured, but I wanted to do 2 months, and then Kickstarter for 2 months, and then Indiegogo for 2 months. But instead, I did 4 months, and I think I'm only going to do a month on Indiegogo because by the time, Indiegogo is going up in 2 weeks, and somewhere during the Indiegogo campaign, I should be dealing with the printer. I mean, we are this close. We should have been done 100% with the art. My colorist's father had a heart attack. He had to go travel and stay with his dad while he was, going through physical therapy and everything. And any second now, he owed me 5 more pages. I think he owes me 3 more pages, and then lettering, pre-press, once over, and then print up, and we're going. So, like I said, even with heart attacks and broken necks, I'm still ahead of schedule. I think I said in the fall I'd be shipping, and we're already 7 pages into issue 2 when then Renzo said he wanted to go finish some stuff for Aaron, and then
bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, well, Aaron's stuff. He's I don't even I haven't even started a campaign for issue 2 yet. So yeah, of course, go for Aaron. You know what I mean? So and I got a script that I'm rewriting right now. I was actually doing it before we went live. That is going to go to Tonic Bowl and Oscar Carreno. I'm going to have 2 artists, and I'm toying with the idea of It's called Eddie is Doomed, and I describe it as Love and Rockets meets Crisis on Infinite Earths. So it's about a comic book collector who his dad says, you know what, it's time to move out.
Uh-oh.
Poor Eddie is doomed. He has to move out of his dad's house.
Mm.
And at the same time, Top Comics is streamlining its continuity. They can't have a Golden Age characters at Silver Age. It's too confusing, so they're streamlining it. So everything about Eddie's life is changing. He has to get a new house. His comic beloved they're ruining his childhood. Eddie? What is poor Eddie going to do? How is he going to deal with this? So Oscar is going to draw the comic book portions, Top Comics, and all the Silver Age. So he's got like Silver Age versions and Golden Age versions. I should start sharing these. They're so good. And then Tonic Roll is going to draw the real life. And I'm thinking the real life is going to be in black and white, and then the comic books are going to be ridiculous colors. So
I wonder if that's going to cost more.
I don't know, but this is pretty ambitious. So I'm going to take my time. I might do it as an add-on for issue number 2, because I don't think I can. I don't want to do your boy Zach, and while everybody's waiting for Jawbreakers number 2 to throw out some esoteric.
Oh well, $4.99.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I don't want to. So I don't mind making it all and then sitting on it until like after Heroic Tales number 2 is complete, you know. But I'm excited.
I don't like any of the shaved head characters, and then there's a shaved head character in this next comic. Okay,
you know what I mean. You got to dance with the one that brought you. That's why the Patriarch is my flagship character. He will be in every issue, because I realized I was repeating mistakes that other people have made.
Kill all your characters.
Yeah. Well,
why don't you kill them all?
I don't want to kill up but issue number 2 is. Oh, you're leaving, Hojo?
Yeah, fellas, I got to roll, man.
You looking
I just now looked at the time. No, I just don't have my glasses on. I was looking at the time there.
Let's put up your link one more time.
Yeah, sure, fella.
I always said
$100 away.
Killigrew has a comic called The Mythicals, but not Marcus Killigrew. Hojo has a comic called The Mythicals. I got issue 1 and 2. I really like them. I'm excited. I backed number 3 while we were talking here tonight, so I put my money where my mouth is. I'm afraid to bring it up because it might have my credit card information.
That's cool, brother. Don't worry about it. I got you.
I got your card information. It's all right.
Yeah, Marcus has it. There you go. It's worthless.
Oh, it looks nice.
You spent all your money on your comic. You have no money.
We're $100 away from funding. So
nice. Looking forward to it. And nothing against the old artist, but this new art looks outstanding. It looks so good.
Yeah, man. He gets it, and he's into it. Like he's super excited. He read it first too. He's like, "Oh man, this is awesome." He sent me all these character designs that he redid. And he was like, "I'm like, yep, this is it." And some of his pages are like, it reminds me of like Neil Adams, the way he would draw panels and like his eye lines and the way he would do sequential stuff. So, it's great. It's got about 10 pages penciled so far. So it's 28 pages.
And look at that. That is some gruesome stuff. And the Mythicals it's occult investigators, but they're also like monsters.
Yeah. So think of it like so it's like the Wildcats meets like Buffy the Vampire Slayer with like a little bit of X-Files mixed in. So it's like a covert action horror mystery type deal. Like it's like Men in Black, but with monsters, I guess. I hate using those stupid comparisons. I try to go away from them, and then when I ramble, I'm just like, all right, this is it. Like I never really read Hellboy, so I don't.
Oh, I love Hellboy.
I can't really speak on BPRD, but like this is more of a I guess after like issue like 4, like we go on this. It's like Indiana Jones. Like it's like each issue is like a different locale, like a different looking for all these different artifacts.
But I really dig it, man. I can't wait.
Oh, this is so good. Issue 4 and like I just want to skip to like next year to where I'm launching issue 4 because it's my favorite. Like the cameo.
Yeah, so never mind issue 3, everybody. Let's just wait.
I'm just saying, like this sets up issue 4 so well, like to where you just have to have it.
Yeah, I know you talk about. I can't wait to tell everybody, issue 3. And then issue 5, Let's Save the Dinosaurs. I can't wait. I can't wait to see how that comic is going to look.
So
Again, I wish I could do comics monthly, but
yeah.
until then, we have wishes. But thanks a lot, Hojo. Thanks for showing up.
All right, Phil. Thanks for having me, John. And
problem.
congrats on the
Anytime.
close down there. All right, see ya.
Bye-bye. Whoop. And then there were 4. Okay. I wanted to say this because I was looking at his comic. This brought up a topic that is, I think, something to talk about. But he had that woman get undressed. You know, it was suggestive, but not lascivious, not R-rated. You know, and the temptation to go full R-rated, let's say, it's strong when I'm my own boss. Like in issue number 2, Renzo's already drawing it. The patriarch is married. He loves his wife. It starts out with them in bed. You know what I mean? So like I could have made it as R-rated as I wanted to, but I still thought it's classier to have a hint of suggestion rather than go. So what do you guys think about stuff like that? Like I want my comic to be all ages, but like I do think that, and I'm trying to be as polite as possible. Like the scene in Cord de Roth, I thought was unnecessary and added nothing to the comic. Yang, do you know that comic at all that I'm talking about? I know Marcus knows what I'm talking
Not
about.
familiar with it.
Andy Smith's core draft.
Yeah, the
Don't know.
scene in that comic.
Well, he took it out in a couple for a couple of.
He made another edition without that,
Hmm.
which proves to me that you didn't need it. And you're like, yeah, I'm a man, flesh and
Well,
blood.
but he's done Andy's crowdfunded books where the characters are completely naked. I mean, he's not past that. He's worked for Penthouse Comics too.
Right.
So that
That's
might
the
have
point
been why.
that's
And
the
this
point
they
I'm-
thought was a real mature book because they're cutting people's heads off and stuff.
Yeah, well, Americans
we're
will
gonna
accept
throw
war and
this-
violence, but
Right.
like, I want my nieces and nephews to read my comics, and like, hey,
Well,
my
to
uncle's
that end,
not my
that's-
uncle's a dirty old man.
that's why he came out with a manga size that's black and white with gray tones and a full color digest size so that they can sell it to the other people. That they did. Fans did ask him for that. That's why and they listen. So they have different ones. They sell them at cons and people do buy them and they're add-ons. So, I don't know if I didn't ask him if he regret putting in that scene or not, because I wasn't sure that was a sensitive subject. And I don't know if there's going to be a scene in the second one like that.
Because Jimmy Palmiotti's The Hunters, that's a great comic too. And then there's just like 2 pages of just, sex. And then, you know what I mean? But
Jimmy's
of the
trying to get
opinion
his
that-
books on Netflix. He's not trying,
yeah, I'm of the opinion that like most nude scenes are gratuitous. Like what, can
Sure.
you name a movie or book where the sex scene was like, they needed that scene? You know what I
Altered
mean?
Carbon.
I still haven't seen
Okay,
it.
yeah.
They needed the
Yeah.
nudity. I'll
But,
take
Well, the whole thing about Altered Carbon is you can your brain or your brain basically exists on like a thumb drive that you can take out of your current body and plug it into another one. So then the season 1 is like an exploration, like, well, what is life like if your body does not make up who you are, and like all the things that could happen to you. So what would people do if you could just swap bodies to have sex with different people? Like your wife could be Asian one night and Latina the next night, and then back to her normal body the third, or you could end up sleeping with people who are wearing a body that looks just like your wife's body, and so for that show, the nudity absolutely made sense, and it added to it. But I do agree, most of it is, extra.
But
like any of the nudity in Game of Thrones, was it necessary?
Maybe to be shocking at first, but
You know,
but after that, not so much. Because you could look at it, the last like 2 seasons, there wasn't very much.
yeah, it got less and less as they went
well,
along.
the thing is about any nudity that's on TV or HBO shows, we have the internet. You could see anything at any time. There's almost no point. And you could see there's a whole section of comics you could do that. and you don't have to put it in your comic. There's comics just for that thing, and you could see anything on the internet. It's
And,
for better or for worse.
I will
And it
correct
was-
myself. Omaha the Cat Dancer, the nudity was
Well,
important.
that was the comic.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was the point.
Yeah, that was the point. So
Um,
I correct myself. But
Why Cherry Pop Tart?
yeah, Cherry
Yeah.
Pop Tart. Yeah. Without the nudity, there's no reason for that comic. At
but
least
if you
Omaha had a good story, actually.
That's
if
true.
you go back to like Mark Silvestri's run with Claremont on the X-Men, there was all sorts of cheesecake and like discreet nude stuff. And
Covered
there
by
were
shadows and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, there were even a lot with in some Spider-Man issues back in those days too. You know,
Oh
and
yeah. The McFarlane
So-
Spider-Man specifically.
and that was pretty common in everything. Like I watched Crocodile Dundee not too long ago, and there's a scene where the woman is going, she's going to go swimming in a pond.
Linda Kozlowski.
She's wearing
How's
a
that
one
for a name
piece.
I pulled out of my butt.
She's wearing a one piece, but then you see her from the back, and it's a thong. So even like normal movies that just had all sorts of gratuitous nudity back then.
In the 80s, you could get a PG movie and you could see a pair of breasts most of the time. And
Clash of the
forget
Titans.
about it. And there was a whole subgenre of those type of movies, Andy Sidarkis movies, that were just like women that were like breaking people out of jail and they never had their clothes on. And now that's all dead because we have we have the two extremes. We have the pornographic extreme, and now everything's shut down. Everything on the regular side is all shut down by the complete opposite. And it isn't the right, not to be political, but it wasn't the religious right who would shut all that. Couldn't shut all that down, but it was successfully shut down by others now.
Mm-hmm.
The left, I guess. Yeah.
I remember Clash of the Titans. That was a PG movie, and there was two boob scenes in that movie, and I was, oh
Beast
man,
Master,
that was great.
Excalibur.
Well, Excalibur was R-rated, and
That was R-rated.
That was R. And anytime anybody mentions Excalibur, I got to reach behind me and get the Excalibur sword. That's how much I love this movie. I actually
Nice.
bought the sword. So
I
just so you guys know, I am the rightful king of England. All right,
England needs your help. You better get there.
Yeah.
Actually, I have some of my son's swords.
Can you imagine that if I go running over to England with an Excalibur?
My older son started collecting swords, but now I have them. They're in the closet.
Nice.
Nice. I don't know, but the question I'm like I'm giving myself self-imposed limits, and then like what I was saying with Fabrizio Aiello earlier, like he chose a limited color palette for his comic.
Mm-hmm.
He was giving me the actual technical numbers, and I don't remember, but basically with modern computers you have infinite colors. And he limited it down to I don't know. I'm just gonna say 120 or 64 or something like that.
64 was the old style, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 64, and he chose that. And I really, really like how creative he gets with the limitation. So I'm choosing to make my comic all ages. And I know a couple of people cringe, but all ages is kiddie. You know what I mean? This isn't the epic line. This isn't the star line from Marvel Comics. If you remember droids and Care Bears and Ewoks, you know what I mean? I'm all
Thundercats.
What's that?
Thundercats.
Yeah, Thundercats was part of the star line. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't remember. But like traditional Scooby Doo is for kids. But I like the Hobbit. The book is all ages. Harry Potter. It started out for kids, but I think it grew old. But Claremont's X-Men was all ages,
Mm-hmm.
and that because I got the temptation to like I could make this I could show, but I don't want to do that. So I even told Renzo, make sure we don't see anything.
I read one Harry Potter book. I read the first one.
I thought it was good. Question for the panel: Logic. He even put stars on it, so we have to pay attention. What are your thoughts about Thor: The God Butcher saga? Seemed really to be a reflection of the whole deconstruction of heroes' ethics that's prevalent in all the media. The movie was awful,
Yeah.
but the comic I liked, but at the same time, it had like an ugliness to it that I couldn't really define at the time. And speaking of ugly, how you doing, Brian?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's going
How was that
on?
for it? How was that for it?
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, Marcus, I'm sorry. Those swords should not be in.
Well, I think the
Okay,
idea is
I'm just gonna go get another soda. I need to.
I think my son's going to take him back, Brian, at some point.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to get attached.
No.
Oh, okay. I understand.
He's
I'm a sword
renting
collector
house
myself.
now, so maybe he'll come and get them. They were on the wall when we had a house. They were on the wall.
Oh, okay. All right, because and you never know when the zombies are going to come.
Well, that's
right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. You need to be prepared. I personally like to have a sword in every room. And I got the pew pew also, but swords don't run out of ammo.
I'm so slow and injured. I'm the first one eaten, so there is a problem with that.
Well, swords are like golf clubs. You need the right club for the right shot. You need the right sword for the right job.
Yeah, the only fantasy sword that I allowed in my collection was the Conan the Barbarian Atlantean sword. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's made out of iron, huh?
Mythological Thor hammer. I don't know how well it would stand up to repeated beatings, but I'm sure I could take out this entire panel.
Oh, I'm sure.
The haft should be a little too short, though. That's both in the Jack Kirby version of Mjolnir and also in the original Norse sagas. But yeah, the only fantasy sword that I allowed into my collection was the Conan the Barbarian Atlantean sword. The one that's from the John Milius movie from 1982. Because it's like my rule is it's like I have too many toys, too much shit. But if it's something that I really wanted, like since I was like a little kid, I'm like, okay, I'll let myself. I'll spend the $250 for that. And yes, we do need more all ages books.
You have children?
Me? No.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But I have friends who do, so I'm like Uncle Brian.
A Six Gun Gorilla, is it an all ages book?
No.
Talk about your.
It's PG-13. I would say it's PG-13. Yeah, and it's got some language in it. It's got some violence. It's got a lot of violence. The violence isn't especially gory, but it's bloody. Do you know what I mean? It's like I mean, I remember
it's a gorilla with guns. I mean,
well, guns that are the size of howitzer cannons.
Yeah, it's a gorilla shooting guns at people. I mean,
big giant fucking bullets. Guns big enough for a gorilla's hands. If you've ever seen a gorilla's hands, they're gigantic. Yeah, man. But it's not like a Garth Ennis thing, where he's like breaking people's legs off and sticking them up their asses or anything like that. I didn't want to. Not that I'm like opposed to gore, right? I'm a big horror movie guy, right? That's my favorite genre. So I can deal with some gore. It's just I didn't feel like this was the book to make it especially bloody. But it is, there's people getting killed. People getting shot and run through it with spears and other things, and people getting crushed into balls by a very angry gorilla. Yeah, well, that's where the drawn-in tears come in handy, because the thing about the people that back the drawn-in tears, they really like to get killed. They're really into it, right? So
just had the same thing that I'm going to bring. Put your link in the private chat so I could click on it and I'll bring up your campaign page.
Oh, okay.
But who else was just telling me? Ashley, who's doing the Santa's nuclear, whatever it's called, the nuclear winter Christmas special.
Yeah,
people are you could pledge to be killed by zombies or be a zombie in his book, and people love that. And Brian Bow and Wolf and Batsy, you could get killed by Wolf or Batsy.
That's
Of
a
course,
great
everybody
book,
wanted to
man.
get ripped apart by a sexy vampire girl. So people,
I've just been diving into those actually
oh,
because
those are
yeah,
good books.
he fulfilled on that campaign I think months ago,
Yeah,
right?
he's
But
already.
that stack of two read stack, you know how it never shrinks, it just kind of grows, right? You try to keep it at a certain level, but
Nobody has a
I'm gonna
two-read.
get to it.
Nobody has a two-read stack like John.
I got 18 long boxes over here, and then this nonsense right over here.
Damn.
Because I used to buy people's collection.
Oh well,
Live up
that's
to the name.
always
I have to read.
sweet.
I'm behind too.
Now, I was just talking to Brian about today. He's actually getting everything ready for his next campaign for issue 13. I don't know if I was supposed to spoil that or not, but
No. Actually, this is going to be the last Six Gun Gorilla for a while, right? So this is going to be issues 9 and 10, actually, and also the Volume 2 trade paperback, because my first campaign was the first 6 issues and the trade paperback, and I couldn't do a campaign for issue 9 and then issue 10 because I had done that with 7 and 8, and those campaigns didn't do that great because people were like, "Oh, I'll just wait for the trade paperback." Right? And I'm just like, well, you're not going to get it unless people back the floppies. So I just had to bite the bullet and make this campaign for Volume 2 of the trade paperback, which is going to be.
I just got to say, I love Zeppelins. If I hit the stretch goal for issue number 2, you're going to see why there's Zeppelins in my comic.
Oh yeah,
guys, we got to hit the stretch goal for issue number 2 to learn why Zeppelins are important. In my comic.
They're awesome. They're awesome. And I actually tried to base this in a historical reality. And I'm not saying that Zeppelins existed, but Zeppelin himself could have potentially have built a prototype. And that's what that's supposed to be. And there were actual UFO sightings around that time in Texas. And what people described sounded like a dirigible.
Oh, cool! I didn't know that. Yeah. I love that. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, me too. So it's just
I'm embarrassed
with Zeppelins, but it's not impossible.
I'm embarrassed to admit that I've met you in person, spoke to you in person, and this is the first time I'm checking out your campaign.
Dude, no. I need to apologize to you because I was giving out. I came with a bunch of books, and I was giving out the trade paperback.
Don't you remember? You reached out with one. Yeah, you reached out with one. I went to take it. You went psych. Don't remember? No, I'm only kidding.
But don't worry, I'm gonna rectify that because I got another box coming in, and I will hook a brother up for sure.
This looks really good. This looks really. What are your fears?
It's Preston Acevedo. Who's just killing it.
This is awesome. But okay, so we got these are volume. I thought these were novels. So these are trade paperbacks 1 and 2.
Trade paperbaces. Well, yes.
And I love these covers. They look like cheesy Western,
Western pulps.
Pulps. They look like pulp Westerns. I'm having difficulty with words lately.
Well, I mean, I basically could think of myself as a pulp writer, and this story is very much pulp. I love the old pulps, especially Robert E. Howard, Edgar Rice Burroughs. I just love that stuff. And I wanted to do something like that with a modern sensibility. Not in a bad way. I just feel that there's a lot of strength, a lot of power in those old pulp stories, right? Something like Tarzan the Ape Man, and basically this is Tarzan in reverse, right? But you read that first novel, and is it a perfect novel? No, not at all. But the myth building is just out of this world. And
I have to say, the first Tarzan novel is awesome. I finally read it 2 or 3 years ago. I read the first 2 Tarzans. The second one was nothing like I expected.
Tarzan at the Earth's Core is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I got to get to that.
And Tarzan the Terrible is also a really great one. And then Philip Jose Farmer did a biography.
The second Tarzan novel, what do you think? If somebody had said he's a spy for the French Foreign Legion throughout Northern Africa and Europe.
Yeah.
That's what Tarzan is in the second book.
Yes.
You know, he's a secret agent working for the French Foreign Legion.
Yes. Yes. I mean, like I was trying to explain Tarzan to a millennial friend of mine because a new Tarzan movie was coming out, right? The one with one of the Skarsgård brothers, right?
Okay.
And it was an okay movie. It was okay. I wasn't really crazy about it, but I was psyched that, oh, hell yeah, new Tarzan movie. And he was just like, why are you so into this Tarzan character, right? Because a lot of millennial Zoomers, they don't even know who Tarzan is because he's been sort of memory hold, right? For political reasons. And I was like, he's the ultimate hero. It's like he can swing through the trees like a monkey. He can run like a gazelle. He can swim like a fucking fish, right? And he can hit like a gorilla. So it's like the ultimate action hero. And my friend was like, I don't get it. I was like, okay.
We were talking, I don't know if you were listening, or Yang or Brian, if you're listening, but I was saying there's almost like a metaphysical part to characters. To me, like you can't just proclaim, oh, the patriarch is the most popular superhero character ever. Like there has to be a gravitas that is earned.
Yep.
Yes.
And I was like saying, like there's like a literature realm, another dimension where Tarzan was the most popular thing, and then Tarzan kind of got super replaced by James Bond and Superman. You know what I mean? Like, there's always these
other pulp characters.
Other characters, like the pulps gave away to comics and everything like that. I don't know. I'm like thinking like this would be a story to tell, like another dimension where these literary characters are like vying for supremacy.
Well, I mentioned that Philip Jose Farmer book. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's the unauthorized biography of Tarzan, and it assumes that Tarzan was a real person, right? So it follows like the chronology of the novels, but it's the true story.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, and it's wonderful. If you're a Tarzan fan, I can't recommend that book more highly. Yeah,
send me a DM of that, so I'll know what you're talking about, because I'll forget it.
I'm pretty sure that's
Yang. One of the things I've been toying with, and well, not toying with, in my role-playing games, you probably appreciate this more than anybody else.
Yeah.
I have, this is Earth over here. This is where Heroic Tales is going to take place. This dimension over here is a little bit closer to chaos, so it's more of a magic world. And this dimension over here is a little bit closer to order, like Dungeons & Dragons, Law, Order, and everything else. So this is more of a scientific world. And this world is where my fantasy players play. So when we play like a Dungeons & Dragons game, it's part of the same multiverse as Heroic Tales, but it's in a magic universe. Now, here's what I think you would appreciate. In that magic universe, there's a council of wizards that run that world, and they're all based on the actual like Gary Gygax and Dave Arns, like all of those guys who made up Dungeons & Dragons. That I made like, what is it when you rearrange the letters and anagrams of their names?
Anagrams.
Yeah, and so there's anagram, and like so if you get the original D&D wizards, like now I can't even think of their names, like Zaji and not Vecna, but Elminster, like all those guys.
Yes.
They are the ones who rule that world. So like I have a Heroic Tale story where sooner or later they're going to go into that world, and I have to replace all those names because those are other people's characters. I can't use those.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is that they're also archetypes, right? And with archetypes, you can have 1,000 different names for them, right? Then we look at a character like Batman, who's very much inspired by Zorro and the Shadow, and even Doc Savage, right? In the sense that he's not superhuman, he's supra-human because he's had just this insane training. Although in Doc Savage's case, it's because his father raised him to be like this Superman. That's another thing I don't get. It's like why we haven't seen a Doc Savage movie.
I just bought the first 2 Doc Savage papers.
Oh, there you go. You go. The Ron Ely one, the one that was produced by George Powell, is so frustrating because it opens so strong. and then it turns into a TV movie. There is a fan edit out there that improves it somewhat, but
There's a Doc Savage movie. I thought you were talking about a book. There's actually.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh yeah, by George Cowan with Ron Ely.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Watch the first 15, 20
I
minutes.
remember that movie.
Yeah, I mean, it gets everything exactly right, and it opens exactly like the first Doc Savage novel, right? Where there's a guy that's looking at him through like a rifle sight, and he thinks it's a bronze bust, and he sees it turning its head and talking. It's like, no, it's Doc Savage. It's the man of bronze. But then it gets about like, yeah, after the first act is great, awesome. Check it out. You'll love it. But then it turns into like a bad TV movie towards the end. And it's, it's like you can go the other way around. You can open not so strong and then end really strong and have an awesome film, but you can't go, from like, awesome sauce to weak sauce like that. Yeah, it's frustrating.
So I'm just scrolling through the chat to see if I thought there was a question that I missed, but I guess I got all the questions. Bunch of people.
Sure. I wanted to address your butterflies, right? Because you said you're like, oh shit, it's like you're wrapping up the campaign and people are going to be reading this, right?
Yeah.
First of all, when those boxes turn up, how are you doing fulfillment? Are you fulfilling yourself? Or are you using RJ from?
I talked with RJ from Critical Blast.
Yeah,
and
great
he
guy.
gave me some pointers. Yeah, great guy.
Awesome.
And I gave myself an arbitrary number that if I hit that number, I was going to have Critical. I haven't hit that number yet.
Okay.
But we're getting close, and this is a problem I would like to have, that it's too big for me to fulfill. So this is a good problem.
Yes.
But right now, like a couple of my friends already said, like, oh yeah, we'll come over. You buy pizzas, and we'll pack boxes. My friend's wife is like,
spirit?
oh yeah. I was like, you looking forward to this? Okay, So
yeah, and you know what? It's something
but to mail boxes of pint glasses to RJ, and then you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's another expense. So I don't.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing I wanted to mention is that if you fulfill on your own, that moment when you open the door and you see those boxes there is magical. When you open that box and you take the issues out, I mean, they send you a proof first, right? So they don't print 100 copies and it's all fucked up, right? That's really magical. Packing them up, signing the books, that's can be a chore if you sold like 400 copies or something like that, right? But of course, that's a problem you want to have.
I have 250 backers, but a lot of people bought multiple, so I'm probably close to 400 issues.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. That's great. And the real magic moment is when you see the posts on Twitter and Facebook of people posting pictures of your book in their hands.
Yeah, I tried
such a charge out of that, brother.
Yeah.
As
soon as I get crowdfunded, I like to put a picture, that I got it.
You'll love it. You'll love that. And when I put out my first book, I was nervous. I didn't know if people were going to connect with it or not. Right? I didn't know what the
did you go with?
Like. I'm sorry.
Which printer did you use?
Greco Comics Wellspring. I keep hearing people complaining about like all these damaged books they get. I've never ever gotten a damaged book from Comics Wellspring, and they're really easy to get on the phone. They answer emails really fast. If you have an issue, bang, they take care of it. So
there's three companies that and one of them, the name is just escaping me, but there's Comics Wellspring, Kablam, and what's the other one? Mixum.
Kablam's okay. Mixum is the one that most people use. Kablam, I tried. They were okay, but not as good as Comics Wellspring. Yeah, shit, they should be kicking me like a coupon or something like that, But that's the thing. It's like you're part of this little indie comics landscape now, And so, of course, we all share information, right? What's worked for us, what hasn't worked for us, right? Our successes, especially our blunders.
Everybody, every step of the way. Anytime I asked, like sometimes I didn't ask anybody. I just went on Twitter and asked a question, and people would come into my DMs and give me every step of the way. People have been helpful.
Yep.
This is one of the things I haven't written it yet, but I want to do a letters page. So if anybody's
for sure.
heroicmails@yahoo.com, send emails to that. I got one letter to publish in my comic if you want to do that, about fatherhood or whatever. But if I get 1 or 2 letters, I have to write a big editorial, and that's one of the things I want to talk about. Name all the people that helped me, and things like that.
That's why it's important for this community. I feel like any of us that have had successful campaigns, and I've been really lucky that way. Not that I'm one of the big boys, but I'm like one of the bigger, smaller boys. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's like, if you've had a number of successful campaigns, I don't know. I personally always feel an obligation to help the people that are coming in the door after you. Because
I've already helped.
People helped us.
People, I like promoting other people. I like to think I've only been doing this. Well, I've been doing this for 3 years. I think only a year and a half I've been promoting, but I think I could say without fear of contradiction that I think I'm in like the top 10 as far as promoting the smaller guys. Is I enjoy doing it. I like doing it. I think it's fun, and believe it or not, I think it's important.
It's fun. It's important. I've only ever gotten one book funded, and I think it would have gotten funded even if it wasn't for my efforts. But it was Kami Mark does this book called Krishna Kid, right?
Oh, yes.
Like, how people have been using Norse mythology a lot lately. It's like he's using Hindu mythology, which is like criminally underutilized by writers, right? So it's this whole pantheon of gods that are fairly new to a Western audience, and he's kind of doing it kind of like
not new to Yin and Yang. We got the deities and demigods.
Yeah, boy. Oh, I don't think I still have my copy of that, man. My original was falling apart.
That's probably the most. Marcus, I saw you were falling asleep. Are you going?
This is getting.
I saw you not know. I wasn't going to say anything.
5 or 6.
I was going to wait till you started snoring.
I didn't snore yet, but you could have woke me up. But I'm ready.
I was
to go.
waiting. I was going to put you on maximum Zoom and have everybody be quiet.
Nice meeting you, Brian.
Good seeing you. Yeah, sorry, I got to dip out too.
I'll be back
falling
another
asleep
time.
here.
Next week it's clobbering time.
Next week it's
Hell
clobber time. It's
Yeah.
Silver Surfer versus Green Lantern. I'll make everything and put it up.
Those are always fun.
Oh, all right. I was going to ask you questions about pulp characters. Okay. Bye, guys. I can't make you.
But
Peace.
sorry.
Oh, okay. So, Logic Finest, who I keep inviting to come in because he always has such wonderful questions.
Right.
And Brian, you seem to be the pulp guy, so this might be right to you.
Here's the
Tarzan,
thing.
Flash Gordon, Doc Savage, The Shadow, etc. Some characters are products of their time and won't work anymore, like variety shows. Remember variety shows?
Oh God, they were so bad. They were so bad in the 70s. There are so many of them. Here's the thing. I disagree. It's not that those characters won't still work. It's that those characters need to be rooted in that time.
Yeah.
Doc Savage, you could totally do new Doc Savage stories. You could totally do an awesome Doc Savage movie. But Doc Savage never worked when was it DC? I think that had the character for a while, right? And they put him in the modern world. Doc Savage doesn't work in the modern world. Tarzan doesn't work. The Shadow doesn't work. You have to have them rooted in that time. Zorro, Conan the Barbarian, right? Solomon Kane. They have to be in that particular
absolutely,
time.
100% agree with you. To the point, well, I'll say most public domain superhero characters, they have to be set in the 40s. Like the Black Terror and
yes.
Spy Smasher. I'll even say Captain Marvel Shazam doesn't work in the modern time.
Yes, I totally agree.
He's rooted in a more innocent age.
Yes, absolutely. So those characters, I think, are incredibly rich, and they're going to be writers telling stories about them for a very long time, right? Because when you hear those names like the Shadow, Doc Savage, Tarzan, Conan, Sherlock Holmes, James Bond, what do you think? You think adventure, right? And people are always going to want and need great adventure stories. And I just think that when you have like these great Jungian archetypes, right, like Tarzan, they can be mined endlessly, especially the characters that are really simple, like Tarzan, like Batman, like Superman. They're open to all of these interpretations. And some of them are going to be good, and some of them are going to maybe not be so good.
I will say,
depends on the writers.
Like Tarzan only works in a time when we could imagine that Africa hasn't been explored.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes. These lost civilizations. Absolutely. Right.
Zorro only works in a frontier town. So,
right.
Yeah. So I agree with you 100%. I'm glad you said that, because that's how I feel too. Like, I don't think a modern Zorro is going to work.
Hell no. My favorite Zorro movie is actually the Italian one from the 1970s, the one with Elaine Delon, right? And in that, they moved the location from California, old California, to South America. And you know what? It worked. It worked fine, right? Because it was still in the same time, right? So you could even change the location, and your story can still basically work.
A lot of these public domain characters, Chuck Dixon said this first, so I'm not originating the idea, but he's absolutely right. They take them and they all insert them in modern times, and then like they were in suspended animation or blah blah blah.
Right.
But you know, like Miss Fury works in 1940.
Yeah.
Keep her, if you're gonna do a Miss Fury comics, keep her in 1940. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, the spider.
She
that's
fell
another
asleep
one.
for 40 years, and now she woke up. That doesn't work.
Right.
The only exception was those Project Superpowers kind of work. They're all trapped in a magic jug or whatever, but that was all right.
Right.
And Logic has another question. I think John Carter would have worked as a film in the 70s, maybe even the 80s. Disney waited. Okay. Yes. Well, for some reason, they sabotaged that movie because it wasn't that bad.
It was actually okay. It was good. I didn't think it was great. It wasn't great.
And
movie I
they
wanted
mixed,
to see, no, but it was still really good.
They mixed, I think, the first two books and smushed them a little bit. But John Carter has to be set in right after the Civil War. Yep. You know what I mean? It has. I really like John Carter.
Dude, Barsoom is one of the greatest fantasy worlds of all time. So is Pellucidar, right?
I gotta read those.
Oh, so good. I mean, you're talking about, oh God, you know what's a comic book that I absolutely lost my mind over that I wish had been longer was Walt Simonson wrote Tarzan versus Predator at the Earth's core. So it was Tarzan in Pellucidar fighting the Predator, right? Oh. And so in Pellucidar, you've got the Sagoths, these ape men, and then you have the the Mahar, who are basically telepathic pterodactyl men, right? Who are sadistic and love to eat human flesh. It's
a little human flesh.
Great world building.
So what do we got here? Disney blew it on the promotion. It was the 100th anniversary of the first sci-fi hero, John Carter, before Star Trek.
They dumped it, is what they did.
And even before John Carter, there was the Lensman, I think. And I love the Lensman. I heard that Ron
animated
Howard,
movie that's really good.
There is, there's a Japanese, right? But it's not. It's just called the Lensman. It's like loosely based. It's not.
It's good though. It's good. It's very entertaining.
I heard that Ron Howard secured the rights to make a Lensman movie, but like you said, the Lensman movie, part of its charm is its sexism. There's a scene in hear me, guys. This it's like it's got to be like Mad Men, like the TV show in space. So like the first book was written in the 30s, and they're projecting themselves into the future. So the lensman, I forget the guy's name, but he's the quartermaster, and he's checking off he's filling the rocket ship with everything you need to go to space. Every man got an allotment of whiskey, cigars, and steaks, and a beautiful girl secretary. And the girls are walking and turning around, and the guy's like, she'll do. Let's get on the spaceship. If you're going to make the lensman and you're not going to have that, then it's not the lensman.
Well, it's like James Bond. Did you see the last James Bond movie? It was a
I've never seen a James Bond movie. People always shake their heads when I say that, but I've never seen
a James Bond film. Really?
Never seen a Godzilla movie.
And no.
I've never seen a Godzilla movie. Never seen.
Pulling my leg.
I'm weird when it comes to like. Okay. When I was a kid, people like, you gotta like Godzilla. It's like, well, now I don't like Godzilla. Like whatever people told me I had to like.
Right. But so then you should check it out.
I'm actually going to sit down and watch. I watched the first Godzilla movie, the original one in like 57.
That's great.
And it was excellent.
The new one's the best.
I'm going to watch all the Godzilla movies. I want to watch Godzilla minus 30. But James Bond, James Bond is a perfect example of what you talk about. Take the Cold War out of James Bond, and I don't think the character makes any sense.
Absolutely. And then take the sex out of it, right?
Right.
Because the thing about James Bond is, yes, he is laying pipe like a champ, right? He is the Mac of all Macs. But for him, it's not mean-spirited or anything like that. It's sex for him is recreation, right? And he's living this lifestyle where he could die at any moment. So he has a very fuck it attitude, live in the moment. And women, surprisingly, have usually enjoyed James Bond, right? Because there's nothing mean-spirited about his womanizing. And it's not like he's playing mind games with them or anything like that, right? They know it's like no strings attached, but then, of course, eventually he falls in love and gets married in on Her Majesty's Secret Service, which is my own personal favorite Bond movie. But the great thing is if you've never seen a Bond movie, there's 24 of them, right? Like I've seen all of those. I've seen every Zatoichi movie. There's about 28 of those. But the great thing is you can start at the beginning, or you can cherry pick and just ask people, well, what are the 5? What are the 3 movies that you recommend? What's the one movie that you think is like an absolute must-see?
And I'm watching them all in order because that's the way I am. I got to watch.
You can do that. You can do that, and you can do that with Godzilla too.
But I will say that James Bond has been on the TV when I was a little kid playing with my toys. So like,
yeah,
it's not like I have no concept of James Bond, but I never sat down as an adult and just absorbed the James Bond movie.
Oh,
I also saw Die Hard last year.
Yeah, I've never been a real big fan of that movie. I know people really love it. But for me, it's like it's a Bruce Willis issue.
Woodrow says I actually like the Shazam movie. Only see the first Captain Marvel movie. I'm a big fan of Captain Marvel Shazam.
Me too.
I like I said in the 90s, I wrote to DC a treatment of a new like they needed me. How arrogant, but I did it anyway. But I'm a big fan of Captain Marvel. The first movie I liked, but they got one thing wrong.
Yeah.
He's not a big goofball when he turns into Captain Marvel. He's his own.
No, he's a child that's trying to act like an adult.
Right. He's almost like it's almost like Billy Batson is the kid. Well, he is obviously the kid.
He gets younger when he turns into like. Yeah,
he's like the straight man when he's Captain Marvel. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to
right.
Give off that he's the adult who's in charge.
Right, but there are these little tells, right? Like like he'll rescue a woman and she kisses him and his face just
turns red. That's one of the things
right?
that trope.
The man with the child in his eyes.
Like how Captain Marvel again, like Buteo was always chasing him and he was always leaving. And how the spirit Ella Dolan was always going after. So I wanted to put that in my comic, Heroic Tales. So there's a female reporter, Regina Lopez, that's always like she's the Lois Lane character. There's a big story with her, but I'll get into that in a couple of issues. But she's always going after him, and he's always leaving because that's just a comic book trope. But the reason is he's happily married. You know,
Right.
it's not that he wants to go hang out with Ebony in a graveyard, which is kind of weird when you think about it. But it's because he's happily married. You know,
Right.
so there's one of Boss Moxie's girls flirts with him, and
Right.
he kisses her hand and then leaves because he's happily married. You know,
Right.
not for anything sinister, for a wholesome reason.
Right.
But I like that
But like
trope.
Billy Batson would be at that age where boys are either still scared of girls or like they just, you know, maybe find them icky. Right. I mean, mind you, God, you know, I remember, you know, discovering women when I was watching Wonder Woman, Linda Carter. I suddenly started, you know, women started looking really good to me. I was
Yeah,
what, like 9-10 years
Shadow,
old?
The Shadow has to be set in the 30s.
Yes, for sure.
Because for him to, because cell phone stuff like that would ruin the Shadow. You take
Absolutely.
a picture of him, the mystique is gone. You know, cameras. You know, oh look, that's Lamont Cranston, or you know what I mean. That has to, and then there has to be that like. There's a sinister undercurrent to the Shadow. Like
absolutely.
Like you knew Superman and Lois Lane was a wholesome love, but you knew that Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, that was a hot, dirty love. You know what I mean? Like you got to have that.
Yes, yes.
And
The Russell Mulcahy movie is I enjoyed it, but you know, it wasn't really the Shadow. You know, there's so many missed opportunities, right? He's like cracking jokes, like while he's like fighting bad guys. It's just like, yeah, I don't think so.
The Shadow is scary, terrifying, a bit like I hate to say it. This is going to sound creepy, but I don't mean it to be. But it's a BDSM relationship. He's the boss. Margot is his submissive, and all of his operatives are his submissives. It's you know, it's something that really is not politically correct today. And and if you're gonna do a Shadow movie, you got to like, you don't have to say that stuff explicitly, but you have to acknowledge that, and you have to be aware of it. Hey, Pops is here. Pops, if you want to come in.
Hello, Pops. Yeah, I'm gonna have to skip out soon too.
Yeah,
I'm I got a script I need to work on.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not going to talk about. No, actually, the script I'm working on is going to be a comic book based on Sonny Chiba's The Street Fighter movies.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and you know, Preston is great at drawing violence and gore, and you know, it's great when you're writing and you know your artist. You know, so you can give them a lot of the stuff that they that you know that they love drawing.
Right.
I
gave Renzo a choice.
Your comics so much better.
For issue 4 of Heroic Tales, I gave Renzo a choice of which, you know, I have a main patriarch story and he picked another one because the name of the story is Let's Save the Dinosaurs. He goes, I want to draw dinosaurs, John, like a little kid. I want to draw
exactly. Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, you have to embrace the collaborative nature of the relationship. But
I need to see the old Bonds Godzillas. Okay.
Oh yeah. But especially Godzilla -1, the one that just came out, the Japanese one, is actually like the best out of the entire series. It's incredible. So that's not a bad place to start.
I love John. Oh well, you're going to go, but you got me riffing on these pulp stuff. Yeah.
But I just wanted, before I go, I wanted to say that I just wanted to wish you, well, congratulations. Congratulations and welcome to the indie creator world, sir.
It's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. I can't wait. I wish I could make comics faster because my brain's going faster than
I know. I feel the same way. And a pleasure meeting you, Luna.
And I'm by the way, just so you know, I'm back in the 8 floppies because I got to get floppies of your comics.
Okay. All right.
Just so you know, I don't do it when I'm live
anyway, brother. I'll still hook you up anyway. All right. Peace and love.
Good meeting you.
I was going to ask him, like,
oh, he left.
Yeah, I know. I grew up, you know, very proper, and you know, like my parents tell me do not interrupt people. That's why you don't see me talking a lot, because I don't know when to talk.
I know. Well, you're new, you're shy, and you're doing great. You know, like I said, I'll help you when your channel goes live. Out, whatever you need. It's not a competition.
Yeah, but I was going to ask if he could come up, or you could come up with a pulp character. What would that look like or be?
It's funny that you should ask, because I have a comic. Like I said, for Heroic Tales, it's a patriarch story and then another character. That's going to be my way going forward, and then eventually the team will form. But I have a story set in the 40s of pulp heroes that formed the first super team. So to answer your question, I'm not telling you, because as soon as I tell you the name of this character, somebody else is going to make a comic, or I'm going to have to change it because somebody's going to say so. But I have pulp character that I will be introducing into Heroic Tales. Because something about World War II and superheroes goes together like peanut butter and chocolate.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a character set in the 1940s, but but now that you mention it, I don't want to share it. But let's just say he's kind of like, I don't know how you would say, Batman meets Captain America. Like, he's patriotic.
Nice.
But he's like more like the Shadow mixed with Captain America. Once you think about it, he's like dark, but he's patriotic at the same time. He wears this like trench coat that's like the American flag, but he's hunting gangsters and criminals and all that stuff like the Shadow.
I just want to address this comment. I thought that was a really interesting story. Captain Marvel was dating Stargirl. Stargirl was like 15 years old. Captain Marvel is like a 14, 15-year-old boy, but he looks like a 25, 26-year-old. So the rest of the JSA is like, what are you doing? Because they didn't know that he was really a little kid. I thought it was an interesting from a story standpoint. Pops, if you want to come in, here's the link. Been in the chair for hours. You got to keep those bones moving. Got to keep the bones moving. The Cold War is over, but the shadow agencies are still out there doing shadow ops. That's where Bond would still work. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I think like James Bond would give away to like Jason Bourne. You know what I mean? Like, that could be a movie with all of these, like Jason Bourne and what's the other guy? Ethan
Ethan Hunt, the Mission Impossible guy.
Yeah, the Mission Impossible movies. That would be like a fun movie to have, like an older James Bond mentoring these characters. But I don't know. To my way of thinking, James Bond works the best in a Cold War setting.
I try to watch those newer James Bond movies. I just couldn't get into them because of the lack of gadgets they had. Like they looked so like realistic and like non out there to where I was like bored. Yeah, I just couldn't get into them. But
right. Like Logic says, I think this is a really good point. Once the Cold War ended, the whole spy cloak dagger thing lost its appeal. Like, I don't see how James Bond works in this. Yeah, where spies are like, yes, I think the spy trope is over, and it's like the counterterrorism trope is the new way. Like, the Martini Baccarat character, that doesn't really work anymore. So, but the guy with the a ghillie suit taking out Taliban, that works. I think they did know he was a kid. Oh, some knew, some didn't. Some knew, some didn't, I think. Anybody else want to pop in? I'll put this in here.
I just wish I had the courage to ask someone like is there any artists in here? I know I shouldn't, but
ask.
What?
There's a bunch of people watching.
Yeah, I should have asked.
You don't get what you don't ask for. I learned that in my channel.
Yeah, I learned that. I'm learning that right now. But hopefully, I just hope that one day, like I'm even though I decided to be my own artist, I'm like, oh, that's going to take forever. That's going to be a lot of hard work. But at the same time, I will have a lot of control. But at the same time, it's tempting. It's tempting to still ask, well, is there any artist here who wants to help me here, or at least ask for advice on how do I become a better artist?
There's a lot of cool, interesting like drawing channels on YouTube that you could watch. take an art class. I'm thinking about taking an art class, even though I'm not an artist and I'll never be one. I think it'd be interesting to take.
I'm going for my last 1 or 2 semesters, depending on if the VA still pays them bills. But
you're a veteran?
No, my dad is.
Oh, okay.
But he's the reason why I know Zorro, because he was like introducing me to everything Mexican culture. The only thing he didn't do, because I thought Zorro took place in Mexico. Does he take place in Mexico? Because it looks like
Southern California.
California. Well, close enough. I thought he took place in Mexico as a kid, because I grew up with Zorro.
I'm sure some parts of the story take place in Mexico, and I don't think California was a state. It was a territory at the time.
Yeah,
and it might have been part of Mexico for all I know. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, but yeah. So anyhow, my dad was introducing me at that time when I was young, introducing me to Mexican culture because he's Mexican, and he was doing everything except teaching me Spanish because he didn't know Spanish either.
Yeah.
But that's funny. But I do want to address: draw a lot, write a lot, allow yourself to make mistakes and have fun. Don't take it too seriously and be patient.
DC, he's an artist. A lot of the guys who are in the chat are artists. You know what I mean? And my advice would be: write a story, write a script, and if you are interested and you find an artist, send them the script, because maybe they don't like it or maybe they love it. You know what I mean? And then
I got the script. Like I just don't know where to go. Like on Twitter.
Yeah, you could. If you're going to ask on Twitter, be prepared for 800 million replies, and 99% of them are worthless. What I did was I was backing a lot of books, and I was thinking in the back of my mind, I want to make a comic, and then I saw the art that I liked. I saw Renzo Rodriguez's art. He was doing Thomas Valiant for RJ, and then I started just picturing my script drawn by him. So I reached out to RJ because I didn't want to just poach his artist. And then I reached out to Renzo, and then we just started talking and we hit it off. So I would go look at art. Go. A lot of these guys who are like, I'm trying to think of like Brian Bow. He does Wolf and Batsy. He's the writer. He's not going to draw somebody else's comic because he's doing it all himself. But a lot of these guys hire artists who do work for hire. And if you find, I like this guy, how much do you charge per page? Do you have availability for a 22-page script? And then at that point, they'd be like, okay, you'll meet my page rate. I have a hole in my schedule and I would love to do some work. Send me the script. And then they read the script like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. This is garbage. Or, okay, yeah, this is great. You know what I mean? And then all I could say is pay when you get the, maybe pay like a page or two in advance for that. They know that you're serious, but be prepared to lose that. I've done that too. But then, come up with the deal. I'll pay you every 4 pages, or I'll pay you every page, or I'll pay, but be consistent and keep a record of everything. I made that mistake a few times. Like, oh, wait a minute. Do I owe him for 6 pages? Or do I owe, you know what I mean? So I overpaid because I'd rather overpay than underpay and have a bad reputation. But you know what I mean? But keep a notebook. I literally have a notebook right here called
Woodrow,
with everything written down, everything documented, every expense, everything. Okay, here you go. Woodrow. Woodrow's already helping. Woodrow's already, see, everybody is nice. Everybody's the people who are not nice have the loudest voices and they ruin it, but 99% of us are nice. We'll help you out. I could give you a recommend. Barbusco Comics does good work. There you go. Check it out.
I'll check it out. Like is that their Twitter or what is that?
Is that, Woodrow? Is this a Twitter? I don't know. I don't know who these are, but
yeah, I'll go check it out
already.
But anyhow, thank you a lot for the advice. I'm still going to plan on drawing myself, but hopefully, I think if I were realistically to launch my career in my first book, I would have to hire an artist, to get it in it. But I don't know. We'll see. But I am taking a college semester in a program where it teaches you not only gaming making, like how to make video games, but I specifically signed up for this program so that I can learn this one class which teaches you concept art for that they use for video games.
Okay.
Like, and I'm like, oh, I'll learn how to draw from there. And also I got, oh, it's in the kitchen. Oh well. But I have plenty of books I can go off. I still have this this book I got because of some CG guys told me that this book will help you to draw a lot.
Lift it up. Oh, drawing the heads and hands. Oh, cool.
By Andrew Loomis. Yeah, any artist would tell you, hey, the Loomis method is the best way to draw hands and faces, and he's the best like book out there to like teach you how to draw. And I got another book I rely on that I actually made some things that I was proud of, but still I'm like, maybe I don't know if it's good enough for a comic, but I'm still young. I'll learn and grow.
Okay. Well, this is on Twitter, so there you go.
Thank
And
you. Thank you.
I want to address Gary Shipman. Gary, I got your email today. I just wasn't able to respond because I was live, or is it Twitter? I forget. But come on, yeah. I like to talk to people. You want to come on the channel? Just send me a message because I'll forget because I'm that kind of person. Nothing malicious. And yes, I'll be doing more of the elementals. Would I do 1 to 4 or 1 to 5? I think I'm going to do 6 to 10. I probably will do it Monday night because I don't think I have anything scheduled on Monday. So, the board games that I did this morning and those comics greats, those are kind of spur of the moment stuff. But I'm glad you liked it. And yes, I got your message. Message me again because I'm just a crazy person and I got a lot on my mind. I've been forgetting. And again, anybody want to pop in? You're welcome to pop in. If nobody pops in, we'll stop this at 4 hours because I think 4 hours is long enough. So
Well,
50 more minutes unless people pop in.
Well, I do gotta go soon. Because,
okay, you gonna go?
Well, I promised my mom that I would water the plants, and
oh yeah, you got to do your chores.
Yeah,
before you go, is that a Superman cape in the background?
Yeah, that's the same Superman cape I wore at Comic-Con. Okay, so if you don't know this about me, I'm very like unaware of social stuff, like what's cool and what's not. So, but I remember taking that cape and have you ever heard of a food chain called Chewy's?
Chewy's? No.
Yeah, Chewy's. It's a Mexican Tex-Mex. It's more Tex-Mex restaurant.
Tex-Mex.
Yeah, Tex-Mex, and it had a shirt called Mex of Steel when Superman, the Man of Steel movie was coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's hilarious! I ought to buy that." And then I wore that cape and wore that shirt in the Comic-Con at Dallas Comic-Con, and then I was like, "You know what? This is my costume." And I was like, "It's funny, it's a gag," but I don't know. The kids at my school made fun of me for it, but oh well.
What are you still in high school? Are you in college? What are you?
I'm in college, but okay. I'm just saying I wore the Dallas Comic-Con. I wore that at middle school. I went to Dallas Comic-Con at middle school.
Kids are mean, man. High school is rough. You said you have problems with social not trying to offend you or anything like that. Like, is this Asperger's? Is this autism? Or
it is autism and Asperger's.
Okay.
That I have that severely. I do address that in my introduction video, but I wasn't doing that just for representation. I'm just saying that to prove a point that up in my streams, I am terrible at art. I have shaky hands. I have low hand-eye coordination, but I have the drive, and the will to be a better artist. And I'm trying to bring that idea home that if I can learn how to draw, anyone can learn how to draw.
I used to be decent. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be decent. I was never good. Learning to draw is dope. My suggestion, if you have ideas burning on your head, work with an artist on at least one book while you learn. Yeah.
Yeah,
good
that's what I'm
advice.
planning on doing at the end. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not an expert. I can't draw. I got to gather up all of these drawings that I send Renzo for character designs, and you would laugh at how bad I am. But if you need help,
I do want to say one more thing, and
Sure.
the one comic I am currently reading, I do got a stack of comics, but I'm like you. I'm a slow reader. Well, I'm not a slow reader, but I'm
a slow reader.
But I'm a dread reader. Like I dread reading. Like I'm just not into reading. But when I do read,
Really?
I do read fast. Yeah,
Man,
yeah. But
reading's fun, man. You gotta learn.
But I got a stack of comics I got from the comic shop like a month or two ago, and I'm like, I gotta read these because I'm making a comic. I need to know more about comics.
Yeah, you gotta read as much as you can get your hands on.
I'm liking
Those
this.
dollar pins.
I'm liking this. It's Daredevil. It's the 70-year Marvel, 70-year anniversary of Marvel anniversary cover, but it has multiple stories in once. I don't know who wrote each story, but let's see. Okay. Oh, it tells you right here. The Return of the King conclusion, issue 500. Ed
Brubaker. Yeah.
Brubaker.
He's a good writer,
Yeah. I'm reading that currently, and then you got
Daredevil is one of those characters you can't go wrong with. Daredevil just seemed consistent.
That's why I picked it.
Good writers.
Yeah, that's why I picked it, because I always trust Daredevil, and the guy in the shop said, "Yeah, this is a good run."
Daredevil, I would say Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing always had good writers. There's something about those characters that brought out the best. I would say, if you just want good old fashioned, get anything Chuck Dixon or Mike Barron on Punisher or Batman. You can't go wrong with that.
This is my next thing I gotta read is.
Oh, is that the original? Is that the original Spider-Man's?
Stan Lee and Steve Ditko.
Oh, there you go. That's the textbook right there. That is it.
That is how. This is why I'm playing on. I'm looking forward to this because I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. I grew up with Spider-Man. Spider-Man was my first movie.
You read that, and then tell me and come back on my channel. We'll talk about the original Ditko Spider-Mans.
All right then. That'll do it for me. All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Okay, you're gonna go. I'm just gonna wait for 10 more minutes because I ain't retentive. I gotta do it even 10. But all right, you have a good night, buddy. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thank you for having me.
You need help? I'm glad to help. I like to help.
I'll stream on Fridays.
Okay.
All right. See ya, man.
All right, see ya. Oh, and now I'm big. Luna, you're doing great. Dan Lawless. Yeah, if Luna, you're still watching, go to watch Dan Lawless's channel. That's he has a draw stream. There's tons on YouTube. Absolutely right. Yeah, Luna, I like that. This collar it's just so uncomfortable, guys. I'm sorry for. I'm chomping at the bit to get the things off. 3 more weeks. 3 more weeks. My wife got mad at me because I took it off yesterday to take a shower. I have another solid plastic collar that I wear in the shower, but she was at work. So I just took it off, lathered up, shaved, jumped in the shower without a collar, and then dried off, put a collar on like a dog. I should get the big cone of shame. So anybody else want to pop in? There's a lot of people. Some of my favorite people to talk to. Anybody else want to pop in? Otherwise, I'm just gonna filibuster and shut this down. But I guess I have to do this to remind everybody why we're here. Is my comic, which is Heroic Tales. I'm sure anybody watching this is sick of me talking about Heroic Tales, but what do you want me to do? This is my comic. This is my baby. I'm so happy to I can't wait for you guys to get it. I'm nervous for you guys to get it. I'm excited for you guys to get it. I just this has been a fun process. Even the mistakes I made were fun, but lately the pressure is getting on. It's as I get closer and closer to this crystallizing and forming and becoming a real thing, I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to get a little nervous. This is the Pat Broderick cover. I just love looking at this. I got the original hanging up back there. I can't believe I have an original Pat Broderick. Not only do I have an original page of Pat Broderick art, but it's for my comic book. How freaking cool is that? Anybody? Gary Shipman, you want to pop in? Anybody want to pop in? Pop in. Bueller. I'll keep that there because I don't want to be gigantic. I don't like being gigantic. All right. Looks like the comments died down. It looks like the guest died down. So I guess that's the end. I'll filibuster for one more minute if anybody wants to pop in. If not, I guess that's the end. All right. Thanks a lot. Heroic Tales on Fun My Comic will be ending tomorrow at noon. I want to thank everybody. Have I shown the original Pat Broderick art? If you give me 20 seconds, I'll go get it. If you give me 20 seconds, I'll go get it. I don't know if I've shown it. I will keep talking, even though you can't see me. But I will go get it. If you can hear me, I'm getting the art. I'm in my comic book room right now. Probably won't be able to hear me anymore. Okay, I'm out of my comic book room. Can you hear me? I guess for the last batch of tonight's closeout party will be John's original art collection. Okay. Watch me break this stuff now. Watch me break it. That'll be perfect. Okay, so. Okay. All right. This is, I guess I got to make the screen big. All right, so here we go. I'll remove this. I'll close that. Congratulations. Thank you. You'd like to see the black and white. Okay. Oh, wow. So here is an original page by Fabrizio Aiello from Horace H. Hoover. Look at that. He was one of the people that were here tonight. I love Fabrizio. So I had to get a page from him. So here's what you wanted to see. The original. That is the original Pat Broderick in black and white. It's the original. How cool is that? How cool is that? How cool is that? I cannot believe that I have an original Fabrizio and Pat Broderick. Here is a Josh Howard throttle card. This was an original sketch card. I love her. I'll put that down here. She's trouble. You know how many times I lost this? She's just as troublesome as her character. This is an original Brian Bouncy. He sent me this as a thank you for having him on the channel and helping him promote. I didn't ask him to do it. He did it. He's a good guy. I love that. Oh my God, I love it. What's it say on it? John, thanks for supporting Wolf and Batsy and for being a friend. I'd say out of everybody, since I've been Brian Bow and Fabrizio Aiello, I must talk to every day. Every day. This is so cool. They're all cool, but look at this. This is the Michael T. Gilbert original art, and you could see a little white out where he fixed mistakes, and you see where it says the patriarch right over here, or over here. Where is it? Right here. He cut it out and pasted it on. How cool is that? How cool is that? How cool is that? This was a Wolf and Batsy commission. So this was before I even met Brian. I wrote to him and I said, can I commission this? And I said, just Wolf and Batsy in the graveyard. How cool. Careful about reflections. Oh, can you not see? What else is there? Oh, okay. Question about the campaign. Does the actual physical include a digital, or do I need to back both to get? Good question. This is your first person to ever ask me that. I don't know. What should I do? If you back the physical, email me, and I'll send you a digital. But you got to remind me, or I won't remember. Is that okay? Don't tell everybody. Wolf and Batsy, careful about reflections. What do you mean? Oh, might accidentally show something from the screen. Okay. Check out. This is an original commission from Josh Howard of T-Bird and Throttle. Check that out. How cool is that? Colored it and everything. That is so cool. Oh, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. I want everybody to be happy. I got to be realistic. I'd like to make money, but I think the best long-term plan is to make customers happy. You know what I mean? And then this is Kiera from Saving the World by Tonic Bull. I just fell in love with this comic, and then I asked him to if I could commission something, and I try not to be a pest, so I just commissioned him, like asked him, and he said, yeah, sure. And then like 6 months later, I was like, you never gave me a price. He goes, oh, and this is the original. This is the original artwork. This is the first time you see Kiara in her costume. When Tonic Bull becomes a household name, this is going to put my grandkids through college. This is an original. Can't believe he did that. Tonic Bull. Dale says, nice. It is nice. Great collection. I know. I don't want to go down the original art rabbit hole. I really don't. What do you think of the second T-Bird Throttle book? I thought the tone changed quite a bit. Yes. The first book was really what's the word? Like, it was a redemption arc. It started out in a bad place. The second book was more fun. So the different tones. So the first book was started out in a dark place, and then the second book is he got out of that dark place, and it's more fun. I like them both, but I fell in love with the first one because I'm a sucker for a redemption arc. Cool. Are the Blue Supers indie? Oh, you mean T-Bird and Throttle? Yes. T-Bird and Throttle you could get at joshhoward.net. They originally were Alterna Comics. It was a 4-issue series. And he is with Josh Howard. He's doing his own comics. He's the same guy that does Dead at 17. Joshhoward.net. I think so. Now I got to look it up because he's a buddy of mine. Josh Howard. Okay. Josh Howard on X, and then if I click on him, Okay, this I'm gonna put there because Josh is a real good guy. He's another one of the guys that I reached out to early in the comic, and he just helped me. So there you go. That's his link. Those are all Josh Howard's links. So how far apart are the shipments for Fund My Comic and Kickstarter? I'm probably going to ship them at the same time. Because I got one more campaign going on Indiegogo, which will have another cover, and I'm gonna, because like in about 2 weeks, the Kickstarter is going to close. I'm still waiting on the last 2 pages of colored art. Then I got to get it lettered. Then I got to get the pre-press. Then I got to talk to the printer. So I really do think that the Fund My Comic and the Kickstarter will ship at the same time. The Indiegogo, I would like as soon as possible right after that. Good. I hate when they undo a good redemption or ending just to continue a story. No. It keeps going, but it's more fun. It's more fun. Good thing you mentioned your campaign was ending. Had to go there. I'm a last minute. Somebody just backed while I was doing this. Okay, now as a reward for everybody, you want to see this? You want to be the first people to see the Indiegogo cover? Because I'm just terrible with spoilers. You guys want to see the Mike Gustovich cover? This will be the reveal. Keep in mind, this is black and white. This is you guys are the first people to see the bad guy, the main bad guy. Look at that reflection. Okay, so if I go there's no reflection. So there you go. This is the patriarch fighting the main bad guy. Okay. So there you go. Look at that. That is awesome. And there's my Gustav. So I'm thinking of putting the heroic tales on the bottom, or maybe down the side. Down the side. Make it look really different. So what do you think about that? That's Mike Gustovich. And since you guys, let me see, can I possibly do this? Put it on the bottom, you think? I just realized I can't do it. I was going to show you the color cover, but I can't do it right now because it's not on this computer. Okay. Bottom would be striking and awesome. Yeah, look at this. It's pushing out my chin and it's just making me look weird. The bottom would be striking and awesome. Yeah, I'm every day I'm thinking about the bottom. Sometimes I'm thinking about the side, and I really don't know. I'm going to talk to the guy that does the cover dress and see what he says. He's a professional. Wouldn't the artist be the first to have seen him? Yeah. So Renzo is the first person to see him. Here's his card. So yeah, I spoiled him twice. The cover will be in color. The cover will be in full color. No worries. I'm not worried. You worried? Sorry, I got a call to answer. Oh, what was your question, Pity Ma? What was your question? You've been wearing that collar for how long? And I'm not self-conscious about it. I'm just uncomfortable about it. You could look at how red my neck is because I'm an Italian and my facial hair grows and the facial hair rubs against this fabric and it just causes heat friction. And then you sweat and it makes it's just so uncomfortable. I'm on my 5th week. I broke my neck July 17th. So that's how long I have to wear. 8 weeks total. I think 3 more weeks. If I'm healing properly, I'll go to the doctor. I got a CAT scan already. The doctor has to interpret whether or not I'm healing well. If I'm healing well, it's 3 more weeks. Take the collar off, go back to work. If it's not healing well, it's spinal surgery, and then who knows? And nobody wants that. Yeah, it sucks. But I'm not in pain. I do not have numbness. The worst part of the car accident to me was just the bruising all over the airbag, the strap across my chest. My belly was purple. It looked like grape jelly. I'm fine. I actually lost weight. Just makes me realize how much garbage I eat while I'm waiting for the trains at work. I don't even like some shirts, let alone that contraption. Yeah. I try not to be a complainer. I'm glad you're also spoiling the third issue tonight by showing us the not Raven character too. And you guys will ruin me. You'll ruin me. I tell you. But I think I got something I could spoil if I could find it. Okay. You guys want to spoil? You guys have been good. So how about, oh, I hit the wrong button. How about I share this? Okay. This is the alternate cover by Jose Garcia for issue number 2 of Heroic Tales. Remember, there's going to be 2 covers on each issue because it's a flip book. And for those of you who don't know what I mean by a flip book, you got, okay, so this is how a flip book works. You got the patriarch over here, and then you flip it over. And then you're going to have Mary Sue over there. So there's going to be 4 covers, but only 2 comics, if that makes sense. So Renzo's going to have the patriarch and Mary Sue, and then we're going to have Jose Garcia. This is the cover for issue number 2, and then you flip it over. It's going to be Josh Howard doing Mary Sue. Don't complain about the color, otherwise they'll bring the cone of shame, and my wife will have to fill it up slowly with soup. Great colors, yes. So it's going to say Heroic Tales across the top. That's the patriarch, and that is the bad guy for next issue. Boom, spoiled. Issue number 2, the patriarch story is going to be called Subterranean Homesick Blues. So, yes, I'm a spoil. I cannot spoil the Josh Howard cover because I don't have it yet. But let me see if there's anything else I could spoil. I'm enjoying spoiling nonsense. I'm in a spoiling mood. Spoiling mood. Okay. All right. You guys want another spoiler? Yeah, the patriarch dies in issue 2. I learned from Zach, don't kill your character in issue 1. Kill him in issue 2. I learned from other people's mistakes. Alien space mushrooms. You're closer than you suspect. Close. Okay, we ready for that? Can I make it bigger? No, I cannot. But this is one of the interior pages for issue number 2. This is the Mary Sue story. We got Kirby Crackle. We got monsters. We got violence against women. We got it all. Look at this. We got monsters. We got violence. I tell you, if issue number 2, I love issue number 1, but issue number 2, oh my God, it's going to be so much better. So how's that? And let's see, can I spoil anything else? Let's see, is there anything else to spoil? I don't know. Ooh. I don't know if I have anything else I could possibly spoil. Okay, I showed this already, so it's not really a spoiler. But here is the black and white cover to Renzo's cover to Mary Sue. Okay, so that is I'll make that big. So this is the black and white cover. It's going to say Heroic Tales on the top, but that is the cover to the Mary Sue version story. You and your crew are pros. I'm loving this. When Renzo got the script, and I said, he goes, "What do you want me to do first?" I said, "Could you do a cover first so I could tease a cover?" And he goes, "Okay, let me read the script." And the next day he goes, "I know the cover." He goes, Fantastic Four 201? I was like, "Yes, I know exactly what you're going to do." And he was like, "Okay." I swear it's so much fun working with Renzo's. Look at those monsters misunderstood by society until Mary Sue lectures them and saves. Yes, she lectures them. And you know how she defeats them? She looks at them and says, be better. Be better. And but that's how Mary Sue defeats the alien monsters. And let's see. I don't know. I'm enjoying. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Here's a fun spoiler with absolutely no context. How's that? Absolutely no context. How's that for spoiler? Okay. And absolutely no context. There you go. Okay. Absolutely no context. There you go. But those are spoilers. You'll see in issue 2. All right. Because I'm weak and you guys are really cool. Yes, Mary Sue, be better. I know you're intergalactic, interdimensional creatures from beyond the void, but be better. And they said, you know what? And then they all have tea. They all have tea. I need some Fred Hembeck version. You didn't know Renzo drew women with clothes on. Well, get a load of this. This is in issue 2. This is a 2-page spread of an advertisement of my street level vigilante character. So yes, you guys are the second people to ever see. He started out as the Raven, and he evolved into this. There's a mistake on this that is already fixed, but I don't have the fix here. But this is, and when this gets lettered, if I may spoil this. Oh, let me answer this question. Now, issue 2 campaign hasn't started yet. No, I'm not going to start another camp. I'm only 7 pages in. I will not start the campaign until issue 1 is fulfilled, and we're at least 50% done. You know what I mean? I'm not making mistakes. And I have a different comic that's not Heroic Tales that I'm also working on, but I probably won't do anything about that until after the Heroic Tales #2 campaign comes out. So yes. Hey, that's great. Chinese takeout, must work long hours. So on the top, it's going to say, someday a real rain will come and wash away the scum off the streets. And then on the bottom, it's going to say, I am that rain. Okay, so there you go. There's the spoiler. I kind of messed up, but one day a real rain will come and wash away the scum off the streets. And then on the bottom, it says, I am that rain. And that's my Batman character. Yeah. Edgy silhouettes is right. Yep. And there's even spoilers and in this image, but I'm not gonna point it out now. But there's I'm so excited. But the vigilante character. He's inspired by Travis Bickle. So instead of a mohawk, he's got that fin. You like the logo? Is that a good or is that a bad But I'm not telling you his name yet. But just imagine if Bruce Wayne, instead of saw a bat come through his window, he just happened to be watching Taxi Driver. I see the mistake of the chopsticks are standing up. They should be laying on top flat, standing. I actually got scared. I thought you noticed something that I didn't notice. Have I seen Big Trouble in Little China? You better believe I've seen Big Trouble in Little China. Yes. What about it? But here you go. So this is going to be the center page, double page spread, and advertisement for Heroic Tales #3. So I'm already working on issue 3. I love the Clash. Yes. Yeah. So if Bruce Wayne was listening to the Clash, this is how he would turn out instead. So yes, you guys, this collar is driving me crazy. So you guys are seeing the first of the of my street level character. The silhouettes, yes. Issue 3 is going to be the closest to an R rating without crossing the line. This character is supposed to be. He's jaded, you know. He's the rain reference in Chinese made me think of Three Storms, the Minions. This page is climaxing. I'm trying to. I'm weak, so I'm gonna spoil it. So I'm just shutting my mouth. But he's the Punisher meets Batman. He's the Punisher meets Batman. The only difference is he will kill, but killing causes problems. So he's adverse to killing, but he's not against it. So there you go. There you go. And I don't think I have any more spoilers I could possibly give you. I'm trying to. Are there any other possible story? I'm weak. Here's another spoiler. Here's another spoiler. The finisher. Okay, so here is the character. Here is the character. But I'm still not telling you his name. Wait, a payphone intact in Modern City? That's impossible. Payphone's part of the story. There are two often compared, but they're really different. I'm interested to see what you do with them. Yeah, so this is. Keep in mind that my original character of the Raven was Batman. He had instead of a bat cape, he had a bird cape, and instead of a bat symbol, he had a bird symbol, and his mask came down into a beak. So I mean, it looked like Batman. And now, because of Argoverse and his character Raven was the last straw. I'm like, I can't. I just had a guy on my stream and his character's named the Raven. So I reworked it from the bottom up. And this is what Renzo and I were talking it through. And this is what we came up with. So there you go. You guys, I'm spoiling everything. I'm spoiling it all. And I don't think I have any more possible spoilers to give away. I'm looking through all of the art. I don't think I could possibly give away anything else. I'm scrolling around, looking through the folders. You know what? You guys got me. You guys got me. I think I have another spoiler to show you. I think I have another spoiler. Okay. All right. Let's see. Do I? Okay. I got another spoiler for it. Oh, Zach 10's got to go. Okay. Thank you, Zach 10. DC Miller. Anybody? We still got people watching. So here's another spoiler. His name's not the Robot Ape. His name is Robot Gorilla. Okay. And no, he's not going to be in Heroic Tales. He's going to be in another comic that I'm working with Oscar Carreno and Tonic Bowl. And it's described. The elevator pitch is Love and Rockets meets Crisis on Infinite Earths. And yes, there's a robot gorilla. So there you go. That's a fun spoiler. And what else? Okay. Who is asking about pulp characters? The mystery. And these are drawn by Oscar Carreno, who is the colorist for Unheroic Tales. And here is Femfire. Okay. So, guys, I'm spoilerific tonight. Okay, you ready for this one? Thunder Girl is the sidekick to Thunder Woman, and that's Phenomenal Man. We have the Golden Age, the Silver Age, and the Modern Age Phenomenal Man, and the Golden Age, Silver Age, and Modern Age Thunder Girl. So there you go, guys. I just spoiled a lot. That is for my upcoming comic, side comic. Believe it or not, it's set in the Heroic Tales world, kinda. It's going to be set in 1985. It's going to be set in Flushing, Queens, way before Mary Sue was born, because Mary Sue also starts out in Flushing, Queens, and it's going to feature. The name of the comic is called Eddie is Doomed, and the character designs have a cool classic look. Yes, because there's supposed to be Golden Age and Silver Age comic book characters. Yeah, so you know that's why Oscar did, and it's funny, you could see my sketches, and you can see how Oscar did it. So we got the Golden Age Thunder Woman, the Silver Age Thunder Woman, and the Modern Age Thunder Woman. The Golden Age Phenomenal Man, the Golden Age Phenomenal Man, Silver Age stuff, and then the Modern Age. Yeah, thank you, Woodrow. Thank you. So people who are saying is it tough to come up with superhero names? Yeah. So you'll see me, if you meet me in real life, you'll see me also pick up my phone and I say stuff and I remember it. So I have issue number 2 of Heroic Tales introduces in the Patriarch story, it introduces two bad guys and cameos 2 other superheroes. I don't want to spoil them, but they're 2 of my favorite. When I told my friend Jimmy I was debuting these 2 characters, he was like, "Oh my god, he can't wait to see Renzo draw them." And in the Mary Sue story, there's cameos by a whole bunch of superheroes. So there'll be a lot of superheroes. You'll see a lot of my superhero world in issue number 2. Issue number 1, it's light on world building. It just focuses on the Patriarch. I wanted to dip your toes. Issue 2 hits the ground running. Issue 2 hits the ground running. Thunder Woman and Thunder Girl, them swapped out with Electric. You got who they were inspired by Electric Girl and Dime. And if you say it too loud, people will take it quick. I know. So guys, you got to be quiet. Be quiet. Yes, you got to be quiet. Yeah. So there you go. I will say it. Eddie is Doomed. He reads, his favorite comic book company is Top Comics, and the top 10 are the superheroes in Top Comics. And thus, so Oscar will be drawing all the comic book portions of Eddie is Doomed, and Tonic Mall will be drawing all the real life parts of Eddie is Doomed. So I'm thinking of the comic book is going to be in color, over the, like Silver Age comic color. And then the real life, I'm thinking it'll be black and white to be like, like Saving the World, like Tonic Ball's comic, or Love and Rockets. I don't know yet. I might do it color too. I'm not 100% sure yet. But Tonic Ball hasn't drawn anything yet. I gave him the first draft of the script like over a year ago, and I said, just get rid of it. I'm redoing the whole script. So I'm redoing that script. And then Oscar has been gotten all the characters, descriptions of all my drawings of the characters, and he's doing the character designs. And while I'm at it, because Oscar is an awesome guy, I might as well show this. This is not my comic. Has nothing to do with me. But this is Oscar's comic that'll be coming out, I think he said in November, Rome Eternal. So Oscar is the colorist for this comic, and I cannot wait for this comic by Magma Comics. Homero Rios and Diego Yapor, and then Oscar is the colorist. Tell me that doesn't look amazing. I cannot wait. Do I have? I thought I had more to show of that, but that looks amazing. DC Miller, Eddie is Doomed is a one shot. Eddie is Doomed is a one shot. I have a couple of one shot comics planned. If they're successful, I have a horror western that will tie directly into Heroic Tales, but that'll be a one shot. I have a big grand mythological story that will tie into Heroic Tales. So I don't know if I'll make them issues of Heroic Tales or if I'll do one shots, but that I have a lot of ideas. Let's see what happens. Have you ever seen the saddest movie ever? Comic book villains ending was incredible. Oh, comic book villains. There's a movie called Comic Book Villains, and if that's what you ask me, yes, I've seen Comic Book Villains. It was written and directed by the same guy who did Starman. Why can't I think? James Robinson. And it was almost really good, but I love the movie because I love the premise. But it was a flawed movie, but it was a good movie. And yes, the ending was very sad. I quote that line a lot where he's like, he goes, do you even know the first appearance of Wonder Woman? It wasn't Wonder Woman 1. I know, I just love that movie. Comic Book Villains. Every comic book fan should see the movie, but also understand it's not a good movie. James Robinson started getting high on the smell of his own farts. He left comic books, went to Hollywood, made that movie. I don't know. I liked it. I liked it, but it was flawed. But yeah, it's worth seeing. Haven't seen it yet, but it's in my pile. So there you go. I'm gonna stop. I don't know what else to say. I've been talking for 4.5 hours. I don't know. Thank you. I'm so excited about Heroic Tales. Wow. I didn't even notice. I got a couple of sales. Let me share this. Wow. Look at that. Another couple of backers. So we $6,007 on Fund My Comic, and then Kickstarter. I'm gonna refresh. It's still 1,104. So, geez. So $7,121. 210 backers plus 44 backers. So 254 backers. I'm nobody. And I got 254 backers. That meme where the guy's freaking head explodes. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. A few people have reached out and asked me questions. I want you guys to be happy. I want you guys to be pleased. I'm trying to do my best. We were probably about 75% done before I even launched the campaign, and then I stumbled a few times. I spent way too much money making this comic book. Made mistakes that I will not be repeating. I got guys that I want to work with till the wheels fall off. I think the next issue will be more streamlined, more laser focused. But now I think the scariest part is coming, dealing the pre-press and the printing. I don't know why. Up to this point, everything's been fun. That I'm scared over. That I'm terrified. I have over 200 short boxes on shelves that ending brings said. So please, yeah. Charge at least $15 next time. I might have to. I don't want to, but I might have to. Yeah. A lot of people told me that was a mistake, but you know what? As of tonight, I recovered everything, and I think I'm up $100. So there you go. There you go. But in reality, I didn't make any money because all of this money is going for issue number 2, and that's the way I'm going to be working. A good mistake. Good mistake. Yeah, good mistake for you guys. You know, I even the guy who was putting everything together is like 10. You sure only 10? And I was like, yeah, I just didn't feel right. I didn't feel right. First time out of the gate, help build the foundation. Yeah. So, you know, as of right now, the plan is to do $10 for the next issue also. Let's see if I could do that. If I could eliminate all the mistakes that I made, because a lot of this was the 3 variant covers. I think that was the most expensive part, was the 3 variant covers. You know, I went for more reasonable prices this time, and only there's only going to be 1 variant comic. So who knows what next year's shipping cost might be lower. Yeah, right. yeah. Make it 12 and include the digital. There you go. Always think of Jim. If you bought the physical and you want a digital copy, just email me. Just don't go around telling everybody. I want everybody to be happy, and I want everybody. You know, I don't know if that's. Oh, you back both? Now I feel guilty. I'll do my best to make you happy. I'll do my best. Thank you. I know you're not complaining. I know it. I appreciate it. I have to say, everybody has been so nice. Everybody's getting a sticker. Everybody's getting a sticker. Well, everybody's getting 2 stickers. Okay, everybody's getting 2 stickers. What else is everybody getting? So you're gonna get a comic book. You're gonna get 2 complete stories in a comic book, 3 ads, and a letters page. What else are you gonna get? You're gonna get where'd they all go? Patriarch disappeared on me. But you're gonna get the Patriarch card. Oh man, Patriarch card disappeared on me. But you're gonna get the card with the Patriarch on it. You're gonna get the card with Boss Moxie. Where'd it go? Oh, man, Patriarch flew away. He flew away on me. Oh, here he is. Be troublesome. So you're gonna get a Patriarch card with his stats on the back. What else are you gonna get? You're gonna get Boss Moxie with card on the back. You're gonna get you're gonna get Mal with her stats on the back. And as of right now, you're also gonna get Dame. So this is the card that just got unlocked today. And there's her stats on the back. So we still have 3 more cards. 3 more cards. Gams, the suit, and the bad guy. Okay. So we're gonna get those. Issue 2 campaign, sell the neck break. There you go. That's what I'll do, Jim. I feel bad for you. I'll mail you my disgusting neck brace. A $1,000 tier. Cool. The Patriot cards have a stealth mode. What? You couldn't see them? Did I show them and you couldn't see them? Oh, greeting Afro SF into comic. Greetings from the UK at 6:40 a.m. Good to see you. We need at least all 3 girls. Yeah. So we're only $993 away from the next one. So there you go. If I would like to fly Renzo to New York and him and I autograph some comics together, because last I sent Renzo some comics to Mexico where he lived, and it took 4 months for them to get there. So logistically, comics going to get sent to me. I autograph them, send them to Renzo. He autographs them, sends them back. That's going to add like 3/4 of a year. So that ain't going to happen. So, but I would like to, if I make it to like 10 grand, fly Renzo out here. You know what I mean? And we'll sign some comics. I saw them that, but okay. Yeah, Mexico mail is nuts. Yeah, and there's no guarantee, and like Renzo said, there's no guarantee he'll even get there. So I can imagine sending him 500 comics, and then I got to print them again. You know what I mean? I can't do it. But I would really like to fly Renzo out here during Comic-Con in October, and me and him autograph stuff, go to Comic-Con, meet Vaughn and Reenie and all the people, go out for, get Renzo some good pizza. I would love to do that. I'd love to do that. I'm trying to think, is there anything I can't spoil anything else. I don't think there's anything else for me to spoil. Oh wow, I just went to Twitter and I just saw a whole page of people retweeting this. Thank you so much. Other than Canada, do you have any international backers? I got one, Mark Miller over in Scotland that I know of. On Fund My Comic, I could look down. I try not to look. I just look when I see people. I just want to recognize the name. But I got a couple of people in Canada. I think Michael Bancroft's backed in Australia. I think there's a few Australians. So they'll get the comic 2 years later after everybody else to ship around the world. I know I got one in Scotland. I got one in Ireland. That's right. I got one in Ireland. And I think that I know of one in Holland, one in Germany, and I think another in Germany that I know of. And did I say 2 in England? And two in England that I know of. But I try not to look, because that you go crazy if you spend every day looking. To the first day, oh my God, I was checking every 10 seconds, and it was great because it was just going up and up and up and up and up. I launched a Friday on Michael Bancroft's channel, and Sunday I said I can't look anymore, and I just got in the car. Me and my wife went out, and I didn't even take the phone with me, so there was no possible way to check. I just had to do that. I don't even think I did Sunday comics that day. I just abandoned everything because I was going nuts. And then I think it was Tuesday was my first day that there was no sales. Oh my God. I was like, that's it. You know what I mean? It was nerve wracking. Oh man, that was, and I told my wife, I think it's done. You know, and she was like, so that and then I would check once a day. And then for like a couple of weeks, I didn't check at all. I hope that the international shipping won't unexpectedly bite you. Me too. This is something I'm a little nervous about. You know, so me too. I'll show this off. Here's the challenge coin. As of right now, the only way to get this, how do I show that off? Challenge coin. This is the same company that made Graham Nolan's and Mike Barron's. So this is a big old honking coin. I wanted it as simple as possible because it's supposed to be bronze, but this, the only way to get this right now, if you're in the United States, is, including shipping. So it's including shipping. It's $30, and just John's Long Box at yahoo.com on PayPal. And I'll drop this in the mail tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday, but Monday. So as of right now, the only way to get these coins is directly to me. I shipped out a few. I got 20 of them. I think I'm down to 11. This one's mine. No, you can't have mine, but I got other ones. And then the regular coin. These will ship. These are on both the campaigns, so you could get these. You could get these. Okay. And yes, I will make Mary Sue versions of these, and I will make the unnamed vigilante character of issue 3. How many books can be signed in a day? I have no idea. I've never done it. I know Rini was talking about getting a certain marker, so I'll ask her about what kind of marker, because I don't know, but I do know that I will. I'm going to take 4 comics for myself. A Renzo cover, a Gustovich cover, a Gilbert cover, and a Pat Broderick cover. Bag board them. Those go into my collection. Those are mine. And I will, fulfill all of them, and I will have a backlog for like, if people want to get them, like with issue 2, some people are going to want issue number 1. So I will overprint, but I am thinking of sending like a couple of copies of each to CGC. As much as I hate CGC, I think it would be neat to have one of all my covers CGC'd just for me, for collectors, and then a couple of extras. Hopefully they got good numbers, and I'll sell them on eBay or whatever like that. I know it sounds hypocritical, but I think you guys can understand having a CGC comic of my comic, just preserved forever. That's cool, right? And then if they get high numbers, sell them on eBay, because I got to recoup. I got to make a couple of dollars, and some people want them. I'm gonna get sleeves for these cards, so I'll put them in sleeves. So so you're going to get, as of right now, everybody's getting 1, 2, 3. Everybody's getting 4 out of the 7 cards. Once everybody has their cards, everybody has their comics, we're 100% done, I will sell all 7 cards for $10 as part of campaign 2. You know what I mean? So you could get, if I have any left. And I'll do that going forward. So, but I won't sell any of the cards until everybody has whatever they're promised. How much does grading cost? Do a dozen and put some on the next campaign? Yeah, things like that. If you've been watching my channel for a while, you know that I'm not into CGing comics, but I am into making money and funding the next campaign. So if I could get a 9.9 Heroic Tales #1 and put it on eBay, and people start a bidding war on it, that's capitalism, people. See, depending upon how much time it would take, if you got a hotel in Texas, let's flew him there and sign them all, then we get rental truck to bring them to New York. Random outsiders thinking outside the box. Yeah. 9.9. Or they go in the trash. Yeah, if it's not a 9.8, I'm ripping them open. I'm setting them on fire. That's what I'm doing. I've never seen GC the comic. Funny thing. I was talking about my comic book store earlier for anybody who was listening. The Incredible Pulp with Larry, and I said, Dan Sen started his own comic company, Argo Comics, and Cerebus. But now it's going to drive me nuts. But the guy who started CGC was also a guy who came into my store. Oh, that's going to drive me nuts that I can't remember his name. And I remember he told me about doing it. And I said to him, that's a stupid idea. Nobody's ever going to do it. He's a millionaire. And I'm a construction worker. Some people like them. Give the people, absolutely. Give the people what they want. Yeah, if people want them, just because I don't like them, I don't judge you. I just want the money, to quote Monty Python. So, I'm all caught up. I got nothing else to spoil. You guys know everything. Keep it a secret. Keep it a secret. What else? I think we're done. I'm just tired of seeing my face big on the screen. What do we say here? Right, the Art of that 1.5 action. Yeah, we might as well throw that away. That Amazing Fantasy 15. That's a 2.3. Trash. There you go. I got nothing else to say. I've been talking for 4 hours 49 minutes. So one last Hail Mary. If anybody wants to come in, there we go. People are sending me messages. But I don't know what else to say. Thank you, everybody. A lot of people watching. I appreciate this. Thank you so much. This is a lot of fun. I'm nervous. I know I'm being a little goofy, but I'm nervous. I hope everybody likes my comic. I'm steeling myself for the inevitable onslaught of criticism. I promise I will not do the Eric July and call you detractors and be mean or whatever. I really think you'd like it. I hope you like it as much as I like making it. Thank you so much. And I'm going to get all weepy if I keep on talking. So I'm going to stop now. Thanks a lot, everybody. I don't know if I'm going to do anything tomorrow. Sunday, I'm going to do Sunday comics at 10 o'clock. And you know what? I don't even know what comic I'm going to do. Jeez, what comic should I do for Sunday comics? I don't know. If people want to send me suggestions on Twitter, that will be welcome. But I wanted to. I had an idea, and as fast as it went into my head, it went away just as fast. But some classic Marvel or DC comic. Oh, DC, thank you. Hilarity. Wow, that's good. Thank you. I try to be entertaining. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for all the guests who showed up tonight. I wish Luna the best. He's gonna he's gonna start a stream. He's gonna start drawing, teach himself to draw, record it all to make a comic. It's a long, epic odyssey for him. I'm rooting for him. And now I'm babbling. All right. More Copper Age Avengers, please. Do you have an issue in mind? I have an issue in mind. But I just did Avengers. Okay. Thanks a lot, everybody. I'm going to go for real. Bye-bye.